Murky social media links emerge. Lawrence Bishnoi Truth Files.
Lawrence Bishnoi is perhaps India's best known gangster right now because he's been named mastermind in the killing of singer Sidhu Moosewala. Well, the Salman Khan threat that runs parallel to the Moosewala murder probe seems to be back to square one, however, because gangster Saurabh Mahakal, who is a part of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and who was in touch with the Bishnoi gang, appears to have misled the police with information of 3 men who he says were actually threatening Salman Khan. But in truth, those 3 men who Mahakal has named were already in jail when the incident took place. So is there a larger conspiracy to fool the police on the Salman Khan threat probe? Take a look.
The Salman Khan death threat case took a bizarre turn on Wednesday, and it was Mumbai police which was left quite red-faced by the developments. Arrested gangster Saurabh Mahakal spilled the names of 3 gangsters to police who he said had threatened the Bollywood superstar. It was only later that Mumbai police realized it had been taken for a ride by Mahakal because all the 3 men named are already doing time in jail. Saurabh Mahakal claimed that the 3 men were from Rajasthan and worked in a factory in Palghar. Police, after visiting the factory in Palghar, found out that they were not employed there. In truth, the men named by the gangster were arrested for looting a jewelry shop in Rajasthan, Sirohi, and were behind bars much before the day Salman got the threat letter. Salman Khan and his father received death threats on June 5 in a letter left at Mumbai's Bandra bandstand. The threat letter said they would meet the same fate as singer Moosewala. Lawrence Bishnoi, now established as the man who got Moosewala murdered, is suspected to be behind the threat letter. He had threatened the actor in 2018 too.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा सलमान खान का करेंगे मारेंगे ही जाएंगे जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं बिना मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर
But Mumbai police are yet to find out clinching evidence to nail Bishnoi, and Saurabh Mahakal appears to be doing everything to protect his associate Lawrence Bishnoi. Bureau Report, India Today.
We reported to you yesterday the Punjab police has finally got custody of Lawrence Bishnoi for 7 days. Today happened to be day 1. The gangster has been given top-notch security, citing a threat to his life. Will he spill the beans about Sidhu Moosewala's murder? Will he spill the beans about the Salman Khan threat? Or is he going to basically give the police a big runaround? They've got 7 days to try and tie this up. Take a look.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है क्या कमांडो आप देख सकते हैं बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं उसमें कमांडो भी है उसमें लोकल है उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है
India Today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
Bishnoi, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me live from Chandigarh tonight is Arvind Ojha, the only crime reporter in the country who has confronted Lawrence Bishnoi up front, up close. No other crime reporter has done that. Arvind, आपके sources के मुताबिक ये day 1 का जो interrogation हुआ है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का, उससे क्या निकल आया है? हमको अपडेट करना कि क्या exactly निकल आया है day 1 of the interrogation से.
देखिए शिव, मैं आपको बताऊं कि जो इंटरोगेशन हुई है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की, उसमें लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने फिलहाल पंजाब पुलिस के इंटरोगेशन में बहुत कोऑपरेट नहीं किया है. उसके अलावा जिस तरह से इंडिया टुडे ने कन्फ्रंट किया था और जो रिएक्शन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई था उस वक्त सेम जो एक्सप्रेशन है, उसका जो रिएक्शन है वो फिलहाल इंटरोगेशन में है. वो काफी कम बोल रहा है और ये दिल्ली पुलिस के सोर्सेस ने भी बताया था कि वो काफी कम बोल रहा है. लेकिन उससे जब लगातार इंटरोगेशन हुई और खासकर सिद्धू मूसेवाला के के बारे में जब उससे पूछा गया तो वो यही बोल रहा है कि वो जेल में था और उसके पास मोबाइल फोन नहीं था. लेकिन ये जरूर बोल रहा है कि उसने सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मारने के लिए न सिर्फ गोल्डी बरार से बात की थी बल्कि अपने कई गैंग मेंबर से बात की थी. लेकिन शूटर्स कौन है इसके बारे में उसे जानकारी नहीं है. लेकिन इधर जो पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने एसआईटी फॉर्म की है सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर का इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए, वो एसआईटी की टीम, उसके अलावा एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स के जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल थे वो उससे पूछताछ कर रहे थे. 7 दिन की कस्टडी है. पंजाब पुलिस की कोशिश यही है कि इंटरोगेशन में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को, जो एक वेल एजुकेटेड गैंगस्टर है, एलएलबी का कोर्स किया उसने, उसे तमाम वो कानूनी दांवपेच मालूम है. कोशिश पंजाब पुलिस की है कि 7 दिन में उसे इंटरोगेशन के दौरान तोड़ा जाए और जो रियल कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, डीप रूटेड कॉन्स्पिरेसी है सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर की, वो उसका खुलासा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से करवाया जाए.
Arvind Ojha, thank you very much for speaking to us on that. The only journalist who has so far spoken directly to Lawrence Bishnoi, his information, his access, unparalleled on this big story. The day Lawrence Bishnoi was declared as mastermind behind the murder of Sidhu Moosewala, I spoke exclusively to Delhi Police Special Cell Commissioner H.S. Dhaliwal. Here's what he told me on that day, and listen very carefully because this matters hugely to what Lawrence Bishnoi is being interrogated about right now by the Punjab police. Listen into this. So Dhaliwal, if you could throw some light, I know that a large part of this case has to be kept privileged because it's an ongoing investigation, sir. But, there's been a huge amount of, curiosity about why Sidhu Moosewala himself was targeted in this manner, because people know him to be a Punjabi superstar singer, not a gangster as such. But there are reports, we've also been reporting about the whole revenge angle, his manager who is sitting in Australia. Can you throw some light on that, sir? What did Lawrence Bishnoi say about the motive behind this killing? Why was Sidhu Moosewala targeted, sir?
See, it will be very unfair for us to comment beyond what our role is expected to be at this instance. We have a lot of inputs, we have a lot of information, but it will not be fair for us to comment on this one. But I can tell you our target is to bring the killers to justice as soon as possible and help the main agency which is investigating this case, that is Punjab Police. All these people will eventually be handed over, and we are just trying to ensure that we contribute our bit to bring these people to justice.
What is Lawrence Bishnoi's state of mind like, sir? It's very valuable for us to be speaking to someone like you who's come out and declared that he's the mastermind. What is his state of mind like, Intihar, in the wake of this crime that you have said that he is the mastermind of, he's the one who ordered it, sir?
See, state of mind, we can't really comment on this one. But he's not in Tihad, he's in police custody remand with special cell. And that remand at the moment is till Friday. And of course, Punjab police will also be, taking him on a police custody remand whenever they, want to have it. So at the moment, I can't really comment on his mental state. Our focus is not to really look at somebody's mental state, but to try to see if we can get the people who are involved in actual killing as soon as possible.
Bishnoi has become India's most well-known gangster at this time, owing to the Sidhu Moosewala murder in which he's been declared a mastermind. He's got high security as he's interrogated in Punjab for the next 1 week. But this is a gangster who's got a lot of things that he's actually well known for. Let's just take you through some of those things because they're important regarding what comes up. This year, the mastermind behind the Moosewala murder is what has made him a household name. He's the suspect behind Salman Khan's threat letter because he had once, remember, threatened Salman Khan. This was in 2018 over the Black Buck shooting case. Then in 2014, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang killed a friend's rival who was contesting the Ludhiana election. That also became a big local story at that time. 12 years ago in 2010, Lawrence Bishnoi lost the Punjab University polls and assaulted the winning candidate. That's like among the first time when young Lawrence Bishnoi, real name Balkaran Barar, came into the local media, got into something of a life of crime, and then the rest, as they say, is gangster history. Here he is named the main accused in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Now, to solve the Sidhu Moosewala murder, investigators from 3 states are probing the case: Delhi, Punjab and Maharashtra. Now, with the arrest of one shooter named Santosh Jadhav by the Pune crime branch, it has been revealed that there is a shocking modus operandi that is still unfolding. These gangsters used to communicate through Instagram. This is a story we revealed to you yesterday. That's right, with popular social media profiles and the inbuilt messenger. That's what they used. Guns Ghana gangsters in this special report.
जेल से भागे हुए सारे मोस्ट वांटेड मैंने ढूंढती फिर रही है कितकी पूरी ठोक ठोक रखदा डेंजर पे जानलेवा शौक रखदा
पहले हमारे पूर्वज पीतल में पानी भरते थे और अब बात हमारी है हम पीतल ही भर देते हैं
करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए मैं बस हंस के ही डाल देता कोई
These are no ordinary Instagram videos. These multiple reels are to interact between dreaded criminal groups, to boast about their kills and captures. Startling revelations in Sidhu Moosewala murder case, interconnecting gangs across the states. Arrest of sharpshooter Santosh Jadhav has blown the lid off this gang's operations. Pune crime branch reveals that Lawrence Bishnoi gang's mode of communication is the popular social media platform Instagram. Instagram is being used to communicate orders, to even flaunt news reports of extortion and intimidation against this gang. Interestingly, some uploaded videos have the music of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer shot dead allegedly by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. And Jadhav is accused to be one of the shooters. Santosh Jadhav was arrested by Pune police on Monday and has multiple Instagram accounts, some of them flaunting friends and weapons. So how do the gang members here identify? They pen initials using guns and bullets, and their code is Jai Balkari. The police are investigating further accounts to identify these gang members, that whether on Instagram or even YouTube. Mumbai Police Crime Branch, which is investigating Bishnoi gang's alleged threats to Salman Khan,
are now also trying to trace previous attempted attacks against the Bollywood superstar. So today's dreaded gangs are operational not just on the streets, but also across the virtual space to target people and spread the word. That is, till the time law of the land catches up with them. Bureau Report, India Today.
So even as he is in the custody of the Punjab police for the next 1 week, Lawrence Bishnoi, remember, is no small potatoes. He's a man with a 700-member gang, a dreaded gangster with connections even in Canada. Goldie Bra, remember? This is Lawrence Bishnoi. Here's a report that gives you a glimpse of the gang that has terrorized large parts of North India. And this is an exclusive report with information you will hear nowhere else. This is Lawrence Bishnoi.
A gang that has terrorized much of North India, operating stealthily even from top central jails. A gang that has claimed the brazen daylight murder of Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala. And now for the first time, the dreaded Lawrence Bishnoi gang is on television. Exclusive images of the Bishnoi gang being paraded by the Delhi Police Special Cell in 2021 after taking them into police remand under the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, Makoka. Bishnoi is seen wearing a black t-shirt, green shoes and close-cropped hair. Rajasthan gangster Sampath Nehra, who once carried out a reconnaissance of actor Salman Khan's house, can also be seen in these images accessed exclusively by India Today. The other gangster in these images are Jaggu Bhagwanpuria and Haryana's Kali Rajput and Raju Basodi. 30-year-old Lawrence Bishnoi, the son of a former police officer, is a law graduate. He met Goldie Brar in 2009 during his stint in Punjab University. The two rapidly rose in the world of crime after fighting for supremacy in university politics and a series of ruthless murders. When Goldie Brar fled to Canada, Bishnoi kept running the crime empire from Tihar Central Jail. Anybody who owed allegiance to rival gangs or stood against the Bishnoi gang was neutralized, like pop star Sidhu Moosewala. The Bishnoi gang allegedly wanted to avenge the murder of Akali Dal leader Vicky Midhu Kheda in August 2021. Since Shaganpreet Singh, the manager of Moosewala, was named as a key plotter in the murder case, Moosewala came on the radar of the Bishnoi gang. Moosewala was also close to slain gangster Vicky Gounder, a bitter rival of the Bishnoi gang. While Shaganpreet fled to Australia, Moosewala couldn't escape the wrath of the Bishnoi gang. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
And this entire crime has put the spotlight not just, of course, on Lawrence Bishnoi, who's being interrogated, but the other gangs of Punjab. Moosewala's family and friends have confirmed that the singer was getting threats from multiple gangsters, multiple gangs. And at the center of the gang war is Lawrence Bishnoi. Currently, he is being interrogated by the Punjab police and will be over the next 6 days. He's the prime suspect in the murder, but he's not the only one. We now decode the gang rivalry that could have played a part in killing Sidhu Moosewala.
"29th May, Jawar ke village, Mansa, Punjab. While glorifying the guns and gangster culture in his songs, Sidhu Moosewala would have never imagined that one day he would fall prey to gangsters himself. Sources say before Sidhu Moosewala was killed, he'd received a call from the gangsters advising him to mend his ways. But Moosewala had ignored the threats, saying he too was equipped with weapons.
इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के.
A gang war that spread across Punjab, Delhi's Tihar jail, and across 7 seas to Canada. At the center of this gang war is this group of men led by Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi, prime suspect. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently lodged in the high security ward of Tihar's central jail. A resident of Firozpur, his gang is active in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Professional shooters are also a part of Bishnoi's gang. Kala Jathedi, Bishnoi's crime partner. Lawrence Bishnoi's partner in crime is Sandeep alias Kala Jathedi, Delhi's most wanted gangster who carried a reward of 7 lakh rupees when he was arrested in July last year. Apart from Delhi police, Jathedi was wanted by Haryana, Rajasthan and Punjab police for his alleged involvement in several cases of murder, extortion and other heinous crimes. Jathedi's name also came up following the Chhatrasal Stadium assault and murder in which two-time Olympic medalist and world champion wrestler Sushil Kumar was arrested. Sushil Kumar was associated with Jathedi, but the two fell out. Vicky Midhu Kheda, Bishnoi aide, shot dead in August 2021. The trigger for Sidhu Moosewala's killing was allegedly the murder of Vicky Midhu Kheda. Vicky was also a big name in the Punjabi music industry and was shot dead in August last year. Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had figured in that murder. Goldie Brar, Gangster, currently in Canada. Goldie Brar, a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, currently in Canada, has also claimed responsibility for Moosewala's murder. Goldie has also claimed that apart from Vicky Midhu Kheda's killing, Sidhu Moosewala was also behind the murder of his brother Gurlal Brar, but has survived on the strength of his contacts and influence. The Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility for murdering Sidhu Moosewala, claiming that Vicky Midhu Kheda was their brother and they have now avenged his death. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, the Lawrence Bishnoi investigation and interrogation is going to continue over the next few days. India Today will continue to be on top of it. Remember, we're the channel that named the Bishnoi gang first in connection with the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. That's it on India First. Same time tomorrow. Up next, Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Cyber pirates have a whole range of tools like viruses at hand to create computing havoc. Viruses attack a computer system by attaching themselves to program files, multiplying and spreading. Most are transferred by email. Worms are equally malicious but work independently. Instead of piggybacking host files, they find their way through security holes to invade networks. Viruses and worms are capable of destroying and altering computer files, meaning hackers can cause serious damage. Trojans, for instance, is a type of program which appears legitimate, but once opened, they allow hackers to gain access to a computer system. Cyber pirates use this access to block a server. They command remote computers to simultaneously send request messages to the target system until it becomes overloaded and crashes. Spy software, meanwhile, is used to discreetly collect as much information as possible from data stored on a computer. Among spying techniques are seemingly official fake emails or hijacked internet files. Most attacks, however, are designed to commit fraud. Hackers recover personal data, passwords, and user credit card details and then use them to their advantage. So, be aware and be safe.
You are watching India.
$100 billion items of clothing are sold each year in the world, double the figure 15 years ago, a consequence of fast fashion, the response to the latest trends. Even at the raw material stage, pollution is present. 26% of our clothes are made of cotton, which requires a great deal of water. Then there are the pesticides and fertilizers. Making a t-shirt requires water equivalent to 70 showers. More than 60% of our clothes are made of polyester, which comes from oil, so their carbon footprint is considerable. Dyeing, washing out, softening the raw material require products that are as dangerous for workers that use them as they are for the environment. Transporting clothes is far from environment friendly. A pair of jeans can travel half times around the world. Even in our homes, clothes continue to pollute. When they're washed, our polyester shirts and shorts release microfibers into the oceans. As much as 500,000 tons per year, the equivalent of 50 billion bottles of plastic. Textiles are one of the world's most polluting industries. 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gases are released into the atmosphere each year, more than international air travel and maritime shipping combined.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are watching.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories at 9 a.m. this morning. We're focusing on the fallout of the protest and chaos that we witnessed in the national capital yesterday as Congress workers took to the streets for their satyagraha, which turned quickly violent. Congress leaders today will be gathering to question and take on the Delhi police over their alleged manhandling and Delhi cops entering into the AICC headquarters. That and much more coming your way. Here are the headlines first. Mega scoop on Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Rahul claims he didn't take a single penny from young Indian firm. Congress netas lodged complaint against Delhi cops alleging manhandling. Supreme Court to hear plea against bulldozer action in Yogi's Uttar Pradesh. Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind claims illegal demolitions and unnatural justice by the government. Southern star Sai Pallavi triggers massive controversy, compares Kashmiri Pandit genocide to lynchings due to cow vigilantism, says they both are the same, both need to be condemned. India Today language war newsbreak triggers national debate. Actor Varun Dhawan wades into row, says South films flop too, claims the audience will not watch bad films. Polarization over Eidgah Mosque ground in Karnataka. Hindu group seeks access to the land in Bengaluru, demands permission to celebrate festivals at the ground. Muslim board hits out. And mosque controversy erupts in Kerala. Police issue notice to Kannur's Juma Masjid advising them to avoid divisive sermons. Chief Minister Vijayan slams move and calls it against LDF values. The Delhi police barging into the AICC headquarters, tires being burnt in the heart of the national capital. These were the scenes that essentially defined the Congress's protest march, which they called a satyagraha, ironically, on the streets of the national capital. And the politics over this incident continues. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Delhi police and has demanded action against the cops who entered the party headquarters in Delhi. The Grand Old Party also alleged that Delhi cops had manhandled Congress leaders and workers. Lok Sabha MPs of the party will shortly be holding a meeting in Parliament House. These MPs will discuss reportedly the treatment of their leaders by the Delhi police, and a delegation led by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary will meet with the Speaker, with Om Birla, at 10 this morning to go ahead and demand action over the treatment of Congress MPs. So the Congress upping the ante here. They filed a complaint already against the Delhi police over the alleged mishandling of their leaders yesterday and in the last few days while they've been staging their protests. But yesterday things got heated as the Delhi police barged into the Congress headquarters, leading to several questions on why cops did that when these leaders were protesting inside their party offices. The Delhi police on their part maintain that Section 144 was in place, prohibitory orders were in place on Akbar Road, and hence no protest even inside the party office could happen. Amit Bharadwaj is joining us live with more details on this. Amit, good morning. The Congress clearly in a mood to up the ante against the Delhi police. Two-front action that they've taken. One, they filed a complaint against the Delhi police. Second, we're being told that Congress MPs will be holding a meeting and then also going ahead and approaching the Lok Sabha Speaker.
Good morning, Akshita. Absolutely right. In fact, it's a three-front attack from the Congress party this time around. On one side, you have the complaint that has been officially filed by the Congress delegation with the New Delhi police station. And on the other side, you have, Congress delegation will meet at the parliament and approach the speaker for the alleged manhandling of the Congress MPs in the past 3 days. And third front that they are opening today is that across the nation, outside the governor and LG houses, the Congress workers will stage a protest. Now, this particular protest that is being staged is against, alleged action of the Delhi police entering the AICC headquarters located on 24 Akbar Road and manhandling the Congress workers, picking up the Congress workers from the AICC headquarters. Now, Akshata, there's one thing that needs to be noted here is that whatever visuals that came from Akbar Road yesterday is somehow unprecedented. I was right at the spot when things were unfolding in front of the Congress office. You had certain officers who called in all the force from who were standing on the side of the gate of the AICC headquarters, and then they started chasing the Congress workers inside the Congress office. They in a way also entered the Congress office, and there it was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who was standing right there with the volunteers. We also have visuals where Congress workers were picked up from inside the Congress party's national headquarters. Now, these visuals are not visuals that can be taken very lightly, because rarely we see that a national party's national headquarters is breached in this manner by the Delhi police. One argument is right that section 144 was imposed on Akbar Road, but in order to enter a party office there has to be a communication. That is why you see the Congress party is taking the entire matter very seriously and has opened up a three-front attack on the entire issue. On one hand, official complaint has been filed. Second side, there is a delegation meeting the speaker, and there's a nationwide protest that will be staged today against this particular action of Delhi police. Over to you, Akshata.
I will track all the updates on all of these three big news breaks that are coming in of how the Congress is now upping the ante, escalating this attack on the Delhi police. Thanks, Amit, for joining us with all of those details. But even as we get you the details of the fallout of the protest that we saw by the Congress yesterday, let's also get you details of what's played out as far as the Enforcement Directorate's questioning of Rahul Gandhi is concerned. What are the big takeaways? What was Rahul asked about? India Today has all the inside details of the questioning. Rahul was asked by the Enforcement Directorate about the financial irregularities at Young Indian Private Limited. And Rahul Gandhi reportedly told ED officials that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company incorporated under special provision of the Companies Act. And not a single penny has been taken out of it. ED officials countered Rahul Gandhi, claiming this company hasn't done any charitable work since the time it's been formed in 2010. So that's why Rahul has been asked to submit documents or any evidence if there of charitable work that's been done by Young Indian. The next round of questioning will happen tomorrow on Friday. Now, another aspect that Rahul Gandhi was questioned about is a firm called Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. This has been linked to the entire National Herald case. How? Well, this firm had given a 1 crore loan to Young Indian Private Limited. The BJP is alleged that this was an attempt to launder money, that the company that we're talking about is a shell firm that takes in cash in exchange for checks. We separate fact from fiction in our next report.
At the centre of the Rahul Gandhi National Herald Young Indian Limited case is one company, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. It has been shrouded in mystery till now. According to the Registrar of Companies, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is a financially active company. It reported a turnover of over 4 crores in 2019-20, which increased to 7 crore 87 lakh 2,566 rupees in 2020-21. The company is associated and part of the wider RP Sanjeev Goenka group. In its official filings, it has used the email rpsg.secretarial@rpsg.in. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited's official address, Akashdeep, 5 Lower Roden Street, flat number 3, 4th floor, Kolkata, is also owned by another RP Sanjeev Goenka group-linked company. When India Today visited the office in Kolkata, this is what we found.
This is the registered property of Dotex India, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. Now, when we went there, it did not look like an office. It was a guest house. It is a 3 BHK guest house. We spoke to the caretaker, who stated that people do come over here, the owners do come over here at certain times. However, when we went over there, no one apart from the caretaker was here. What he mentioned was that this is Dotex office for the past 20 years.
Dotex is owned by 2 shareholding companies, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited and Salty Commercial Private Limited. Both Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial have 50% ownership each of Dotex. Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial became shareholders of Dotex on 29th May 2010. All three have the same address, that is owned by RP Sanjeev Goenka linked Philips Carbon Black Limited. Dotex's half owner, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited, is further owned by 7 different companies linked to RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The BJP alleges that Dotex is a shell company that gave Young Indian Limited a loan of 1 crore rupees, out of which 50 lakhs was used to buy out National Herald's 90 crore debt.
जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है?
India Today's deep dive has decoded the Dotex connection. With Ankit Kumar in Delhi and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking this morning. Big updates expected in the Supreme Court, something that the country has been talking about. Bulldozer justice in the state of Uttar Pradesh comes up in the court today. The Supreme Court will be hearing a plea filed by the Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind against the demolitions in Uttar Pradesh following violent protests over the Prophet remarks row. After these clashes had erupted countrywide over Pushama's comments, as expected, bulldozers rolled out on the streets of UP, demolishing houses of riot accused. The plea by Jamiat Ulama essentially seeks the court's direction to ensure that in future no such demolitions are carried out without following due process. The plea also seeks to act against officials responsible for demolition in violation of the rule of law and the municipal laws. Anisha Mathur is joining us live this morning with more updates of what's expected in the Supreme Court. Anisha, also explain for us, has this issue come up before in the top court? Because we've seen this kind of bulldozer justice playing out for the last many months in states like Uttar Pradesh.
Well, yes, Akshita, if you see the timeline of this, the bulldozer justice issue had also come up after the Jahangirpuri violence in Delhi, where the Supreme Court very clearly said that we cannot stop demolitions if they are valid demolitions, but the government has to make sure that they follow the due process of law. Now, this is something that the Jamiat is also claiming, that the government, instead of following the process, which is that a 15-day notice has to be given to any person who's occupying this property or has unauthorized property before the demolition takes place, that they are claiming that the government is not following this kind of due process. In fact, they're saying that the government is taking action against legitimate property also of persons simply because they are accused of a crime. The government, on the other hand, so far the statements that have come from the UP government, they have been saying that we are taking action against unauthorized and illegal construction owned by persons who are of a criminal background. But the question that the courts and the people of the country are asking is that is twofold. One, is this some bulldozer justice in retaliation to the protests against the government and the BJP? Secondly, is the government actually following the due process that is required? That has any notice been given to these persons who are allegedly occupying government land in an unauthorized manner? Is any action being taken against persons who are not in fact occupying government land, which is something that was claimed in the petition by the Jamiat, because the Jamiat petition very clearly says that what the government is doing is not only against the rule of law, it is also specifically against the Supreme Court order, which says that as long as you must follow due process. They're also claiming that these demolitions are being done as sort of a political vendetta targeting a particular community because there have been protests against the UP government and party. So we'll have to wait what the court says today and how the UP government justifies its actions.
All right, we'll track that very closely. Thanks, Anisha, for joining us with all of those details. Let's move on to some other stories that we're tracking this Thursday morning. Actor Sai Pallavi, immensely popular in Telugu as well as the Tamil film industry, has spoken out on the left versus right battle in the country. And she's taken a neutral stance that's led to outrage from both sides. Sai Pallavi, in an interview, essentially has condemned violence in the name of religion. And here's what she said. She equated the Kashmiri Pandit exodus, the genocide, with cow lynching, and said that there is no difference to her between these two incidents. During the promotion of her upcoming Telugu film, the actor said, and I quote, "Recently there was an incident of a person being killed for carrying a cow because he was suspected to be a Muslim. After killing the person, the attackers raised Jai Shri Ram slogans. Where's the difference between what happened in Kashmir and what happened recently?" She was also asked about her political inclination, and she said that she's grown up in a neutral family and what matters to her is being a good human being. Now, this controversial opinion has attracted reactions from all sides on social media. A few have agreed with her and her neutral stance. Others pointed out that one cannot equate a genocide with lynching for cow smuggling. Let's play out for you exactly what Sai Pallavi said.
So I grew up, నేను పెరిగింది చాలా న్యూట్రల్ ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్లో. సో నేను ఈ లెఫ్ట్ వింగ్ గురించి రైట్ వింగ్ గురించి విన్నాను, బట్ ఎవరు కరెక్ట్ ఎవరు తప్పు అనేది మనం ఎప్పుడు చెప్పగలం. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని రోజుల ముందు కూడా నేను ఈ కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చింది కదా. సో కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు చూపించారు ఎట్లా చంపారు, ఆ టైంలో ఎట్లా అక్కడ ఉన్న కాశ్మీరీ పండిట్స్ని చంపారు, దాన్ని చూపించారు కదా. ఇప్పుడు నుంచి ఒక ఐ థింక్ కోవిడ్ టైంలో ఎవరో మీరు ఇఫ్ యూ టేకింగ్ రిలీజియస్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ లాగా తీసుకుంటే రీసెంట్గా ఎవరో ఒక బండిలో కౌని తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు, ఆ బండి డ్రైవ్ చేసే వాళ్ళు ముస్లింగా ఉన్నారు. సో కొన్ని జనాలు కొట్టి జై శ్రీరామ్ అని చెప్పారా. సో అప్పుడు జరిగిందికి ఇప్పుడు జరిగిందికి మనకి డిఫరెన్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది?
Let's get you some reactions also on what Sai Pallavi said. Bhasha Sumbli, who acted in the Kashmir files, is joining us this morning on this broadcast. Bhasha, good morning. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. Have you had a chance to listen to what Sai Pallavi said? Do you agree with her?
Hi, good morning. So, yes, it's been in the news, I think, since yesterday, and I saw it, though I felt that it does not actually deserve a reaction. It is so insensitive, a comment that my initial thoughts were that let me not respond to it, because it is so insensitive and so criminal to entirely deny the religio-ethnic cleansing of an entire community and to trivialize it. What the incident that she's mentioning is also unfortunate. We don't deny that. Yeah. But to compare and to generalize and to trivialize the religio-ethnic cleansing of an entire community, I don't know why she's doing it, but this just shows her insensitivity, her lack of basic understanding, and this is really inhuman and unfortunate.
What Sai Pallavi essentially has said seems to be that, she's neutral. And you're saying that she's essentially trivialized what happened to Kashmiri Pandits. But to her, what her argument essentially is that, anyone who's oppressed, it's a crime. That whether it's this side or that side, whether it's one religion or the other, it's oppression. And that's her message. So do you agree with that point?
See, I'm not saying that I'm not condemning the unfortunate incident of lynching wherever it has happened in India. But to equate that with the religio-ethnic cleansing of an entire community of millions of people, how is that justified? This is only, again, a denial of genocide, and denial of genocide is double genocide. It is double killing. Isn't it? You tell me. I mean, I don't know if it is regarding her promotional activities for her next film or whatever. She should confine all her statements regarding her film, whichever is coming next. Because this just seems कि आप सस्ती लोकप्रियता पाने के लिए थोड़ा सा publicity पाने के लिए ऐसा हमारे पूरे जनसंहार का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं. उसकी मुझे लगता कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है.
Bhasha, do you think this is a problem in the film industry since the film Kashmir Files is, released? I'm sure you've seen the kind of myriad reactions that have come in, many of whom, chose to dismiss the film, many of those who also made comments similar to what Sai Pallavi said, taking a very, neutral stand, trying to take a balanced stand on this. Do you think there's a problem that the film industry doesn't choose to speak out on these issues?
हाँ, जैसे देखिए, अगर आप जो ये कह रहे हैं कि है ऐसा, हो सकता है, बिल्कुल होगा, और वो उनका पर्सनल देखिए उनका चॉइस है, इट्स ओके, डज नॉट मैटर. बट जिस तरह का ये स्टेटमेंट है, ये दिस शोज हर इनसेंसिटिविटी, दिस शोज हर the lack of sensitivity, lack of basic understanding of a genocide of an entire community, and whatever the film has shown, absolutely everybody knows is verified, is true, and it's out in the public domain. You know the real victims whom the film is based on. So it's like you're mocking our killings, you're mocking our genocide. That's all.
But do you think, Basha, my final question to you, do you think this came from a place of ignorance or insensitivity?
I think both, of course, both. And you see the timing. Film ko aaye hue to काफी समय हो गया, 11 मार्च को film release हुई है. Why is this so like timed yesterday only? I think, I don't know, कल ही उन्होंने ये बात की है या नहीं, but कल से ये चर्चा में है उनका ये बयान. तो आई थिंक उसका जो भी उनका अपना एक होगा, ये प्रमोशनल है, ये PR है, ये क्या स्टंट है, मुझे पता नहीं है, मगर बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है. पूरे जनसंहार को आप पूरी तरह से उसका मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, उसको एक अपनी संवेदन शून्यता का आप पूरा ना दिखा रहे हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. और ये मुझे लगता है एज एन एक्टर, आई डोंट थिंक एक्टर्स हैव गॉट टू बी द मोस्ट सेंसिटिव पीपल, यू नो. दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड कि जो भी अनफॉर्चुनेट लिंचिंग का जो इंसिडेंट वो बता रहे हैं, दैट इज आल्सो अनफॉर्चुनेट, नो डाउट अबाउट इट. बट उसमें हमारा जनसंहार क्यों घसीट रहे हैं आप? पूरा का पूरा जेनोसाइड जो कि 700 सालों से हो रहा है कॉन्सिक्यूटिवली, तो उसको आप कैसे घसीट के बराबर कर रहे हैं?
So you're saying the comparison is wrong. You're saying the comparison is wrong, but that an incident where a person is lynched, where he's targeted, is also condemnable, but can't be compared to an exodus or a genocide.
A genocide of 7 lakh people.
Okay.
So that's why I'm telling you that this does not deserve a reaction. First of all, it does not. It's such an insensitive comment. It does not deserve a reaction. Really.
Okay, Basha, thank you so much for taking the time out this morning and joining us here on India Today with your view of what Sai Pallavi has said here. Basha, someone who's acted in the Kashmir files, feels very, very strongly about the subject, as you also saw there. She's dismissed this comment by Sai Pallavi, saying it's insensitive to compare what they call a genocide, to compare the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits to an incident of cow vigilantism. It doesn't take away from the fact that they're also coming out to condemn that particular incident as well. But she's simply saying that the two cannot be compared. Let's take this across to Fronia Priscilla. She's joining us live from Hyderabad this morning. Fronia, good morning. Huge debate that's broken out over Sai Pallavi's comment. Someone who's usually very, very non-controversial, choosing to speak out about this. It was clear that the actor wanted to put out, what would be seen as a balanced view, as her not taking a stand towards the left or to the right. But in the midst of that, she's, getting fire from both sides.
Yes, the Sai Pallavi controversial comments have sparked up a row. However, Sai Pallavi, while mentioning in the interview, has taken a very neutral stand. She has been reiterating the fact that she has grown up in a neutral family and she has always seen a neutral background. Therefore, she does not take sides and she only stands up for whoever is being oppressed. While making mention of the Kashmiri Pandits and recent incident of cow vigilantism, that is what sparked the row, where people have found the difference, the comparison that she has made has sparked the row. But however, Sai Pallavi does not take any stand, and she mentions that both the cases have seen violence, and that is what she has mentioned in the comments. But however, they have been taken in a very wrong light, and somehow a section of people, while they still support Sai Pallavi for those comments, we do see a section of people who is not really happy with the kind of comparison that Sai Pallavi has made. But that remains that she has always opted for a neutral stand. And she said that there will be no comparison between two unequals.
All right. Thanks, Fronia, for joining us with all of those details. We're going to continue tracking the story very closely because there are very, very interesting reactions that are coming into what Sai Pallavi said. Where do you stand on this entire controversy? Listen in to exactly what the actor said. Is it insensitive of her, or was it out of a place of ignorance, or her trying to take a neutral stand on a controversial issue?
So I grew up, నేను పెరిగింది చాలా న్యూట్రల్ ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్లో. సో నేను ఈ లెఫ్ట్ వింగ్ గురించి రైట్ వింగ్ గురించి విన్నాను, బట్ ఎవరు కరెక్ట్ ఎవరు తప్పు అనేది మనం ఎప్పుడు చెప్పగలము. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని రోజుల ముందు కూడా నేను ఈ కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చింది కదా, సో కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు చూపించారు ఎట్లా చంపారు ఆ టైంలో ఎట్లా అక్కడ ఉన్న కాశ్మీరీ పండిట్స్ని చంపారు, దాన్ని చూపించారు కదా. ఇప్పుడు నుంచి ఒక ఐ థింక్ కోవిడ్ టైంలో ఎవరో మీరు ఇఫ్ యూ టేకింగ్ రిలీజియస్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ లాగా తీసుకుంటే రీసెంట్గా ఎవరో ఒక బండిలో కౌని తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు, ఆ బండి డ్రైవ్ చేసే వాళ్ళు ముస్లింగా ఉన్నారు. సో కొన్ని జనాలు కొట్టి జై శ్రీరామ్ అని చెప్పారా. సో అప్పుడు జరిగిందికి ఇప్పుడు జరిగిందికి మనకి డిఫరెన్స్ ఎక్కడ?
The language war continues. It's been reignited now by a comment made by Bollywood actor Varun Dhawan. In fact, there's been such a massive debate within the film industry over Hindi films versus Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam films, which are doing so well, Kannada films as well, which are doing so well across the country. Varun Dhawan was asked about this, and he said that, look, it doesn't matter which language the film is, whether it's a Hindi film, a film from the South industry, it doesn't matter. If it's a bad film, it won't do well. He's even said that there are several South films that have flopped.
The face-off between Bollywood and South Indian film industry rages on. Actor Varun Dhawan is the latest to wade into the fight. When asked about the recent domination of southern films at a time when Hindi films are failing to make a mark, Dhawan replied, "South films flop too." The criticism of Hindi movies has grown in recent days. At a time when South Indian movies like Pushpa, RRR and KGF Chapter 2 are breaking box office records. Varun Dhawan is not the first star to join the debate. Several celebrities have entered the race to claim superiority in the North versus South film industry. Speaking at a promotional event, superstar Kamal Haasan last month had called the language debate silly and juvenile. The actor turned politician had asserted that the strength of the country lies in communication with people in different languages.
This language issue is silly because it's juvenile to talk about such a diverse country and fight between the strength of our country is that we communicate with each other, yet we are different and we have a single culture.
The debate has often been acrimonious. Bollywood star Ajay Devgan and Kannada actor Sudeep recently engaged in a war of words that took the internet by storm. Ajay Devgan had said Hindi was and will always be India's national language, in response to Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's statement that Hindi was never the national language.
Hindi is no more national language. So which is the national language today? Which is the national language?
No national language.
Correct? So what is pan-India? So because we come from South India, they've started terming us pan-India, pan-India, pan-India. Why isn't Hindi being said as pan-India?
Music maestro A.R. Rahman had also launched a staunch counter to Home Minister Amit Shah's Hindi is the connecting language comment. South actors like Mahesh Babu and Sidharth also waded into the controversy with their remarks on the language war.
Saying I wasn't keen to go into that business, and I was always saying that I wouldn't want to do Hindi films. I would always want to do Telugu films. This I've been saying it from a long time. So now I'm very happy that what I've been saying is happening. So I always was in the strong opinion that what my strength is to do a Telugu film. And so the emotion, what I know, is a Telugu full emotion. But today, the emotions are so strong, the films have become so big, that eventually, I think the line has blurred, and it's become Indian cinema. So what I thought is becoming true, and I'm very, very happy.
it's a very unnecessary situation that is being created to confuse people. Nothing in today's world happens organically on its own. Everything is motivated. So if you're seeing this happening, this is trending, I promise you somebody is motivating it. ये जानबूझ के किया जा रहा है. So मैं कलाकार आदमी हूँ और मैं बहुत फख्र के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि मुझसे अच्छी हिंदी शायद ही हिंदी इंडस्ट्री में कोई बोल सकता है.
The language war is far from being settled.
And here's big breaking news that's coming in. As the Enforcement Directorate questioned Rahul on the financial transactions between AGL, between Associated Journals Limited and Young Indian Private Limited, sources have told us here in India Today that Rahul Gandhi passed the buck. He told the ED that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all the financial transactions between AGL and Young Indian. It's not just Rahul, but this seems to be the Congress's line of defense. Pawan Bansal, Mallikarjun Kharge, in their statements had also told ED that the decision of the deal wasn't taken by one single person, but that Motilal Vora was essentially responsible for all financial transactions. Let me just highlight here that Motilal Vora had a 12% stake in Young Indian. Rahul Gandhi has a 38% stake, so more than Motilal Vora. So does Sonia Gandhi. She has a 38% stake as well. But it looks like the line of defense right now is for Rahul Gandhi, for Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal and the entire Congress leadership, whoever's called by the ED, to pin the blame on Motilal Vora, saying he is the signatory, he was responsible for all financial transactions. Munish Pandey is joining us with more details on this. Munish, it's clear now that the Congress's line of defense is to pin the blame on Motilal Vora. They're saying that he's the one who authorized all financial transactions, someone who has a smaller stake in Young Indian than Rahul or Sonia Gandhi.
Yeah, well, Akshita, what we have been given to understand by our sources within the Enforcement Directorate is that when Rahul Gandhi was questioned about the 92 crore of loans given by AICC to AJL, the deal between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, also why this money of rupees 50 lakh came from Kolkata-based shell company. Rahul Gandhi has told the ED officials that I was not the authorized signatory. Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory, and every deal between AICC, AJL or Young Indian Private Limited took place after Motilal Vora's decision, or it was the deal was struck after Motilal Vora signed those papers. He was the authorized signatory. Also, in regards to financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, again Rahul Gandhi said that he was the authorized signatory. I have no idea about it. Apart from Rahul Gandhi, Akshita, remember,
Munish, my apologies for interrupting. Just stay on with us. I'd like to get in a BJP reaction also on this. Shehzad Poonawala is joining us on this broadcast. Shehzad, good morning. Sources telling us here on India Today that Rahul Gandhi, while being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, said that all financial transactions between AGL and Young Indian, Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory.
While I can't be privy to what has happened between Rahul Gandhi and the ED, but based on the report that you are putting out, you know, this is typical behavior of anybody caught with his hand in the cookie jar. What does the criminal usually do? He usually says like Satyendra Jain, ki meri memory loss ho gayi hai. Yeah, he says like Rahul Gandhi, ki I didn't do it, somebody else did it. So this typical shifting of the onus is a typical behavior of those who commit the money heist of 2,000 crores. And therefore, this is the reason why Surjewala and company don't answer specific questions that we've been asking them from day one. And those specific questions are that is it not true that the trial court and the High Court have held that Young Indians was a special purpose vehicle used to take away the entire property of 2,000 crore of freedom fighters and give it for parivarik gain? Now, somebody who has 12% shares in Young Indians was controlling Young Indians, but those who have 76% share was not controlling Young Indians. Can that be believed? I think everybody is smart enough to believe that who was actually controlling the entire operation, in whose benefit this entire operation was being done. The income tax order also came out about how 100 crore rupees was evaded in tax by taking the wealth and the money of these properties. The High Court and Supreme Court gave no relief to the Congress party. The Congress party hasn't been able to explain why the loan was waived off in favor of Young Indians. They haven't been able to explain what the India Today channel is showing about the links to the Dotex company. They haven't been able to show what Young Indian was doing as a charitable group till 2016, why they didn't start the paper till 2016, why the shares were transferred from AGL to Young Indian. They could have waived off the loan for AGL itself. These are specific questions we are asking them. No answers are coming except they play the victimhood card, the vendetta card. Rahul Gandhi writes one answer, then erases it, then writes it again, erases it. He's been doing that for some time as per news reports. Now he's blaming Motilal Vora. They might blame Oscar Fernandez. They might blame everybody except for themselves.
Shehzad, Motilal Vora was a 12% shareholder in Young Indian. Rahul Gandhi has a 38% stake. Sonia Gandhi has a 38% stake. We already know at this point, and this is the information we have here on India Today, that it's not just Rahul Gandhi. Earlier, when Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned, when Pawan Bansal was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, they'd in fact put up a similar line of defense, pinning the blame on Motilal Vora.
See, it seems that all of them have found that blessed soul Motilal Vora should be the scapegoat for all the wrongdoings of the first family of corruption. Now, Congress party president was Sonia Gandhi. The Young Indians' major stakeholder was Sonia Gandhi. The loan that was waived off of 90 crore rupees from the Congress party's end, how could it have been done without the president's assent? Are you saying only the treasurer took the decision of that? So, these questions are very clear that Young Indians was given a huge benefit by Congress party by waiving off the 90 crore loans just for 50 lakh rupees and then taking over 2,000 crore property. And this can't be done by one shareholder of 12%. It has to be done by those who control 76% of the shares. And the fundamental questions which we are asking, that a court of law has found to be all this to be true. It has not been contradicted by any court of law. But you have Chidambaram ji, Surjewala ji, they are all resorting to violence while Rahul Gandhi maintains silence and shifts the onus on somebody else. This violence on the streets is a representative of the fact that they want to divert the investigation at the ED and they want to divert the narrative on the streets, and therefore you see silence in ED and violence on streets.
Okay, Shehzad, thank you for joining us with your view on this big news break here on India Today. Sources telling us that Rahul Gandhi, during the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, directly named Motilal Vora, said he was responsible for all financial transactions, was the authorized signatory for transactions between AGL and Young Indian. Munish Pandey is still with us for details on that. Munish, my apologies for cutting you short earlier, but give us more details of what we've really picked up from our sources.
Yeah, well, Akshita, when Rahul Gandhi was questioned on the financial aspects of AJL, Young Indian, and the loan of 92 crore rupees, which was given by the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi told that Motilal Vora...
Okay, Munish, my apologies for interrupting again. We're getting in Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary of the Congress also on this. Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, the information we have is that your party, the Congress leaders who've so far been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, including Mr. Rahul Gandhi, have maintained that Mr. Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all transactions between AGL and Young Indian. Is this the line of the party? Is the Congress saying here that Mr. Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory?
Basically, what we are alleging for the last couple of years has been proved true is because the interrogation inside the ED office is being diverged, first of all. I firmly deny this, planted story because Rahul Gandhi ji has not so far been covered down by the BJP party-led atrocities committed upon him through the instrument of ED and others. Now they are trying to plant a story in order to further drive the wedge in the Congress citadel. The truth is that the ED is being directed, the ED is being run remotely by PMO and HMO office. That is why the leak is being...
So then you're saying, sir, you're saying this is a planted story. Yes, sir. If it's a planted story, then is the Congress saying here very clearly that it's not true? Then that Motilal Vora, sir, according to the Congress, is not the authorized signatory?
No, it is not only planted story. They are trying to drive a wedge in the Congress a citadel because they are unable to prove any wrong committed by Rahul Gandhi ji. For last 3 consecutive days, he has been undergoing inexplicable tormentation by the ED. However, they failed to convince the people of our country that Rahul Gandhi ji has been involved in any kind of unethical transaction. So that is why now they are trying to plan story again to tarnish the image of Rahul Gandhi ji as well as Congress party.
Okay, so you're saying that this is a planted story. So then, sir, you're saying, you're reiterating that. So let me ask my question.
How they would have got the information if ED is not run by them? Then how?
Point taken, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
It is clearly substantiate our argument that ED is being run by PMO.
Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, you have to give me the opportunity to ask you a question, sir. Okay, you're saying it's a planted story by the Enforcement Directorate. Does the Congress then say that it's not true that Motilal Vora is the authorized signatory?
See, these are the issues that's depicted by our AICC headquarters. You just get to know from them what are the nitty-gritty of this kind of a transaction, as has been trying to put. My simple question is, for the last 3 consecutive days, how many questions have been left in their treasury? I don't know. Still they are not satisfied. Again, tomorrow Rahul Gandhi ji has been summoned. It is clearly indicates that there is some sorts of political vendetta being carried out by the BJP party in order to tarnish the image of Rahul Gandhi ji, Sonia Gandhi ji, as well as Congress party. This is clearly established by this kind of heinous game.
Sir, your party has been maintaining that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company, and the Enforcement Directorate essentially is asking, where's the proof? Has there been any charitable cause that Young Indian has contributed to? Will Mr. Rahul Gandhi tomorrow, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, please let me finish my question, sir.
Everything has been spelled out very
Sir, let me finish my question. Will Rahul Gandhi tomorrow, sir, when he appears before the ED tomorrow, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary,
nobody should indulge in any kind of distortion.
Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary, please, let me finish my question. Let me finish my question, sir.
Government also, for the last 3 consecutive days, ED has got all kind of information.
Okay, Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary.
Because their single agenda is to tarnish the Congress party.
Okay, so then in that case, do you believe...
Not to honor any...
Okay, sir, let me ask my question. Again, let me ask my question, sir. Do you believe that the Congress will come out clean in this? Rahul Gandhi is expected to provide evidence of Young Indian being a not-for-profit company. Is that something that your party will be able to provide? Because the ED says that there's been no charitable cause that Young Indian has invested in. Mr. Adhiranjan Chaudhary has disconnected the call there, but you heard the Congress leader there continuing to maintain that the Enforcement Directorate is targeting their leader, is targeting Rahul Gandhi. Didn't take most of my questions there, but he's essentially putting out one message, that the Congress believes that all of these are planted stories. One specific question was asked about whether then the Congress is denying that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory, to which, of course, we didn't get any of those answers. So that's a story we'll continue to track very closely here on India Today. Do stay with us, because coming up on the other side, we're focusing on a big controversy that's playing out in Kannur in Kerala. A cop being transferred because he sent out a warning to a mosque saying don't indulge in hate speech.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
watching.
Garden City bruised, battered and broken.
I'm out at the Bengaluru-Mysore road, and here you can see this road that is ridden with potholes.
Hellscape roads exposed by our reporters.
Road is always been filled with water.
I can show you some of the worst potholes in Bangalore.
Chutney politics rages on in Karnataka. Bengaluru-Mysore road faced the biggest hassle.
We went to this road and forced the government to take notice and effect change.
India Today hits the road, forces change.
Congress is raising all these issues.
Where has the Congress raised it?
See that the roads are fixed properly, deadlines have been given.
Just after India Today reported, JCP and also road roller had just used to level this road.
India Today came, saw, reported and fixed. Impact journalism for beautiful Bengaluru. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. We've been seeing endless protests that broke out last week after Friday prayers as a result of the Prophet remarks row. So in Kerala's Kannur, a cop went ahead and sent out a warning, a notice to a local mosque saying do not resort to any sort of hate speech post-Friday prayers. Now, Vijayan government, interestingly, has now transferred this police officer for sending out this notice saying don't resort to hate speech. All the details in our next report.
The Prophet remark fire has spread to Kerala's Kannur. A notice by SHO of Kannur's Mail police station limit to the secretary of Juma Masjid has triggered row. The SHO warned Masjid secretary to refrain from making any statements that will cause communal harmony. The notice said legal action will be taken if any such statements are made after the Juma prayers. The Kerala government was quick to remove the SHO, who issued a notice to local masjid. Vijayan called the notice an unwarranted action by cops. Kerala Chief Minister said police action was without understanding. Vijayan clarified his stand. He asserted that communal harmony is vital to LDF government. An official release from Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's office said that the notice to the SHO was against the policy of the LDF government. District Secretary of Muslim League Kannur has sought detailed investigation into the matter.
സമഗ്രമായ ഒരു അന്വേഷണം നടത്തണം. കാരണം ഉന്നത തലത്തിലുള്ള ഉന്നത തലങ്ങളിലുള്ള വിഷയങ്ങൾ വരാതെ ഒരു പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ പരിധിയിൽ മാത്രം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നതു എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ആഭ്യന്തര വകുപ്പ് സമഗ്രമായ അന്വേഷണം നടത്തി അതിന് വേണ്ട നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവശ്യം.
With the gold smuggling case creating enough difficulty for the Chief Minister, one more issue, that too in his hometown Kannur, is definitely not what he wanted.
The Prophet Rao had stood protests across the country with international forums interfering in the issue. With its impact now spreading across, what seems to be seen is how far and how long will the issue keep escalating. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekharan, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
And Shibimul, who filed that report for us, is joining us live this morning from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibimul, good morning. What's the defense and justification of the government here? Here's a police officer ensuring that there's no sort of violence that breaks out at a time when it was happening across the country, and yet the Kerala government found reason to transfer him out.
Well, Akshita, yes, this issue has come as a shocking one for the Muslim community across the state, because if you see, this circular was issued just to a particular station limit, not even to the whole of Kannur. Now, the Muslim community is questioning the motive and the agenda behind it. They're asking whether have we ever made statements like that after Jummah press, even after the Prophet Rao broke out? Did we ever make a statement like that, that a circular like this was issued to us? And the circular highlights the fact that this is issued just in view of the prevailing situation in the country. The opposition was also very quick to react, targeting the Islamophobia that was attached to the story. They questioned the ideals of the government, and of course the Chief Minister's office also reacted quickly, saying that this is against the ideals of the government. Remember, Kannur is Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's hometown as well as a CPIM stronghold, and now the fact is that the commissioner has said that he was not aware of such a circular being issued. So the question here is, can an SHO has the right to issue a circular on his own of such nature? The Muslim organizations are also asking a detailed inquiry into the matter. They are saying that such statements, such a circular being issued will create a misunderstanding among the masses that Muslim organizations or Muslim mosques, after their Jummah prayers, do give out statements and remarks that will create communal disharmony in the society. So they have asked for a detailed inquiry into the matter. They met the commissioner.
Okay, Shibimul, thank you for those details. That's what's prompted the Vijayan government to say that this kind of a notice was unwarranted. There was no reason for it to be sent across. Now, the political lobbying for the presidential polls continues. The BJP is now trying to reach out to opposition leaders. A day after Mamata Banerjee chaired that meeting with several opposition leaders in attendance, Union Minister Rajnath Singh has also reached out, spoken to Mamata Banerjee and other opposition leaders regarding the presidential election. Sources say that the government is trying to ensure that there's a consensus with the opposition as well. The other leaders that Rajnath has spoken to includes Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge, BJD Chief Naveen Patnaik, SP's Akhilesh Yadav, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar as well. Now, Rajnath has sought their support. At this point, the leaders, we're being told, remained completely non-committal since the BJP hasn't proposed a name just yet. So it could come down to actually the BJP choosing a name which the opposition is also in agreement with. And in our next report, we tell you all the big takeaways from Mamata Banerjee's big opposition meet yesterday, where she tried to cobble up the opposition, get them together on one platform and vow to back one leader as their presidential candidate.
The race to Raisina Hill intensifies. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is the first of the bloc, taking the initiative to stitch a united opposition front. The long-awaited meeting of opposition leaders, called by the TMC leader on Wednesday, agreed on fielding a single candidate. Mamata once again pitched NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar for the post, but he declined.
Though I personally, even all the members of the meeting, they unanimously suggested Sharad Pawar's name. If he is agreed, everybody will give him support. And if not, then the name should be come from the political parties.
Sources tell India Today that Mamata also floated former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah's name. The left parties, according to sources, have suggested Mahatma Gandhi's grandson and intellectual Gopal Krishna Gandhi. Another meet is expected in a week's time. The meeting was attended by Sharad Pawar, Samajwadi Chief Akhilesh Yadav, Congress leaders Randeep Surjewala, Mallikarjun Kharge and PDP's Mehbooba Mufti among others. But in a big blow to Mamata, the TRS and the Aam Aadmi Party skipped the meet. According to sources, the TRS did not want to share a platform with the Congress.
All they were there. So only 1-2 party may be left out because they have some reason, maybe they are busy or sometimes. But all we have decided, there will be only one consensus candidate.
Mamata Banerjee's meet to unite the opposition has also exposed the fault lines within. 4 major regional parties, TRS, YSR Congress, BJD and Aam Aadmi Party stayed away. And without the support of at least 3 of these parties, the fight for president's post could become just a symbolic contest. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. I'll be joining you with the headlines in India's agenda in just a few moments from now. Stay with us.
The Indian Air Force plans to build around 100 advanced fighter jets in India. This effort will be part of the Modi government's Make in India initiative. For the first time, Indian currency will be used to make payments for almost 70% of the project. The Indian Air Force has also said that 96 out of these jets will be built indigenously while the rest will be imported. The Indian Air Force has plans to buy 114 fighter aircraft. These jets will replace the aging fleet of MiG series fighters. The first 18 jets in the project will be imported from the home base of a foreign vendor. Companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, RAC MiG, Dassault and Saab are all eyeing the project. The French fighter Rafale, already in service, is believed to be one of the frontrunners to win this deal. Boeing's F-15EX, Lockheed Martin's F-21 and Saab's
with NetMed, India की अपनी pharmacy. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Thursday. Let's begin with the headlines. Massive twist in Rahul's Herald grilling. Facing marathon grilling by Enforcement Directorate, Rahul puts the onus on late Congress Treasurer Motilal Vora, says all Herald deals were handled by him. Supreme Court to hear plea against bulldozer action in Yogi's Uttar Pradesh. Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind claims illegal demolitions and unnatural justice by the government. Southern star Sai Pallavi triggers massive controversy, compares Kashmiri Pandit genocide to lynchings due to cow vigilantism, say they both the same. India Today language war news break triggers national debate. Actor Varun Dhawan wades into controversy, says South films have flopped too and claims audience simply won't watch bad films. Polarization over Eidgah Mosque ground in Bengaluru. Hindu group seeks access to the land, demands permission to celebrate festivals in the ground. Muslim body hits out. Mosque controversy spreads to Kerala as well. Police issues notice to Kannur's Jummah Masjid advising them to avoid divisive sermons. Chief Minister Vijayan slams move, calls it against LDF values and transfers the corp. And let's begin by getting you all the exclusive inside information that India Today has picked up on the questioning of Rahul Gandhi. He's been grilled for 3 days, and according to sources, Rahul has told the Enforcement Directorate that late Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian. Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge, in their statements to the Enforcement Directorate, reportedly had also said that the decision of the deal wasn't taken by a single person and that Vora was essentially responsible for all financial transactions. Remember that Motilal Vora had a 12% stake in Young Indian. Congress, meanwhile, has locked horns with the Delhi cops. They've lodged a complaint against the Delhi police and has demanded action against those who entered the party headquarters in Delhi. Lok Sabha MPs of the party will shortly hold a meeting at the party office in Parliament House. According to sources, the MPs will discuss the alleged manhandling of fellow MPs by the Delhi police, and a delegation led by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary will meet with the Speaker anytime now. So this is the big disclosure and revelation that India Today has accessed. Rahul Gandhi, while being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, has said that it was Motilal Vora, the late leader who was in charge of all financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian, essentially that he was the authorized signatory. Things clearly don't add up on that front, because if you look at Young Indian and the breakdown of stakes, Mr. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Rahul Gandhi has 38%. Sonia Gandhi has 38%. So together the Gandhis themselves hold 76% of the stake in Young Indian. But clearly at this point, the Congress's line of defense is to pin the blame on the late leader, to blame Motilal Vora, which is the information we've picked up because Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal, when they too were questioned by the Congress, had made similar statements reported. Amit Malviya of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Malviya, what do you make of this information that India Today has received? Rahul Gandhi, when asked about these financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian, said that the authorized signatory was Motilal Vora, who had a 12% stake versus him, who has a 38% stake.
This is the first step towards admission of guilt and wrongdoing. The Gandhis, both Rahul and Sonia, have the highest shareholding in the company, and therefore they cannot exclude themselves from the decision-making process. And anyway, there are very few shareholders, and everything that happened between HAL and Young India was with the consent of these shareholders. Slowly, you will find that the Congress will have no option but to admit that the Gandhis indulged in massive corruption. They have siphoned off the money which was meant to be donation to the party and have used it to appropriate thousands of crores of assets in AJL.
Mr. Malviya, I earlier had a conversation with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary also about this line of defense of the Congress, essentially, to say that late Mr. Motilal Vora was the one who could, in fact, who authorized all these financial transactions. He's saying that this is a planted story, an effort by the central agencies on behalf of the BJP to kind of create a rift within the Congress.
Look, let's keep the BJP and the central agencies aside for a minute. I asked the Congress leaders, why haven't the Gandhis got any relief from any of the courts? From the trial court to the High Court to the Supreme Court, they have all withheld the investigation. They have not restrained the IT department from serving notices. They have not restrained the ED from attaching properties. They have not stopped the CBI from the investigation. So if the Congress leaders, and a lot of them happen to be lawyers, have such strong arguments, why have they not been able to defend the Gandhis in the court? Because the truth is that this is a massive corruption. It is using public funds for gaining private property in the name of Gandhis, Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in this case, and this will have to be held to account, and the Gandhis will be answerable.
Okay, Amit Malviya, thank you for joining us here on India Today with your view on this big news break of Rahul Gandhi. The details with us here on India Today of exactly what Rahul Gandhi told the Enforcement Directorate. The BJP's contention is this. They're saying that if all of these allegations are bogus, how is it that the courts have found merit in these allegations, in these charges, and haven't provided any relief to the Gandhis as of now? Let me take this across to Munish Pandey. He's joining us live with all the details of what's been the takeaway so far of Rahul Gandhi's questioning. It's clear, Munish, that it wasn't just Rahul. Earlier, when the likes of Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal were also summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in this case, they said exactly this, that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory. He took care of all financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian.
Absolutely, Akshita. And remember, in this case, the main allegation is the financial transactions between AJL, between Young India Private Limited, and the loan given by the Congress party. That is the main allegation which the Enforcement Directorate is probing, whether there was any money laundering or not. Earlier, there were 5 senior functionaries who were the office bearers of AJL and Young India Private Limited. They were questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Mallikarjun Kharge, Pawan Bansal and others of the Congress party, they appeared before the ED and they told the officials, the investigators, that in all these cases, Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory, which means that for all the financial transactions, he was the one who signed the paper, so no other person can be blamed if there is any irregularity. First of all, it is not established whether there was any irregularity or not. As of now, it is allegation. Apart from that, when Rahul Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, in last 3 days, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, he has been questioned for almost 30 hours. And in 30 hours, what ED wanted to know that he has any details about the financial transactions between AJL and Young India Private Limited, and also the investment in Young India Private Limited by a alleged Kolkata-based cell company. Now, what he told the Enforcement Directorate officials, and this is according to sources, that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for any financial transactions or any financial related dealing in these companies. So he has no idea what has happened and he cannot provide any detail because Motilal Vora is no more. So end of the day, what Rahul Gandhi has conveyed to the Enforcement Directorate is that Motilal Vora was responsible for all the financial transactions and no other person from the Congress party can provide any detail because Motilal Vora is no more.
Okay, Munish, thank you for getting us all of those details about, what was the line of question for the Enforcement Directorate of Rahul Gandhi. But let's break down for you, what's the shareholding of Young Indian? Interestingly, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, so between the two of them, they own 76% of the stake. Sonia Gandhi has 38%, Rahul has 38%. Now, there are 2 other leaders who also have a stake in the company. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Oscar Fernandez had a 12% stake. Motilal Vora unfortunately passed away in 2020. The next year, Oscar Fernandez passed away. Now, Rahul Gandhi, despite having a 38% stake in this company, says that Motilal Vora, who has, let me remind you again, a 12% stake in this company, was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and between Young Indian. So he's told the Enforcement Directorate that, look, I can't give you any details. My mother can't give you any details. she has a 38% stake, but none of us can give you any details about the financial transactions because all of that was taken care of by Motilal Vora, and he's unfortunately no more. So this has been, in fact, Rahul Gandhi's response to all of those questions about the transfer of shares, about the loan transfer from AJL to Young Indian. Now, there's another aspect of the National Herald case that everyone's talking about. At the heart of the ED investigation into this case is a Kolkata-based company called Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. The BJP's alleged that Dotex is actually a shell company that provided hawala money to Young Indian Limited to buy out AJL's 90 crore debt. So a loan was given from Dotex of 1 crore to Young Indian. India Today gets you all the details of this story in our next report.
At the center of the Rahul Gandhi National Herald Young Indian Limited case is one company, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. It has been shrouded in mystery till now. According to the Registrar of Companies, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is a financially active company. It reported a turnover of over 4 crores in 2019-20, which increased to 7 crore 87 lakh 2,566 rupees in 2020-21. The company is associated and part of the wider RP Sanjeev Goenka group. In its official filings, it has used the email rpsg.secretarial@rpsg.in. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited's official address, Akashdeep, 5 Lower Roden Street, flat number 3, 4th floor, Kolkata, is also owned by another RP Sanjeev Goenka group-linked company. When India Today visited the office in Kolkata, this is what we found.
This is the registered property of Dotex India, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. Now, when we went there, it did not look like an office. It was a guest house. It is a 3 BHK guest house. We spoke to the caretaker, who stated that people do come over here, the owners do come over here at certain times. However, when we went over there, no one apart from the caretaker was here. What he mentioned was that this is Dotex office for the past 20 years.
Dotex is owned by 2 shareholding companies, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited and Salty Commercial Private Limited. Both Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial have 50% ownership each of Dotex. Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial became shareholders of Dotex on 29th May 2010. All 3 have the same address, that is owned by RP Sanjeev Goenka linked Philips Carbon Black Limited. Dotex's half-owner, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited, is further owned by 7 different companies linked to RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The BJP alleges that Dotex is a shell company that gave Young Indian Limited a loan of 1 crore rupees, out of which 50 lakhs was used to buy out National Herald's 90 crore debt.
जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं, वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है?
India Today's deep dive has decoded the Dotex connection. With Ankit Kumar in Delhi and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's get you an exclusive news break on the questioning of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case. We're getting you details now of exactly what cops asked gangster Bishnoi. Sources telling us that so far Lawrence Bishnoi is silent, not answering most of the questions. He's been grilled for 11 hours and counting on Moosewala's murder. But clearly at this point, Bishnoi is not cooperating with the Punjab cops. Let's take this across to Arvind Oja for more details. Arvind, Bishnoi को 11 घंटे के लिए क्वेश्चन किया, लेकिन अब तक बिश्नोई कई सवालों के लिए कोई जवाब ही नहीं दिया।
जेल से ही लगातार मर्डर करवा रहा है। कल 11 घंटे की पूछताछ हुई। कल 11 घंटे की लगातार पूछताछ हुई। मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ, ये मोहाली का सीआईए का ऑफिसर है, जहाँ पर आपको कमांडोज पंजाब पुलिस के यहाँ पर दिखाई देंगे जो लगातार सुरक्षा में तैनात है। और यहीं पर सामने की तरफ आप जहाँ से ऑफिसर्स आते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं आपको, वहीं पर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को रखा गया है सीआईए के दफ्तर में और लगातार उससे पूछताछ की जा रही है। कल जो 11 घंटे की पूछताछ हुई है उसमें ज़्यादातर सवालों को डक कर गया लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, सवालों के जवाब नहीं दे रहा है ज़्यादातर। और जो पुलिस सोर्सेज है उनका कहना है कि अभी तक 11 घंटे की पूछताछ में जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है उसने पंजाब पुलिस को बहुत कोऑपरेट किया नहीं है, लेकिन पंजाब पुलिस ने भी रणनीति बनाई है। कल एसआईटी जो पंजाब गवर्नमेंट ने फॉर्म की है सिद्धू मूसेवाला की मर्डर की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए, एसआईटी की टीम की एंटी गैंगस्टर टास्क फोर्स जो पंजाब की है उसके ऑफिसर्स थे, उसके अलावा सीआईए के ऑफिसर्स थे जो लगातार जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है उससे पूछताछ कर रहे थे। देखिए दरअसल क्या है, पंजाब में 17 मामले कुल दर्ज है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के खिलाफ, तो उन सभी में अब एक एक करके कस्टडी ली जाएगी आने वाले दिनों में। अगर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर मामले में बहुत कोऑपरेट नहीं करता है तो फिलहाल 11 घंटे की पूछताछ में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने बहुत कुछ सवालों के जवाब नहीं दिए हैं, लेकिन 7 दिन की कस्टडी है पंजाब पुलिस के पास। रणनीति यही है, कोशिश यही है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जो काफी स्मार्ट गैंगस्टर है, डेयर्ड गैंगस्टर है, वो सवालों के जवाब निकल कर सामने आई है।
Okay, Arvind, thank you for getting us all of those details. Let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Flight tickets could just get more expensive as an airline company is now demanding up to a 15% hike in fares on the pretext of the ATF price hike. They've sought the government intervention. This is SpiceJet, which has put out a statement saying a minimum of 10 to 15% increase in fares is required to ensure that cost of operations are better sustained. They've cited that aviation turbine fuel prices have increased by more than 120% since June 2021, which is why they're saying that we must see a rise in in ticket prices as well. SpiceJet in its statements has also said that in the last few months we've tried to absorb as much burden of this fuel price rise, which constitutes more than 50% of our operational cost. Pallavi Saha is joining us with more details on this. So Pallavi, more and more airlines now saying that there must be an increase in airfares. Is that something that looks likely that the government could give the go-ahead for?
Well, as far as setting the price is concerned, Akshita, that is the airlines and their prerogative. Now, this is a statement which has been put out by the airline chairman. This is SpiceJet chairman and managing director Ajay Singh was put out a statement, and he's basically said that a minimum of increase of 10 to 15% fares of tickets is basically required in order to absorb the hit that airlines are taking because of the increase in prices of air turbine, the cost of air turbine fuel, which he says has increased by about 120% since July 2021 and now, and also the depreciating value of the rupee as well. Because of these two reasons, the sharp increase in jet fuel prices and the depreciating value of rupee, there is only so much, he says, that airlines can keep sort of absorbing in terms of the burden. They have to pass it on. They have to eventually pass it on to the passengers, and hence, in order to deal with this blow that they continue to face, they will have to pass it on to passengers, and that amounts to about, as per SpiceJet, at least to about 10 to 15% increase in fares.
10 to 15% is a huge amount. It will mean a huge burden for flyers as well, Pallavi. Any word on what the government is thinking on this? Because during COVID, there was, of course, a clear cap on how much flight tickets could cost.
Well, as far as fare costs are concerned, there are, of course, certain boundaries that still continue to remain because there were certain strictures that were applied vis-a-vis fares and capacity. Those strictures vis-a-vis capacity were removed. But as far as fares are concerned, they sort of the strictures continue to apply on a 15-day rotational basis. But what the airlines, of course, now are saying is that we're continuing to suffer this burden. It's not a burden that we can keep absorbing anymore. And this is the statement that SpiceJet has put out. We, of course, have to wait and see what the other airlines think as well. But as far as ATF is concerned, obviously, it is feeling the impact of global oil prices off the back of global incidents like, of course, the Russia-Ukraine conflict as well. So that jet fuel price is going up, and that is something which has been under the realm of debate as well, because can ATF be brought under GST? That has not happened for a while. The GST Council has not taken it up. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has gone and asked states and UTs to reduce VAT on jet fuel, which many states have done. About 15 states and UTs have done, but not all. But that doesn't significantly bring down the cost.
Right, Pallavi, we'll track this very, very closely. Is airfares going to climb up in the days to come? Airlines are increasingly speaking up, say that the need of the hour is for an increase in flight tickets by at least 10 to 15%. And with that update, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on a massive mosque controversy that's playing out in Kerala, as a police official who issued a notice to a mosque in Kannur advising them to avoid divisive sermons has been transferred by the government.
India Today Group wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 5 coveted awards in digital categories. Mobile application by a news channel, Aaj Tak. Most popular social media TV news brand, Aaj Tak. News channel website, India Today. Social contribution by a news network, India Today. Strongest digital footprint of a news network, Aaj Tak. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
The intolerance fire is unfortunately spreading after Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Bengal. Now there's been an incident of intolerance in Karnataka as well. A Karnataka man has been booked for a derogatory Prophet post. 19 have been held for assaulting him on his post on social media. This particular person had allegedly posted a picture of a lockup with derogatory remarks on Prophet Mohammed. An FIR was filed against him as well. 19 others have also been held for assaulting this person who put up the post. Karthik is joining us live with more details on this. Karthik, this particular incident in Bidar has also led to a lot of very, very strong reactions. We understand that the cops haven't just booked the 19 people who assaulted this man for a social media post, but also have booked him.
Well, definitely, Akshrita, this is the second such incident that has been reported in Bidar in the last 24 hours. Just earlier, yesterday there was an incident where another man had posted, a derogatory post on Prophet Mohammed, and after that there were a lot of, there was a huge crowd that gathered outside the Basava Kalyan police station in Bidar district. And today we see that Sripad, a resident of Basava Kalyan, once again posted a derogatory post showing a picture of a lockup and made some derogatory remarks against the Prophet Muhammad. Now, regarding this, the Basava Kalyan police have registered an FIR and 19 men allegedly assaulted Sripath for making this derogatory post last night. The police have arrested all the 19 men and FIR has been lodged against them, and an FIR has also been lodged against Sripath for making this derogatory remark. Now the 19 men have also been booked for under the Atrocities Act for making caste-based comments. Now the police are currently on high vigil to ensure such incidents don't happen again, and they've made swift arrests, but it remains to be seen if more such events come to the fore in the coming days.
All right, we'll track all the latest that comes in on that story. Thanks for the moment, Karthik, for joining us. But there have been multiple such incidents that have been reported in the last few days. The latest one was in Bengal. In yet another crackdown on free speech, a teenager was arrested for a social media post, and her post was against rioters. The 19-year-old Ashwini, she slammed rioters after her house was attacked. And this isn't limited to Bengal. Similar crackdowns have taken place in Maharashtra and in Tamil Nadu as well.
Is this not intolerance? Youngsters jailed for their social media posts. In Uddhav's Maharashtra, in Stalin's Tamil Nadu, in Mamata's Bengal. Remember, it was India Today that brought national attention to the case of young student Saad Ansari, who was beaten up, assaulted and then jailed for a post where he had backed Nupur Sharma. A similar tale of intolerance in Tamil Nadu, where this man has been arrested in Coimbatore. And why? Because he supported Nupur Sharma. 24-year-old Karthi, a former ABVP leader, shared Nupur's video and defended the now suspended BJP spokesperson, prompting his arrest. And now, this girl you see on your screens, all of 19, is behind bars. She didn't support Nupur Sharma. She didn't speak of any community. She actually just slammed the rioters. 19-year-old Ashwini faced protests. These rioters took the law into their own hands, pelted stones at a police station and attacked her house. And how did the police respond? No, they didn't book the rioters. They actually jailed Ashwini instead.
এটা খারাপ কি লিখেছে খারাপ কিছু যদি লিখতো যে যদি কোনো উল্লেখ করে কিছু যদি লিখতো যদি যে কোনো সাম্প্রদায়িক দল বা কোনো ভাই সাহেব মুসলমান হ্যাঁ এই হিসাবে যদি ও লিখতো তাহলে এটা আলাদা ব্যাপার ছিল.
So what did Ashwini say in her post? She simply demanded that these rioters who resorted to violence in her state should be sent out of India, prompting violence on the streets of Howrah.
Stones were pelted, pointing the locals' residents, and as you can see, that this is the road connecting National Highway to this locality. Several houses were damaged. We can see that the stone were pelted, pointing towards the glass windows.
যা অবস্থা হয়েছিল যে পরের দিন যে আমরা বাজবো আত্মীয়-স্বজন ফোন করছে মানে আমাদের কি গিয়েছে আমরা জানি এটুকুন বলতে পারবো আর কিছু কি বলবো দাদা তারপরে তো পুলিশ যদি না আসতো ওই 10 মিনিটে যে আরো অনেক কিছু হতে পারত.
The BJP meanwhile has condemned this crackdown on a teenager and offered legal help as well to Ashwini's family.
A mob surrounded her house and the police arrested her rather. So in the same matter, the state said that sometimes it is safe to stay in the jail. So regarding the same, I have made my submissions and the Honorable Court has taken cognizance and they have asked the state to file a report regarding her arrest. So the matter will be taken up soon.
The very same political leaders who have time and again spoken of the BJP's intolerance and exposed the ruling party now stand guilty of maintaining a symbolic silence, of shining examples of intolerance in their own states, at least as much as those they accuse of displaying the same intolerance. But India Today will continue to highlight these stories of hypocrisy and fight for these youngsters who've been punished for voicing their views. With Ritik Mondal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
The ruling left in Kerala is doing the unthinkable now. What we're going to show you is extremely shocking and provocative death threat sloganeering by CPIM activists. This happened in Tikkodi of Kozhikode district last night. Brazen death threats were chanted as part of these protests against the Congress. CPM leadership has alleged that two youth Congress leaders, Farzeen and Naveen, had planned to attack Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside the aircraft in Thiruvananthapuram. They then go on in this rally to threaten to kill anyone who raises their voice against the CPIM, against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And then in their chants, they remind Congress workers that they meet the same fate as several other Congress workers who have been killed in political murders in 2019. They've taken the names of 3 Congress workers who were allegedly killed by CPM in 2019. And now they're raising these names to kind of remind Congress cadres, saying, be careful or you'll meet with the same fate. Shocking slogan hearing there last night as left workers there in defense of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in the gold scam came out with death threats for Congress workers. Shibimol is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram with more details on this. Shibimol, has there been any action taken so far by, in fact, the officials against those men seen on our screens chanting those death threats?
Well, Akshita, no action yet has been taken by the officials against these slogans raised by the CPIM workers. They actually marched towards at late night in Kozhikode saying that, we will hack you, we will barge into your houses and make sure that you guys are killed. They took examples of the old Congress leaders who were killed and said that, if you dare raise your voice against our Chief Minister or question our party, this is what your end will be. And as we know, the kind of protest that's been happening in Kerala, the protests are raging across Chief Minister, demanding his resignation. We spoke to opposition leader V.D. Satishan yesterday, who said that what CPIM is doing is gundaism. He called them the party gundas and said that this is not how it's done. We were peacefully protesting. V.D. Satishan said that the opposition was peacefully protesting, but the action by the ruling party is not something that is in guidance with the democratical practices of the country. And the CPIM and Congress workers had many clashes in the last few days, where many CPIM last night there was a CPIM office that was ruined, as well as many Congress offices were also ruined in the many clashes that was breaking out. And the Congress and the BJP has said that they will continue to protest until the Chief Minister resigns, and will make sure, and the slogans raised are not only against the Chief Minister but also against his family. Okay. Yesterday, Swapna Suresh, we have reports saying that Swapna Suresh affidavit, which was given before she recorded a 164 statement, has more allegations against his family, where she has said that his daughter Veena, who runs an IT company in Bangalore, will have Chief Minister spoke to the IT Minister of Saudi asking help to start an IT company for his daughter. So, there have been so many allegations in this, Shibimol, but what it comes down to is this kind of an ugly, violent escalation. And how will this translate to the streets of Kerala if the government doesn't act on this? And tomorrow, if there is an incident of violence, there will be questions asked of the authorities here when these kind of death threats were chanted out in the public. Thanks, Shibimol, for joining us with those details. Let's play out for you exactly what kind of chants were made here during this rally by CPA workers, by the ruling party. All right, let's get you details of another controversy that's playing out in Kerala with the state government transferring a police officer from his post. This is because he issued a notice to a local mosque, cautioning the mosque against making any hate speech after Friday prayers. The SHO had issued this notice in the wake of brewing tensions in the state over the controversial remarks on Prophet Mohammed made by Nupur Sharma.
The Prophet remark fire has spread to Kerala's Kannur. A notice by SHO of Kannur's Mail police station limit to the secretary of Juma Masjid has triggered row. The SHO warned Masjid secretary to refrain from making any statements that will cause communal harmony. The notice said legal action will be taken if any such statements are made after the Juma prayers. The Kerala government was quick to remove the SHO, who issued a notice to local masjid. Vijayan called the notice an unwarranted action by cops. Kerala Chief Minister said police action was without understanding. Vijayan clarified his stand. He asserted that communal harmony is vital to LDF government. An official release from Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's office said that the notice to the SHO was against the policy of the LDF government. District Secretary of Muslim League Kannur has sought detailed investigation into the matter.
സമഗ്രമായ ഒരു അന്വേഷണം നടത്തണം. കാരണം ഉന്നത തലത്തിലുള്ള ഉന്നത തലങ്ങളിലുള്ള വിഷയങ്ങൾ വരാതെ ഒരു പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ പരിധിയിൽ മാത്രം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നതു എന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ആഭ്യന്തര വകുപ്പ് സമഗ്രമായ അന്വേഷണം നടത്തി അതിന് വേണ്ട നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവശ്യം.
With the gold smuggling case creating enough difficulty for the Chief Minister, one more issue, that too in his hometown Kannur, is definitely not what he wanted.
The Prophet Rao had stood protests across the country with international forums interfering in the issue. With its impact now spreading across, what seems to be seen is how far and how long will the issue keep escalating. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekharan, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
Ripples over the Gyanvapi controversy in Uttar Pradesh continue to echo in Karnataka. In Bengaluru, Hindu groups have demanded access to the Eidgah Mosque ground to celebrate Independence Day as well as Hindu festivals. One such group, the Vishwa Sanatan Parishad, has approached the High Court seeking permission to use this ground. The Central Muslim Association, has opposed any celebrations in this ground, claiming that the land belongs to the Waqf board. The group has alleged that this is an attempt by Hindu groups to disrupt social harmony in the area. The Hindu groups have dismissed this claim, saying that the land belongs to the Bengaluru civic body, the BBMP. Now let's get you details of a controversy that's playing out in Karnataka over a Congress MLC, Prakash Hukkeri, having a verbal altercation with the Belagavi Assistant Commissioner of Police with the ACP, Sadashiv Katimani, over not allowing Congress MLA Lakshmi Hebbalkar and other followers into a counting booth. The ACP was doing his duty essentially, stopped the MLA and her followers because she didn't possess a pass, and letting her inside would result in a violation. So how did this Congress leader respond? He threatened the cop by saying that he will break his teeth. Let's take this across to Karthik. He's joining us live from Bengaluru with more details on this. Karthik, on camera, a Congress MLC threatening a cop who was doing his duty. This ACP said you don't possess the pass, so you cannot go in. And the Congress MLC here then resorts to threatening him, saying, I'll break your teeth. Has any action been taken in this case?
Well, as of now, there's been no action taken against the Congress MLC who made this remark, Akshata. And also, one more point that has to be noted here is the Congress MLC in question, Mr. Prakash Hukkeri, is a senior leader in the Congress party. He hasn't yet apologized for the remarks that he made against the on-duty ASP. Now, they both had an altercation over letting Congress MLA Lakshmi Hebbalkar and her followers inside the counting booth after the election results were announced. Now, the ACP on duty says that that they're not. They don't have the relevant passes to be let inside the counting booth, but yet the MLA insists, and after this the MLC intervenes into the matter, threatens the ACP on camera and says, I'll break your teeth. Now this is a brazen high-handedness that has come to light and that has been caught on cam this time. Now, Congress leaders and the BJP is also attacked, the Congress on this regard. It said such high-handedness is definitely not acceptable and is unbecoming of an MLC. It remains to be seen if the MLC will apologize for his remarks now that there's a huge controversy that's broken over it.
So there's been no apology yet from the MLC, which is the bare necessity really when this kind of a story comes to light. He's seen openly threatening an ACP who was doing his duty, saying, "I'll break your teeth." Karthik, thanks for joining us with those details. Let's play out for you that sequence where the MLC is seen threatening the cop. We'll get you all the reactions on that story as well. It's time for me to slip into a short break here on India's agenda. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on the situation in Guwahati, where flash floods continue to be escalating the situation on ground. The situation rather grim right now, with 74,000 people affected.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching India Today, and let's get you details right now of the controversy that Telugu actor Sai Pallavi finds herself in. She's in fact condemned violence in the name of religion, and in the process equated the Kashmir genocide with cow lynchings and said that there's no difference between the two incidents for her. During the promotions of her upcoming film, the actor has said, and I quote, "Recently there was an incident of a person being killed for carrying a cow because he was suspected to be a Muslim. After killing the person, the attackers raised Jai Shri Ram slogans. Where's the difference between what happened in Kashmir, referring to the Kashmiri Pandit genocide, and what happened recently?" So this is the comment that Sai Pallavi has made. She was then asked about her political inclination, and she said that she's grown up in a neutral family and was taught to be a good human being. This opinion has attracted reactions from all sides on social media. While a few have agreed with Sai Pallavi, others point out that one cannot equate a genocide with lynching for cow smuggling, that this is simply not the right kind of analogy to put forth.
So I grew up, నేను పెరిగింది చాలా న్యూట్రల్ ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్లో. సో నేను ఈ లెఫ్ట్ వింగ్ గురించి రైట్ వింగ్ గురించి విన్నాను, బట్ ఎవరు కరెక్ట్ ఎవరు తప్పు అనేది మనం ఎప్పుడు చెప్పగలము. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని రోజుల ముందు కూడా నేను ఈ కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చింది కదా, సో కాశ్మీరీ ఫైల్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు చూపించారు ఎట్లా చంపారు, ఆ టైంలో ఎట్లా అక్కడ ఉన్న కాశ్మీరీ పండిట్స్ని చంపారు, దాన్ని చూపించారు కదా. ఇప్పుడు నుంచి ఒక ఐ థింక్ కోవిడ్ టైంలో ఎవరో మీరు ఇఫ్ యూ టేకింగ్ రిలీజియస్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ లాగా తీసుకుంటే రీసెంట్గా ఎవరో ఒక బండిలో కౌని తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు, ఆ బండి డ్రైవ్ చేసే వాళ్ళు ముస్లింగా ఉన్నారు. సో కొన్ని జనాలు కొట్టి జై శ్రీరామ్ అని చెప్పారా. సో అప్పుడు జరిగిందికి ఇప్పుడు జరిగిందికి మనకి డిఫరెన్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది?
So Sai Pallavi, they're trying to put forth a balanced view, a neutral stand has also triggered a controversy. We spoke to the Kashmir Files actor Basha Sumbli over this simmering issue. Here's what she had to say about Sai Pallavi's comments.
It's been in the news, I think, since yesterday. I saw it, though I felt that it does not actually deserve a reaction. It is so insensitive, a comment that my initial thoughts were that let me not respond to it, because it is so insensitive and so criminal. Entirely deny the religio-ethnic cleansing of an entire community and to trivialize it. The incident that she's mentioning is also unfortunate. We don't deny that. To compare and to generalize and to trivialize the religio-ethnic cleansing of an entire community, I don't know why she's doing it. It just shows her insensitivity, her lack of basic understanding, and this is really inhuman and unfortunate.
So social media, the internet, largely divided over what Sai Pallavi has said. But her message has been that she doesn't understand what's left versus right. She's saying that any act and any crime in the name of religion is the same, whether it's what happened to Kashmiri Pandits, the exodus, or for that matter, lynchings against Muslims. So Sai Pallavi has equated the two, which is what has also led to some saying that that's an insensitive comment to make, not understanding the scale of the two incidents that we're talking about. Sai Pallavi, of course, is someone who's always been non-controversial, not really entered into these kind of issues. But her comment on this, when she says that, I've always looked at things from a neutral perspective, I've not really seen one issue and taken a side on it, and that's where she goes ahead to equate these two issues. The North versus South debate, the language war which was sparked off after the success of 3 mega South movies, refuses to die down. Bollywood actor Varun Dhawan recently shared his thoughts on the ongoing debate. He said that the audience, quite simply, will not watch a bad film, whatever language it is in.
The face-off between Bollywood and South Indian film industry rages on. Actor Varun Dhawan is the latest to wade into the fight. When asked about the recent domination of southern films at a time when Hindi films are failing to make a mark, Dhawan replied, "South films flop too." The criticism of Hindi movies has grown in recent days. At a time when South Indian movies like Pushpa, RRR and KGF Chapter 2 are breaking box office records. Varun Dhawan is not the first star to join the debate. Several celebrities have entered the race to claim superiority in the North versus South film industry. Speaking at a promotional event, superstar Kamal Haasan last month had called the language debate silly and juvenile. The actor turned politician had asserted that the strength of the country lies in communication with people in different languages.
This language issue is silly because it's juvenile to talk about such a diverse country and fight between the strength of our country is that we communicate with each other, yet we are different and we have a single culture.
The debate has often been acrimonious. Bollywood star Ajay Devgan and Kannada actor Sudeep recently engaged in a war of words that took the internet by storm. Ajay Devgan had said Hindi was and will always be India's national language, in response to Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's statement that Hindi was never the national language.
Hindi is no more national language. So which is the national language today? Which is the national language?
no national language.
Correct. So what is pan-India? So because we come from South India, they've started terming us pan-India, pan-India, pan-India. Why isn't Hindi being said as pan-India?
Music maestro A.R. Rahman had also launched a staunch counter to Home Minister Amit Shah's Hindi is the connecting language comment. South actors like Mahesh Babu and Sidharth also waded into the controversy with their remarks on the language war.
Saying I wasn't keen to go into that phase. I was always saying that I wouldn't want to do Hindi films. I would always want to do Telugu films. This I've been saying it from a long time. So now I'm very happy that what I've been saying is happening. So I always was in the strong opinion that what my strength is to do a Telugu film. And so the emotion, what I know, is a Telugu full emotion. But today, the emotions are so strong, the films have become so big, that eventually, I think the line has blurred, and it's become Indian cinema. So what I thought is becoming true, and I'm very, very happy with it.
It's a very unnecessary situation that is being created to confuse people. Nothing in today's world happens organically on its own. Everything is motivated. So if you're seeing this happening, this is trending, I promise you somebody is motivating it. ये जानबूझ के किया जा रहा है. So मैं कलाकार आदमी हूँ और मैं बहुत फख्र के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि मुझसे अच्छी हिंदी शायद ही हिंदी इंडस्ट्री में कोई बोल सकता है.
The language war is far from being settled.
It's the same story every year, unfortunately, for the residents of Guwahati. Flash floods again creating endless woes for locals. Incessant rainfall across the northeastern region, including Assam, for the last few days has led to heavy inundation in several parts of the state, including the capital city of Guwahati. Several residential areas of the city are completely submerged in water for the second consecutive day, resulting in flash floods. The half-long Silchar National Highway 27 connecting the district headquarters has been badly affected at Harangajau due to multiple landslides. Hundreds of vehicles got stranded for several hours. This happened at the Kelelo village after the highway got blocked due to massive landslides as well. At least 677 people were taking shelters in 3 relief camps set up by the Kamrup Metropolitan District Administration in Guwahati. Over 74,000 people in 314 villages, this is across 18 districts of Assam, have been affected due to this flash floods.
हर साल फ्लड आते हैं तो each साल 2 फेज हो गया. अभी फर्स्ट फेज में 26 डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाज अफेक्टेड इन द फर्स्ट फेज. सेकेंड फेज में भी बहुत सारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट अफेक्टेड हुए थे. तो गवर्नमेंट is fully prepared for that.
And you can catch all the live updates on the situation in Assam and much, much more on our website, indiatoday.in. Do also download the India Today app. That's it from me. Thanks for tuning in.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت
جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نضبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
You are watching
And the best memories are yet to come. I mean, I think doing this little press tour and going to the premiere and red carpets and seeing the people we got to work on together with, I mean, I think that's going to be really fun. I mean, it's exciting to get the role, but most of doing the movie, you're in a little sound booth. It's a very uneventful process that's full of self-doubt. So making the movie itself is pretty arduous.
The most exciting part for me was even just getting asked to do it. And then like just slowly, it builds and builds. And like, you know, I agree with Chris, being in the booth and recording I found kind of difficult because I just you never know. And you're seeing some drawings and none of the animation's really properly finished. And so a lot of guesswork. And then you start doing some press stuff and then some toys come out. And then some then you see Socks, the actual toy, and you start getting really excited. And the posters and the trailers, and it all builds and builds. So I feel like an audience member.
You are
Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
India Today Group wins big again. Bags 37 awards at the NT Awards 2022. Aaj Tak triumphs with 18 awards. India Today TV with 12 awards. AajTak.in and IndiaToday.in with 5 awards. And Good News Today with 2 awards. Making the group proud once again. India Today Group, the gold standard of journalism.
You are watching watching India Today.
Massive twist in Rahul's herald grilling. Facing marathon grilling by Enforcement Directorate, Rahul Gandhi puts the onus on late Congress Treasurer Motilal Vora. Says all herald deals were handled by him. And India Today accesses exclusive details of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. 11-hour marathon grilling by Punjab cops. Suspended Moosewala murder mastermind, mostly mum on the killing plot. He's been evasive. Supreme Court to hear the plea against bulldozer action in Yogi Adityanath's UP. Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind claims illegal demolitions, claims unnatural justice by the government. And Southern Star, Sai Pallavi triggers a controversy. Compares Kashmiri Pandit genocide to lynchings due to cow vigilantism, says both almost the same. Protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. Vehicles damaged, tires burnt and sloganeering erupts. Airlines clamour as much as 15% hike in airfares. Cite rise in aviation fuel and plunging rupee. SpiceJet issues a statement. Here's some big news coming in. Supreme Court to hear a plea against UP bulldozer action. Supreme Court advocate Harish Salve to appear for the state of Uttar Pradesh in the demolition petition in Supreme Court. Senior advocate Nitya Ramakrishna likely to appear for Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind. Remember, the petition is with regards to many of those homes that were bulldozed, many of those rioters' homes that were bulldozed, which the UP government has stated is nothing but illegal construction, which they've acted upon. Here, a petition has now been filed in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will be taking up this plea, hearing against UP bulldozer action, while senior advocate Harish Salve is all set to appear for the state of Uttar Pradesh in these demolition petitions with the Supreme Court. Senior advocate Nitya Ramakrishna is likely to appear for Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind. Both sides, it appears the council is ready to argue in court as the Supreme Court all set to take up the matter. It's Harish Salve to represent the UP government at this point. We do know UP government has been quite strict in the recent past when it comes to communal tensions and riot-like situation. The quick response of the UP government is to carry out bulldozers. Anisha Mathur joining us on the phone line for more on that. Anisha, give us an understanding here on the petitions that have been filed in the Supreme Court at this point.
Well, Nabila, the Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind has moved a petition in the Supreme Court on this bulldozer Raj issue. They have claimed that, they have said that the UP government is violating due process of law, as well as Supreme Court verdicts where it has been clearly said that you cannot start demolitions without the proper notice being sent to the persons who are being affected. They've also claimed that these demolitions are being illegally carried out to target persons who've spoken out against the government or indulged in protests against the government, which is vindictive measure being undertaken by the government. On the other side, of course, the government, in the statements that were made in the media earlier as well, has claimed that the action is being taken against persons who have illegally and unauthorizedly occupied government land, and these are all illegal occupations which are being raised, for which no notice is necessary. Now, today, when the hearing comes up, the UP government would have to justify its stand, would have to justify exactly how what process has been followed, because we've seen several persons whose homes or shops have been affected. They have come out and given statements to the media saying that these are registered houses, these are legal houses which have been demolished. Because remember, the law of the country does not allow the government to seize or take over or demolish the property of a person accused of a crime unless there is a specific allegation that the property itself is a proceed of crime. And even then, a proper process under PMLA has to be followed. So the question that is being asked in these petitions is precisely that, whether the UP government has acted outside of the law. And a similar plea had also been filed after the Jahangirpuri riots in Delhi just a few weeks ago, where the Supreme Court had very clearly said that we will not bar the demolition as long as the government can show that the demolition is of illegal and not unauthorized structure. So even there, the court had said the same thing, that you can demolish a structure if it is an illegal occupation of government land, but you cannot do so without due process being followed. So really it hinges on how the government justifies its stand, and whether the Jamiat and opposition parties have also said this, that we've also have a letter petition sent by former judges of the Supreme Court and High Court who've said that this kind of this seems to look like vindictive political step, and that there is a clear violation of municipal law. So we'll have to see what happens when the UP government comes before the court to clear its stand. Back to you.
Anisha, thank you very much. Bulldozers have been rolling in the state of Uttar Pradesh right after violence broke out after Nupur Sharma's remarks. And even before that, any kind of communal riot situation, the UP government is quick to roll those bulldozers. Petitions filed in the Supreme Court to be heard soon. Meanwhile, politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate now peaks. According to sources, Rahul Gandhi has told Enforcement Directorate that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and Young Indian. Earlier, the Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge in their statement had also told the Enforcement Directorate that the decision of the deal wasn't taken by one single person. Vora was essentially responsible for all financial transactions. Vora was 12% shareholder in Young Indian. And meanwhile, Congress has now locked horns with Delhi police. The Congress has lodged a complaint against Delhi police, has demanded action against the cops who have entered party headquarters in Delhi and allegedly heckled them. Congress Lok Sabha MPs will shortly hold a meeting at the party office in the Parliament House. And according to sources, the MPs will be discussing treatment of fellow MPs by the Delhi police, and the delegation led by Congress floor leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary will be meeting with the speaker as well to put their complaints forward to say that they were manhandled and harassed.
See, it seems that all of them have found that blessed soul Motilal Vora should be the scapegoat for all the wrongdoings of the first family of corruption. Now, Congress party president was Sonia Gandhi. The Young Indians' major stakeholder was Sonia Gandhi. The loan that was waived off of 90 crore rupees from the Congress party's end, how could it have been done without the president's assent? Are you saying that only the treasurer took the decision of that? So, these questions are very clear that Young Indians was given a huge benefit by Congress party by waiving off the 90 crore loans just for 50 lakh rupees and then taking over 2,000 crore property. And this can't be done by one shareholder of 12%. It has to be done by those who control 76% of the shares. And the fundamental questions which we are asking, that a court of law has found all this to be true. It has not been contradicted by any court of law. But you have Chidambaram ji, Surjewala ji, they are all resorting to violence while Rahul maintains silence and shifts the onus on somebody else. This violence on the streets is a representative of the fact that they want to divert the investigation at the ED and they want to divert the narrative on the streets, and therefore you see silence in ED and violence on streets.
ईडी दफ्तर को किले में तब्दील किया गया, तो हुआ कि अंदर की खबर इन लोगों को कैसे पता चलते? ये तो प्लांट स्टोरी है। ईडी का प्लांट स्टोरी है। हमें वहाँ एक अंदर जाने नहीं देते, बात नहीं करने देते, ये परिंदा को घुसने नहीं देते, तो वहाँ के अंदर की बात बाहर कैसे आता है? क्योंकि ये सारे जो हो रहे हैं हमारे मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के निर्देश पे हो रहे हैं। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ सुविधा होगी कांग्रेस को और तोड़ो, कांग्रेस के बीच और खाई बढ़ा दो, कांग्रेस के भीतर अंदरूनी लफड़ा को बढ़ा कैसे दिया जाए, इसके सारे साजिश हो रहे हैं। हमें तो पता नहीं, उनकी नजदीक नेता है पता नहीं, हमारे एमपी को पता नहीं, उनको पता चल गया।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Munish joining us live, who's been tracking those developments at the ED office. Munish, 3 days back-to-back grilling. Rahul Gandhi, as per ED sources, have been evasive on many questions. And we believe in the latest, he's put the entire blame on Motilal Vora, late Motilal Vora, saying that he was responsible for all financial transactions. He claims ignorance.
Jawal, Nabila, in this entire case, what the enforcement directorate is probing that there were some irregularities in the financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, where Rahul Gandhi is one of the directors and 38% shareholder of this company. Now, the main allegation was that 92 crore of loan was given by the Congress party to AJL, and then there was an investment of 50 lakh rupees by a LS Kolkata-based shell company in Young Indian Private Limited, and AJL was taken over by Young Indian Private Limited. Now, in this entire episode, what ED is trying to probe is, were there any money laundering involved in this entire deal between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited? Sources have told India Today that when Rahul Gandhi was asked specifically about the financial transactions, he told the officials that Motilal Vora, who is now no more, he was the person who was the authorized signatory of AJL as well as Young Indian Private Limited, and he had no role to play in any financial transactions. So one can say the entire blame has been put on a person who is now no more in this world. Also, the same statement was given by the other Congress leaders, because remember, in this case, senior Congress leaders who were office bearers of AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, they were also called by the enforcement directorate. During their statement, Mallikarjun Kharge and Pawar Nansal, both these Congress leaders told the investigators that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for AJL as well as Young Indian Private Limited, and they had no role to play in any of the financial transactions or deal between AJL or Young Indian Private Limited. So one can say, and one can interpret it in this manner, that the entire blame, if there is any irregularity between the financial transaction of AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, then the entire blame is on a person who is now no more.
You know, it's ironic, Munish, at this point when we know that the Gandhi family, particularly Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, major stakeholders in the company, but Rahul Gandhi feigns ignorance, has no idea, at least so he claims, that he has no idea on financial transactions, entirely rests the responsibility on late Motilal Vora, Congress Treasury. Now, let me cut across to Akshata Nandagopal, who brings us some insight into the shareholders, the owners of Young Indian, what's the percentage each one holds. Here's a listen.
Let's break down for you what's the shareholding of Young Indian. Interestingly, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, so between the two of them, they own 76% of the stake. Sonia Gandhi has 38%, Rahul has 38%. Now, there are two other leaders who also have a stake in the company. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Oscar Fernandez had a 12% stake. Motilal Vora unfortunately passed away in 2020. The next year, Oscar Fernandez passed away. Now, Rahul Gandhi, despite having a 38% stake in this company, says that Motilal Vora, who has, let me remind you again, a 12% stake in this company, was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and between Young Indian. So he's told the enforcement directorate that, look, I can't give you any details. My mother can't give you any details. She has a 38% stake, but none of us can give you any details about the financial transactions because all of that was taken care of by Motilal Vora, and he's unfortunately no more. So this has been, in fact, Rahul Gandhi's response to all of those questions about the transfer of shares, about the loan transfer from AGL to Young Indian.
Now, meanwhile, at the center of the ED investigation here into the National Herald case is a Kolkata-based company called Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. BJP has alleged openly that Dotex is a shell company, provided hawala money to Young Indian Limited to buy out AJL's 90 crore debt. These are allegations that the BJP has made, which the ED is also probing into. India Today, of course, separates facts from fiction. Let's have a listen.
At the center of the Rahul Gandhi National Herald Young Indian Limited case is one company, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. It has been shrouded in mystery till now. According to the Registrar of Companies, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited is a financially active company. It reported a turnover of over 4 crores in 2019-20, which increased to 7 crore 87 lakh 2,566 rupees in 2020-21. The company is associated and part of the wider RP Sanjeev Goenka group. In its official filings, it has used the email rpsg.secretarial@rpsg.in. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited's official address, Akashdeep, 5 Lower Roden Street, flat number 3, 4th floor, Kolkata, is also owned by another RP Sanjeev Goenka group-linked company. When India Today visited the office in Kolkata, this is what we found.
This is the registered property of Dotex India, Dotex Merchandise Private Limited. Now, when we went there, it did not look like an office. It was a guest house. It is a 3 BHK guest house. We spoke to the caretaker, who stated that people do come over here, the owners do come over here at certain times. However, when we went over there, no one apart from the caretaker was here. What he mentioned was that this is Dotex office for the past 20 years.
Dotex is owned by 2 shareholding companies, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited and Salty Commercial Private Limited. Both Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial have 50% ownership each of Dotex. Ritushri Vanijya and Salty Commercial became shareholders of Dotex on 29th May 2010. All 3 have the same address, that is owned by RP Sanjeev Goenka linked Philips Carbon Black Limited. Dotex's half-owner, Ritushri Vanijya Private Limited, is further owned by 7 different companies linked to RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The BJP alleges that Dotex is a shell company that gave Young Indian Limited a loan of 1 crore rupees, out of which 50 lakhs was used to buy out National Herald's 90 crore debt.
जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आज दिल्ली में एकत्रित हुए हैं, वो राहुल गांधी जी से पूछिए कि गांधी खानदान का संबंध डोटेक्स मर्चेंडाइज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से क्या है?
India Today's deep dive has decoded the Dotex connection. With Ankit Kumar in Delhi and Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Here's some big news that we are currently tracking. Massive anger over the Agnipath scheme launched by the Indian Army. Protesters have now hit the streets in Bihar. Tires have been burnt, massive sloganeering, huge stir over the new scheme for military jobs. These are visuals that we get from Bihar, where we do know that many candidates were already preparing for jobs in the Indian Army. Many of them feel that they have been let down by the Indian government, the Indian Army rather, by rolling out the new Agnipath scheme now, which allows for a wider pool of people, of youngsters between the age group of 17 to 21 to join in the army for a mere period of 4 years, post which they can be retained based on merit. If not, will be let off and will be additionally backed by the government for their second career options. But here, many of those aspirants, candidates who were so far preparing for the jobs to be part of the Indian Army with much commitment are super let down and now carrying out large-scale protests, even arson witnessed in parts of Bihar. Rohit Singh joining us on the phone line for more on that. Rohit, give us an understanding on why many of these aspirants are protesting. Who are these people in the first place?
Well, Nabila, there is a widespread protest which is being seen across Bihar in several districts over the Agnipath policy, which is a new recruitment policy of the army. And yesterday was the first day when we saw that there was violence that took place, and the students, basically the youth who were protesting in various districts. And today, this agitation has intensified, and over almost a dozen districts in Bihar now affected. Since morning, we are seeing that several districts like Jahanabad, Ara, Buxar, Nawada, Munger, Vaishali, Muzaffarpur, in all these districts, the agitators are burning tires on the national highways, on the road, and blocking the traffic movement, and also in several districts like Ara and Saharsa, where train movement has also been hit. In Buxar also the train movement has been hit as thousands of youth are sitting on the track. They are pelting stone at the administration, which is trying to clear the railway station and the railway track. But they are failing to do so because they are being outnumbered by the number of agitators on the railway. They are sitting on the railway track. They are shouting slogans against the government and the new army recruitment policy. And this is going on for the last couple of days, and Bihar is emerging as the epicenter of this entire agitation with regard to the new recruitment policy of the army.
Rohit, we do know that on one hand, this scheme has been received with open arms. On the other, we also understand the kind of criticism. Many of the youth there feel that this scuttles their career opportunities within the army. Many of them have been preparing, waiting for 2 years owing to COVID. Recruitment had been stalled for quite a while. But now, when they do have a chance, they feel that they're being threatened with the Agnipath scheme. A more number of youth will be joining, not showing commitment. They might lose out on their chances. Give us a detailed explanation on what are their fears.
Well, they are both sides of the story because they are few of the agitators. In fact, there are such students and youth who have already appeared for the physical examination, and they are really not clear about what will happen to them because it's been for the last 2 years that they have been preparing for recruitment in the army. They have given the physical test, medical test.
Hold on for a moment. The visual that we see on our television screens quite gory. Trains have been set on fire. We see that the police are desperately trying to put off fire that's burning inside one of the bogies in Kaimur. What's happened there? How bad is the situation? The police there themselves trying to come and aid this situation. Where are the fire tenders? What's happening there?
Well, a train, a bogie has been set on fire in Kaimur district, what we know now, and more details are being awaited. But as I told you, since morning there is widespread violence which is being witnessed across several districts of Bihar, and especially in Ara, Buxar and Kaimur, we are seeing that thousands of students are sitting on the railway track. They have really, in fact, almost hijacked the railway station. And in Kaimur, what we are getting to know is that at the Kaimur railway station, one of the train bogie has been set on fire by the agitators, by the angry youth there, and this clearly goes on to show that the situation is now going out of hand, and the administration really, in fact, unable to control the situation here on the ground. Nabila.
Rohit, India Today continues to track those developments. Really, some gory scenes there witnessed in Bihar, Kaimur, Bihar, where the train has been vandalized. A fire burning inside a train bogie where police desperately trying to man the situation themselves. You see large-scale protests in different parts of Bihar owing to the military scheme, the new scheme called the Agnipath scheme rolled out by the government, the Indian Army. Here, many of these aspirants who've been preparing for their army exams are feeling let down. They feel that their opportunities will be scuttled if this Agnipath scheme rolls out. All right, here's some big news coming in from Karnataka. Karnataka over Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling continues with Congress carrying out a large-scale protest right all the way to Raj Bhavan. A protest march which the Congress has carried out all the way to Raj Bhavan. Congress workers raised slogans. Bengaluru sees massive traffic pile-up, quite naturally, like the way it's witnessed in Delhi and other parts of the country. Congress launching a nationwide agitation at this point. We're also seeing Karnataka, large-scale protest that's erupted in Karnataka with Congress members holding placards condemning the ED summons on Rahul Gandhi, calling this vendetta politics, raising slogans against the government and its intentions, accusing the BJP of arm twisting central agencies like the ED to carry out vendetta politics. These are the allegations, the blames, the placards Congress members are currently holding up as they protest all the way to Raj Bhavan. They've carried out a protest march to Raj Bhavan at this point. In fact, what we see there is that Congress protesters are currently at the town hall in Bengaluru. They are holding a massive protest at the town hall with placards protesting, condemning the BJP government and the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Enforcement Directorate is grilling Rahul Gandhi. 3 consecutive days they've tried to get answers from him on allegations of money laundering within the companies that he owns, Young Indian and AJL. Here, the Congress party throwing their weight behind their chief, Rahul Gandhi, calling him innocent. Karthik joining us live from Karnataka's Bengaluru. Karthik, we see town hall now crowded with Congress netas holding placards, raising slogans, condemning ED summons. Who's leading that protest in Bengaluru today?
Well, Nabila, Congress leaders, MLAs and MPs have gathered outside the Congress headquarters in Bengaluru, in the KPCC office in Queens Road. Here you can see Congress leaders Mr. DK Shivkumar and Sidharth who are currently addressing the MLAs and other leaders who've gathered outside the Congress office today here on Queens Road. In a while from now, Congress leaders are expected to march towards Raj Bhavan, as a protest towards the ED summons, ED questioning that's going on with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Here I have Congress leader and MLA Mr. Rizwan Ashad joining us to speak more about the protest. Sir, today you're planning to march towards Raj Bhavan. What is the next plan of action?
See, we are marching to safeguard democracy in the country. The Modi government has now come down to a level where they want to see to it that no opposition party can function effectively, highlight the issues of the public, highlight the failures of the government, and there has to be no leader who talks against him and the government on the issues and difficulties faced by the public. So what they are doing today is they are trying to harass Mr. Rahul Gandhi, send a message to all political parties. When the opposition leader of biggest political party can be called and harassed, no political activist will be left, no social activist will be left who raises their voice against the government and its policies and for the people and highlight their hardship. So we are here not only to give strength to our leader Mr. Rahul Gandhi, but to also strengthen democracy. We are ready to face their lathis, they are ready to face their jails, we are ready to face their inquiries. We are here to safeguard the democracy India and our forefathers have built painstakingly.
So the BJP is also making this charge that when COVID cases are increasing in Karnataka, the Congress is protesting and also causing a lot of inconvenience to the public by causing traffic jams. How do you react to that?
If there is no democracy, will the people be safe from the powers of the government, from the powers of the state? Is my question to them. What has happened today? People cannot eat what they want to eat because the BJP doesn't want them to eat something. People cannot wear what they want to wear because the BJP and Sangh Parivar doesn't want them to wear something which they don't like. People cannot
Karthik, if you can hear me, a quick question to the Congress leader on if he is aware that Rahul Gandhi, as per ED sources, has been evading questions posed by the Enforcement Directorate. This is corruption allegation, and what they are carrying out is certainly not satyagraha.
Well, during the ED questioning, sources say that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is evading the questions, and these are questions about corruption. And and the Congress party says that it would go on a satyagraha, but here we see an all-out protest. That is currently going on in Karnataka and across India. How do you respond to that?
What happens between Mr. Gandhi and the ED? How does the media come to know? Who plants this? Why is it being planted? So the ED and the government is trying to do something is very evident. 1. 2, what is the corruption in this whole the incident of series of incidents which have happened regarding the National Herald? Is it a government property? Is it a tendered thing? Is it a developmental work where there are thousands of crores? There is nothing. A newspaper which was being closed, was supposed to get closed, which has a history of fighting against the Britishers and supporting the independence movement, was rescued by the Congress party by paying money and clearing the loans up to the tune of 90
How
crores.
the Enforcement Directorate to do their job? Allow the Enforcement Directorate to do their job. These are corruption allegations. Many irregularities and tax assessments do not add up. This is what the ED has categorically said. Why not allow this investigation to be carried forward gracefully?
to them.
Now, one more question that's being raised is that when ED is currently grilling Mr. Rahul Gandhi, do you think these protests are trying to somewhat, distract the attention, are trying to, evade the attention that's currently going on, and also, don't you think you're trying to disrupt the investigations which are going on?
On the contrary, the grilling of Mr. Gandhi and targeting of the opposition leaders is in a way to control the voices of the opposition and distract the attention of the public from rising unemployment, rising inflation. Petrol, diesel and gas rates are beyond the reach of the common people. The economy is in such a pressure. What is the dollar versus rupee rate today? It has gone beyond 78 rupees. This harassment is to divert the attention of the public from not focusing on the failures of the BJP and Modi government. That is why they are trying to divert the attention.
Raised is why serious issues like he mentioned, inflation, price rise, jobless, large population currently don't have jobs. Those are issues to be investing their energy on. Throwing their weight behind Rahul Gandhi at this point, do they believe that they're going to get anything out of it?
In fact, this is a message the BJP government is sending to us. But we are ready for everything.
So one more question that's being raised is that when there are so many issues that are facing India, like poverty and unemployment, don't you think that such protests, that energy being spent in protests could be spent for that, and there could be more work done regarding that, and instead of spending protests, supporting Rahul Gandhi?
It's a wrong question. I'm in opposition. You might have mistaken it. Please put this question to the ruling party. Instead of calling the opposition leaders and harassing them, why are you not working to elevate people?
As an opposition, it's very well their responsibility to be protesting against real issues. But nonetheless, Karthik, if you can ask the Congress Neta on if he knows he's inconveniencing public at large. The public is right now facing quite some problems maneuvering through streets of Bengaluru. Does he realize that inconvenience now?
So one more thing lastly is that in Bengaluru we already have a lot of traffic problems that we face, and these protests earlier also just 3 days back Congress had a huge protest in Lal Bagh Gate, and there were a lot of protests. There were ambulances also that were blocked. Don't you think that is causing inconveniences to the public?
Definitely there will be momentary inconvenience, but if there is no democracy, how will people live freely? What about their rights? Freedom of expression.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across a similar protest that's erupted in Hyderabad as well. Sonia, our reporter, joining us live for more. Sonia, over to you. What's happening in Hyderabad? We know that nationwide protest that the Congress has launched over corruption allegations on Rahul Gandhi, where he's been summoned by the ED. He's been grilled as per procedure. But here the Congress crying foul. Huge protests in Hyderabad too. Show us the visuals. Please speak to those Congress leaders. What is their grouse?
Ravant Reddy are not guest house where we can see a large mob of Congress protesters who are protesting against the Modi government and the youth protesting slogans. They're expressing their dissent against the ED questioning. You can see live visuals coming up from Hyderabad. We are yet awaiting the arrival of Congress leader Ravant Reddy, but the protesters are already here. Huge mob of protesters from Congress party, various local leaders and local people in power are here, and you can see them protesting, and just in time for Ravant Reddy, who will be coming in at any time now. These are visuals from Hyderabad near the Lakeview guest house, where the protest is supposed to be staged right now.
Sonia, was the protest given permission? If you can tell us, was this protest given permission? Is this a large number that we see? Congress, we know, has tried to gain support from across the country, but we saw a lukewarm response in a bunch of states. It doesn't seem like Rahul Gandhi has wholehearted support from his own cadre at this point to join in a protest of this nature. This is not about price rise, it's not about inflation, it's not about joblessness, it's not about the real issues, it's about Rahul Gandhi being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate over corruption allegations. This is the energy the Congress is spending on launching a nationwide protest, maybe inconveniencing the public on ground as well. Yes, they do have the fundamental right to protest, but where are their priorities?
absolutely. So the protest comes in as a continuation to the one that was already started off from the Necklace Road yesterday. And this is purely a protest by the Congress leaders in response to the ED questioning Rahul Gandhi. There are no other motives here that we can see right now. This is purely a protest. That is, the Congress leaders have said that the protest will continue as long as the questioning by ED is being done.
Yeah. All right, here's a look at the visuals that we are bringing to you from different parts of the country on day 4 here in Hyderabad, Bengaluru and Chandigarh. 3 states, the Congress coming out in large numbers, condemning the ED summons, many of them in fact indulging in arson as well. We saw yesterday wasn't pleasant and nothing like Satyagraha whatsoever. Congress has been claiming that they're carrying out peaceful protests. It's Satyagraha. The police are trying to disrupt their peaceful protests. But what about tire burning? Arson that they've indulged in, which clearly has no significance to Satyagraha. In Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Chandigarh, these are scenes that are witnessed the Congress launching protests with their members coming together and spending their energy condemning ED summons on Rahul Gandhi, corruption allegations which the ED is looking into. They call this as vendetta politics, an attempt to harass their leader Rahul Gandhi. And therefore, showing sympathy and solidarity, here's the Congress coming out in large numbers. Condemning is fine, but indulging in arson, is that all right? Will they be able to justify this? Could they really call this Satyagraha? In fact, it's not just here. We're also looking at Jammu protests that have erupted. Sunilji Bhatt joining us live from Jammu. Sunil, over to you. Get us the sentiment among the Congress members in Jammu. Sunil, if you can hear me. I'm going to try and patch Sunil Bhatt there, but those are the visuals there right behind Sunil. Congress leaders protesting, holding placards, raising slogans, chanting against the BJP and the Enforcement Directorate. It's the central agency, remember. It's not the BJP grilling Rahul Gandhi. Clearly, it's a central agency which the Congress accuses is a pawn at the hands of the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party. These are allegations that are being made, but nonetheless, ED has enough substance to be probing into a case of money laundering with Rahul Gandhi in the center of the storm. They're currently trying to investigate the matter, but here the Congress party in large numbers launching a nationwide protest, which the BJP says is an attempt to derail the investigation. Here are visuals coming in from Bengaluru. Remember, this was a scene yesterday as well, where ambulance was stuck on that stretch in Bengaluru. In fact, that was a scene in Bengaluru where commuters were inconvenienced. But nonetheless, the Congress believes that this is their neta who's being harassed and they want to come out and rightfully, as per their constitutional right, carry out protests. Sunilji Bhatt from Jammu. Sunil, over to you.
Well, Nabila, Congress workers have hit the streets here in Jammu. Behind me, you can see that a large number of Congress workers and party leaders are staging protests against the Modi government. They are also raising slogans against Delhi police and slamming its alleged high-handedness yesterday. We will speak to the protesters here. We will speak to Chief Spokesperson of J&K Congress, Mr. Ravinder Sharma. Mr. Sharma, the BJP is saying that your satyagraha is fake satyagraha.
This is a real satyagraha for democracy because Bharatiya Janata Party and Modi government has imposed dictatorship in the country. They are crushing opposition. They are misusing the central agencies. They are misusing ED. They are diverting the attention of the people from their failures. The turmoil in the country on various fronts.
The government is saying that ED is an independent agency and it's doing its job.
They were independent during Dr. Manmohan Singh and Congress government. Now no agency is independent. It goes wherever the Modi government wants it to go. It acts wherever the BJP wants it to act. And this has become a source of continuous harassment and intimidation of opposition leaders. Not only Congress, but Congress and Gandhi family is the main target of Modi government.
Nabila, clearly you can see that the Congress workers are alleging that the Modi government is misusing agencies like Enforcement Directorate and they are targeting the opposition leaders. The party is alleging that the government wants to silence the voices which are against the government. So clearly you can see that the Congress party is on a war path and their protests are continuing here in the streets of Jammu. They are staging dharnas, protests, and they plan to gherao Raj Bhavan. You can also see that there is large number of security personnel who have been deployed here. They are going to prevent the march of the Congress workers. You can see that barricades have been put on the road and policemen are not going to allow them to proceed beyond this point. Buses have also been brought in and in case it's required, the Congress workers will be detained. So you can see that again, the Congress workers are hitting the streets across the country and in many...
Quite surprising to see a huge Congress cadre there in Jammu. Many of them coming out. It seems like a large crowd there. Sunilji, but tracking those developments as they shout slogans, raise chants against the BJP and the ED, holding placards there. This is the situation, remember, in Chennai as well. Let me quickly cut across to visuals coming in from Chennai. This is Hyderabad, what you see on your screens here. Back to visuals from Karnataka. DK Kumar carrying out a protest, leading this agitation. He is taking this protest all the way from the KPCC office to the Raj Bhavan. DK Kumar, the Congress president. We also see Sidharth right beside him. Both tall leaders of the Congress party heading this massive agitation in Karnataka's Bengaluru. They're carrying this march all the way from the KPCC office to the Raj Bhavan. Congress says stepping up their agitation on a day when Rahul Gandhi has not been called for grilling as yet. Remember, he could be called in tomorrow as per ED sources that he may be summoned on Friday. But at this point, the Congress already stepping up their agitation, condemning the ED, which the BJP is accusing the Congress of trying to put pressure on the Enforcement Directorate in an attempt to derail this investigation. Of course, a heated war of words between the two parties, but nonetheless, this is the visual that pans out in India at a time when we have several other issues to deal with, including inflation, price rise, which of course the ruling government is responsible for. But a responsible opposition, clearly, instead of raising those issues as with much enthusiasm as they're doing here, unfortunately, energy is directed towards trying to project Rahul Gandhi as innocent even before the ED summons and the probe, rather in the case, is complete. Here is a Congress party across various parts of the country who have launched a protest condemning the ED summons. This is visual that we show you, bring to you from different parts of the country, including Jammu, where we see surprisingly a huge number of Congress leaders who've come out. Chandigarh as well, similar scenes where we see large Congress members who are chanting slogans against the ED. Bengaluru too. Visuals are very disturbing where we see an ambulance being stuck because of the chaos and commotion on ground. Clearly traffic snarls in Bengaluru as it piles on because of the Congress march. And then you have Hyderabad visuals also where we see... All right, let me quickly cut across to Akshaya joining us from Chennai. Akshaya is bringing us visuals of protests in Chennai too. Akshaya, we see people of the Congress behind you holding flags and placards. What's their issue?
Nabila, just like the rest of the country, we're seeing that in the city of Chennai too, Congress workers are protesting here. We're seeing a massive protest headed by the state president, K.S. Alagiri, and we're also being told that Dinesh Gundu Rao, the senior Congress leader, will also be joining. But at this point of time, we can see several Congress leaders raising slogans against the Modi government. They've been saying that the Modi Sarkar is only using this as an opportunity to defame Rahul Gandhi, and they've been demanding justice. We can see how, different groups of Congress leaders have been gathering here. And here too, like the rest of the country, we're being told that they are planning to march towards the Raj Bhavan. The Raj Bhavan from the protest site is only 500 meters away, Nabila. And here, a huge police presence is also being put into place to avoid any untoward incidences. They have been barricading of this protest area also but we're being told that extra police force have been put into place just to ensure that these people do not push their way towards the Raj Bhavan. And you can see how banners and flags have been brought in by these Congress workers, and most of that they have been saying that the central government should not act like an oppressive government, whereas they should act like a person who would do justice to the people. And the kind of act of the ED trying to be used against Rahul Gandhi, similarly different other agencies being used against the opposition party, is an injustice, is what these people have been saying. And they've been also demanding that the central government do its duties towards the state and also to the public, and not use the personal vendetta for creating politics. And that is why this massive protest has been organized here. We can see how on the stage also the senior leaders like Sai Pallavi, EVK Zilangovan, Mayura Jayakumar, all of these people have also gathered here, and this is going to be a continuous protest, is what the senior leaders of the Congress have said here. They've said that they will continue these protests.
Can I cut across to Karthik? Karthik is bringing us a report from Bengaluru.
By DK Shivakumar and Sidharamaiah. Here you can see behind me Karnataka Congress President Mr. DK Shivakumar heading the protests and the march towards the Raj Bhavan or the governor's office here in Bengaluru, which is just a stone's throw away from the Congress office. And today you can see hundreds of Congress workers who've gathered here to protest against the ED summons and questioning that's currently going on of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders. And you can see Congress workers who have gathered here to protest this ED killing. And here you can see how hundreds of Congress workers have arrived today to protest against this move. And very recently Mr. Rizwan Ashad also spoke to India Today and said yes, they are planning to do these protests so that democracy is maintained in the country. With video journalist Madhu, this is Karthik for India Today.
All right, Karthik joining us as we see visuals there of Bengaluru. Let me quickly ask my producers if we could play the visuals of the massive protest march that's being carried out in Bengaluru. These are visuals of an ambulance in Bengaluru that was stuck previously.
Just in time for Revanth Reddy.
In fact, in Chennai, Bengaluru, Chandigarh, Jammu and different parts, Hyderabad, different other parts of the country, we're seeing a massive agitation by the Congress party that they've launched. Visuals coming in from different parts. If I can cut across to some of those visuals, current visuals of Bengaluru, as we see all the Congress netas leading that march. Also visual coming in of Bengaluru of where an ambulance was stuck due to this kind of commotion. Many of them been detained. This is Hyderabad. These are visuals coming in from Hyderabad.
People in power are here, and you can
This is a visual coming in from Hyderabad. Remember, Hyderabad leaders as well who are now being detained.
रूल ऑफ लॉ को मानते हैं, वायलेंस नहीं करते. पुलिस ने हमको रोका. हम राजभवन जाना चाहते थे, लेकिन हम सत्याग्रह से संघर्ष करते हैं. हिंसा विश्वास नहीं करते. मोदी सरकार हिंसा विश्वास करती है, दमन में विश्वास करती है. बीजेपी का ये मिसयूज ऑफ सेंट्रल एजेंसीज है. विपक्ष से डरती है, कांग्रेस से डरती है, गांधी परिवार से डरती है. हम गांधी परिवार के साथ खड़े हैं.
देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता और नेता है उनको डिटेन किया जा रहा है. कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता राजभवन को घेराव करना चाहते थे, लेकिन बीच रास्ते ही उनको रोक दिया गया और पुलिस ने कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं को डिटेन कर लिया है. लगातार जिस प्रकार से प्रवर्तन निदेशालय द्वारा राहुल गांधी की पूछताछ हो रही है, उसको लेकर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हल्ला बोल दिया है समूचे देश में. और जम्मू शहर में भी लगातार प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं. आज भी आप देख सकते हैं मेरे पीछे कि उग्र प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं और कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता और नेताओं को पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया है. तो जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी
Jammu, where many of those Congress leaders have been detained. Sunilji Bhatt giving us that live coverage right from Jammu, where Congress leaders have been put inside those buses. They're being detained. All right, here are more visuals coming in from different parts of the country. This is Hyderabad. Hyderabad, we see large-scale agitation. This is what the Congress calls Satyagraha. Unfortunately, skewed understanding on what the meaning of Satyagraha really is. The Congress there. indulging in arson, burning tires, blocking traffic, creating commotion, upsetting commuters who are trying to maneuver through the streets that are already riddled with traffic. But here, this agitation has literally brought the entire city in Hyderabad to a standstill. Similar situation that we see even in Karnataka's Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad, Chandigarh, Jammu. Congress really launching a nationwide agitation. Unfortunately, we haven't seen this kind of unity among the Congress leaders or the cadre at large on an issue that one common man could reckon with. This is the cause that they have decided to come together, have really united with such great execution of this protest. Really, at this point, leaving us wondering what the priorities of the Congress party, the principal opposition in the country, really is. Here you see large-scale protests, arson that the Congress is indulging in right on the streets of Hyderabad. They're burning tires, buses have been stopped, they're mounted on the buses, creating quite some ruckus, troubling commuters, bothering many of those passengers who are seated inside that bus. Absolute hooliganism that's on full display among the Congress party workers in Hyderabad. This is anything but satyagraha. Clearly, a very skewed understanding of what the Congress party has of the meaning of satyagraha at all. This, they believe, is satyagraha, according to them, burning tires, vandalizing public property, mounting on buses, public buses, stopping commuters from traveling, literally bothering people, public at large. And also, not even an issue that bothers the public at this point. Sonia, who is joining us from Hyderabad, let me quickly cut across to her.
Yes, I'm here. So we're standing right here in the middle of the road where the atmosphere has intensified in the past few minutes with the arrival of Revant Reddy here. As you can see, there's a major traffic block in the area. They've set the light on vehicles and the protesters are here protesting, and you can see that it's quite a violent atmosphere here with the fire ablaze and the protesters going around. Revant Reddy has arrived, and with his arrival, the protest has taken another level. As you can see that there's a major traffic block in the center of Hyderabad right now. The vehicles have been diverted to other areas while the protest here has intensified. The buses, the windows of the buses have been mangled and smashed, and there's also vehicles being set on fire right now. These are the visuals coming in from the Raj Bhavan Road of Hyderabad.
From Hyderabad, no different when it comes to the kind of protest that was carried out in Delhi as well, where the Congress party was blamed for arson. They burnt tires, stopped traffic, creating commotion, so ugly for passengers and the common man who really have nothing to do with this case. Absolutely nothing to do with this case. The common man bearing the brunt of this kind of large-scale vandalism. All right, there you see a bunch of the Congress workers pushing a police personnel. You saw how the Congress workers there were literally pushing off a police personnel. We saw that visual. If we can get that visual once again to play on our screens there. Congress members who have gone rogue, many of them trying to push the police personnel who's trying to man the situation. The police only trying to stop these protesters from creating commotion and blocking traffic. The police personnel was literally pushed away. And here is the Congress who blames the police of trying to manhandle them only because they wanted to stop the workers from creating a ruckus in the middle of the streets of many different parts, many cities, urban cities across the country where protests have been launched, busy streets, the Congress workers sitting in dharna and burning tires, creating commotion, troubling commuters. This is satyagraha according to them. Very, very shameful. This is something that the Congress has to take cognizance of with immediate effect. This is certainly something that that possibly the Congress did not anticipate or very well have anticipated this and have allowed this to happen the way it has. very unfortunate as we see that the principal opposition in this country directing their energies towards launching a nationwide agitation to try and project an image of Rahul Gandhi as innocent even before the ED ends its probe in corruption allegations of money laundering in a company that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are major shareholders to. Here you're seeing arson visuals, bikes being burnt, tires being torched, police personnel being pushed aside because they want to make way and launch a violent protest only to be visible right now on cameras and show their solidarity in this fashion to their netas. The Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is possibly well at his home at this point. He's been grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 3 days while he's seated indoors. His entire cadre, the entire Congress party leadership, almost in every state, have come out in large numbers condemning the ED summons, showing their solidarity in this fashion, where they trouble commuters, bothering passengers, restricting traffic, literally their protest, holding the entire city to ransom.
And to show to the world that if you oppose the ideology of the BJP or the government of India, then you will be put to test. The entire force of the government of India is falling down upon its opponents. We have nothing to hide. The charges are baseless. There is no truth in it. There is no FIR. There is no misappropriation. There is no allegation. It's a 7-year-old case that they have raked up just to divert the attention of the people of this country. Because in India, so much is going on now. The Kashmiri Pandits are being brutalized and killed in open daylight in Kashmir. Rice is highest ever, unemployment is highest ever, farmers are in distress, young people are on the streets. So avoid answering those questions. They're trying to deflect the attention of the people of India, to change the narrative, to keep the country on a boil, to use force, police force. Yesterday you saw the police entered the headquarters of the party, had a lathi charge, detained hundreds of people, senior people, ministers, MLAs, MPs, policymakers, office bearers of the party. Were brutalized. One lady MP, her clothes were torn. So this kind of action is uncalled for. Never before has the police taken such action. We are trying to say that 3 days pehle we said we'll do satyagraha. Wanted a peaceful march, that was denied. Today they have made sure that we are not able to do any of our protest. In a democracy, if you can't speak out, if you can't protest, but then how do you do your job as an opposition? Idea is not about one individual or one party. Ideas, the institutions are being challenged, and the government of India is using all of its power to muzzle the voice of people who oppose it.
Sir, also as you said, you mentioned a Congress satyagraha. BJP is saying that, claiming that this is a fake satyagraha of Congress party.
But how is it fake? If we are saying that we want justice to prevail, we want truth to prevail, we want transparency, we want openness, we want the country to know that the agencies are working under tremendous pressure. The government of India is putting pressures on CBI, on income tax, on ED, on all agencies, just to suppress those voices who oppose the ruling party. It's very simple, very open. We're asking for fairness, for transparency. How can that be wrong? As the principal opposition party, it is our responsibility, our right and our duty to do this. But to stop us by detaining us, doing house arrest, intimidating people, brutalizing with police force, entering our offices, doing lathi charge, booking individuals, blockading, not letting people move, not letting people go to their own political party's office. That's, I think, unhealthy for a democracy.
They are saying ED is doing their job. Why to disturb the democracy? They are saying that Congress party is supporting the corruption.
First of all, it's an allegation that the government has made. Nothing has been proven. There's nothing to indicate that that might be true. We are open to all investigations. We're open for all inquiries. There's no problem at all. Because the whole story, as you know, is very clear. It's about a newspaper that was defunct, that was dying, and the Congress party reached out to support it. But they are trying to politicize the matter. All we are saying is that this country needs institutions to be strong. We are supporting openness and transparency. The fact that for 7 or 8 years, no BJP leader has ever been raided by the CBI or summoned by the ED. It's only people who oppose BJP are the targets of these agencies. Data will tell you that. 8 years. Why is that happening? Who's controlling them? Who's putting pressure on these agencies? These are the issues that we want the people of India to know, and we are, I think, doing the right thing by letting Indian voters know what the reality is.
So you are saying whenever Rahul Gandhi will be called by ED, the Congress party and the supporters and the leaders will be on the road?
It is.
All right, let me quickly come across to Hyderabad, where we see a large-scale protest. We heard Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot was one of those leaders who was detained yesterday. All these points taken well, but at this point, whatever the Congress is doing by carrying out this kind of protest literally dissolves every statement or every sensible point that they're making. Literally crushes every sensible point that those netas are possibly making at this point, because the visual that we see on our screens here certainly does not speak of anything like Satyagraha. Our reporter from Hyderabad joining us. Do take us through exactly what we see there. We saw some visuals of tires burning, bikes being torched. Fronia, is the police acting and cracking down on those rioters?
Yes, so we can see that the police is trying up to ease in the situation here, because the protest had been staged right in the center of the city. It's a juncture where you can see that a lot of traffic has been stopped because of the protest, and you can see visuals of the vehicles that are now being extinguished and taken away so that the traffic will be eased up. The situation a few minutes back was intensified after Congress leader Revanth Reddy had arrived at the location, but you can see visuals of the traffic that has suffered a lot because of the protest that was being held here. So the visuals were a lot disturbing, with a lot of people involving in the burning and protesting of slogans against the government. The onset of Revanth Reddy had raged up the protesters who were situated here. But right now you can see the traffic is still troubled, and the police is trying to redirect the traffic into other locations. And this is from Hyderabad, right near the Raj Bhavan office. So the situation has just eased up a little bit now after police have diverted the protesters from the area.
Fronia, what we see there is violent protest. Do they understand the meaning of Satyagraha? Fronia, can you hear me? Do the Congress leaders and the netas who are protesting there like rogues at this point? This looks so disturbing. Really has nothing to do with Satyagraha whatsoever. I want you to ask them, do they know the meaning of Satyagraha? They've launched a nationwide agitation calling it Satyagraha, but these are violent protests where we're seeing their protests have held cities to ransom at this point.
All right, as the traffic evens up, we'll try to ask a few of the protesters the situation that has happened here right now, which had caused a major trouble to the local commuters here. So here with us is local Congress leader Feroz Khan.
Ask him for a justification on what he's leading.
కానీ ఏదైనా మా కార్యకర్తలు చేసినా దీనికి కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ అగ్రి కాదు, మేము అగ్రి చేయం. ఎవరో దొంగ 10 మంది ఈ డ్రామా చేసి కాంగ్రెస్ కి బద్నాం చేస్తారు.
Go right ahead. Sir, this is a question. So whatever has happened here right now, violent action that you saw taking place in the road, major problem caused to the commuters. Do you think the act was justified?
No, never it is justified. Now simple, basic thing. We are doing a satyagraha, and we are party which believe in non-violence. So non-violence we believe. So we don't want all this things to happen, and public should be disturbed. So straight away, this 10% who wants their self-ban have done that. Congress is against all this, and just we have come to submit a memorandum. We wanted to go peacefully, but unfortunately, few of them have done this drama, and we do not believe these persons.
As you can see that Congress leader Feroz Khan, he claims that the violent incidents that have taken place in the past few minutes, they do not take responsibility. He says that it is not the Congress protesters who have gone to protest there, and he still claims that they were here to protest in a peaceful way and they were following the Satyagrahi means, but he says that these were some outsiders who, just in order to create violence here, had flared up the situation.
Right. Well, Fronia, what we heard from the Congress Neta there does not come as a justification whatsoever, at least not a sensible justification at this point. Really, if the Congress says they do not stand for violence, the picture speaks for itself. Arson, large-scale arson, we're looking at bikes, tires being torched. This poses such risk and danger to commuters. Do they understand the intensity of what they're currently doing? They may be doing this all for the optics, but it's the common man who has absolutely no connection with this case whatsoever has to bear the brunt. And we're looking at different cities. Remember, we're showing you visuals on our screens coming from Bengaluru, from Hyderabad, from Chandigarh, from Jammu, from Chennai, different other parts of the country where Congress, possibly for the first time, have united in such large numbers, but clearly the cause here is the question. In fact, let me cut across to several reactions coming in on this at this point. From Kerala as well, Shivi Mol, who joins us from Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, where we see similar protests that have unfolded. Shivi Mol joins us from there. Let's cut across.
Well, the protest outside, the protest that's happening across the country is happening in Thiruvananthapuram, also outside the Raj Bhavan. As you can see in the visuals, large number of Congress workers have assembled outside the Raj Bhavan. You can see all the main leaders have also assembled. They are standing on a stage talking, addressing their workers. You can see B.D. Sarishan, the opposition leader, addressing the crowd, and he's presenting their side of the case in the National Herald case. You can see leaders like the KPCC President K. Sudhakaran, former Chief Minister Uman Chandy, former opposition leader Ramesh Chintala. All of them have assembled here, and they're saying that the oldest party, Congress, the oldest party in the country, has been attacked over the years on unnecessary issues, and they're saying that Congress is always known for keeping up the democratical practices of the country, and this is not something that they can let happen. They're saying that they will continue to protest, until a solution is arrived on this. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekharan, this is Shivi Mol reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
Is Shivi Mol live with us? If I can check, is Shivi Mol live with us? Can we cut across to Shivi Mol joining us live? Visuals from Thiruvananthapuram also showing large numbers of Congress workers who are protesting. This visual comes from Hyderabad. Hyderabad, where we see the Congress party who's launched this agitation, which they call as Satyagraha, instead of carrying out a peaceful protest march, because that's what they say, that this is their rightful, under the constitution, they are very well under their right to carry out protests, yes, but to carry out arson, holding the city at ransom, stalling public buses, mounting on those buses, trying to damage public property. In what sense is this by any way Satyagraha, or how does this ever come under their rightful duty as per the constitution? Well, it raises a lot of questions on the intentions and the priorities of the Congress party, clearly something that the party leaders will have to justify. We're hoping that the police cracks down on them and that they're detained. Clearly, this is a necessity at this point, because it's putting the entire city in danger. When we say danger, we're looking at tires burning, bikes burning there. This is hazardous. It could really lead to a dangerous situation there for commuters who are passing by, maneuvering their way through those roads filled with tires burning and bikes being torched. At this point, the police who tried to interrupt in Hyderabad particularly were literally pushed aside. They weren't encouraged. In fact, they were pushed aside and not allowed to actually man the situation at that point. They were from the visual that we saw in Hyderabad, the police was manhandled briefly. And that was a visual that we saw at that point in Hyderabad. We're looking at similar images coming in from Chandigarh, similar images from Chennai, and also Bengaluru, Thiruvananthapuram, Hyderabad, Jammu. Unfortunate ruckus that we see has unfolded. The reason to why we say this is unfortunate, because it's the common man bearing the brunt who has absolutely no connection with Rahul Gandhi's corruption allegation case. They have nothing to do. The common man has nothing to do with this case. But yet, the entire city, different cities in the country, being held at ransom by the Congress party's violent agitation. This is anything but satyagraha. Unfortunately, we're looking at tires being burnt, bikes being torched, public property vandalized, hooligans there who claim to be Congress members mounting on public buses. They've literally stopped public commuters who are inside those state-owned buses. They've stopped those buses. They're literally mounting on those buses. They burnt bikes and tires in front of those buses. And then they call this as satyagraha. That's the unfortunate state of affairs. Our opposition, as per history, is supposed to be raising issues which really truly affects the common man, which reckons with the people at large, which has some significance to the public of this country. But here, all these protests, remember, is directed towards projecting one man, their Neta, as innocent. Amit Bharadwaj also joining us from Delhi. Similar protests in Delhi as well, continuing for the 4th straight day. Amit, over to you.
Nabila, the situation on the ground is that Congress workers and Congress leaders have yet again, they are on the roads, on the streets of the national capital, and similar visuals are coming from across the country. 4th day of protest by the Congress workers and Congress leaders against the questioning of Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate. Ma'am, the question that is being asked is that, Congress has not protested, has not staged big protests when it comes to issues of inflation, unemployment, but when it comes to the Gandhi family, the Congress karyakartas and netas hit the street.
Very, very sorry. Many of us have been raising these issues. We have no other source excepting social media where we have been raising whether there's a decline in Delhi and decline elsewhere. I myself have been on record. I'm a former education minister. I can off on 1 minute roll out so many things that are wrong. So it's not that we are not aware of it. But when it comes to curtailing your very existence, when it comes to attacking your right and pushing women and pulling women, male police, handling women, they're falling down on the ground, then it's a different matter. Okay. It is your human existence. It's your right to life and your right to existence and your right to think the way you want to.
But there are questions as to why is Congress trying to put pressure on an investigative agency when the agency is doing its job?
These investigating agencies must be used to this. If they are so much pressurized, they feel so pressurized, they are not worthy of the job that they are doing. Okay. Let them do their job openly. We are not saying that you come under pressure and do it. It's not to put pressure on them. It's the way they walked into 24 Akbar Road and they get into our office and not letting us get
That is the protest about. Yesterday we saw that Delhi police officials had barged into the Congress headquarters located on 24 Akbar Road, and here are the visuals from the protest outside the LG office in the national capital. You see, Congress workers, hundreds of Congress workers are now trying to march towards the LG house. This particular protest is being led by Anil Chaudhary, president of the DPCC, and this is the 4th day of the entire protest being led by the Congress workers. And right here, Nabila, what I can see is, Anil Chaudhary and Mukul Wasnik. We'll also try to speak to Mukul Wasnik, about the entire idea of this protest. Mr. Wasnik, what is the plan? So, Nabila, right there, the march towards the LG house has just begun, and DPCC president along with senior Congress leader Mukul Wasnik is now marching towards the Delhi LG house. And clearly the visuals, even on the 4th day, are similar to what we saw, on the day 1 of questioning of Rahul Gandhi by the Enforcement Directorate. Congress workers are angry, they are holding flags, placards, they are sloganeering in favor of Rahul Gandhi, and along with that they are also sloganeering against the BJP as well as Delhi police. Now today's protest, the context here, the important context here is that today's protest is also happening because of the alleged act of Delhi police entering the AICC headquarters yesterday and allegedly picking up the Congress Karyakartas and Congress workers from the ground. So that has also further angered the Congress workers, Congress Karyakartas, and right there Mr. Ajay Maken also joining the protest. Sir, there are allegations that you are trying to put pressure on the investigative agency.
Is it the pressure? Who is putting pressure? Police is entering Congress party's headquarters. Who is putting pressure? When the police enters into the headquarters of a political party, who is pressurizing whom?
Sir, one more question. As per so right there, Mr. Ajay Maken marching and participating in the protest that is being led by Mukul Vasnik and Anil Chaudhary. Right there you can see in the visuals. You know, it is the fourth day continuously Congress workers are protesting against the questioning of the ED office, and today it is also about how Delhi police bars inside the Congress headquarters. We'll again try to speak to Mr. Maken and ask about specific questions coming out from the ED investigation. Sir, there is one question. There is one question that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has told ED, as per sources, that all the decisions were taken by Mr. Vora.
How do you know? Who has told you? Who has told you? How can it be a
This is what we're learning from sources.
No, this is some selective leakages done deliberately by the government. Okay. This is what we object to.
So Nabila, clearly you just heard Mr. Ajay Maken responding to the basic questions, because we had learned from our sources that Mr. Gandhi had told the ED that all financial decisions at the AJL and Young India Foundation were, of the authorized signatory, Mr. Motilal Vora. And similar comments were made by Pawan Bansal and Malika Arjun.
Amit, I'm not able to hear you there. I'm going to try and cut across to Amit yet again. But let me show you visuals coming in from different other cities. Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad, the southern cities, even Thiruvananthapuram, the Congress there and their cadre who indulged in large-scale protests. Chandigarh as well. We see visuals on the right-hand side coming in from Chandigarh, where we see protesters trying to jump over barricades, literally heckling the police who are desperately attempting to maintain law and order situation. Unfortunately, it's the police who are being brushed aside to launch this agitation that they have, that they call Satyagraha. Unfortunately, really skewed understanding that the Congress has at this point of what Satyagraha really means. Karthik joining us from Bengaluru. Karthik, show us what's behind you. We see a large number of Congress workers. In fact, in Bengaluru, we know that it's been led by DK Shivkumar himself and Sidharth, former Chief Minister of Karnataka.
Well, currently you can see a lot of mayhem that is broken out here outside the Congress office here on the run-out to Raj Bhavan. Here you can see a lot of Congress workers who are being detained in buses. Mr. DK Shivkumar, Mr. Sidharth are also currently being detained in this bus here. All leaders who attempted to march towards Raj Bhavan are currently being detained by the police. There is a confrontation that broke out between the police and also Congress workers here just a while ago, and the police had to use force to detain the Congress workers. And here you see at least over 2,000 Congress workers had assembled outside the Congress office today to protest against the ED questioning that's happening. And here you see Congress workers, Mr. DK Shivkumar as well, being rushed into the bus as he tries to protest. And here you see the police using force and trying to detain Mr. DK Shivkumar and take him into custody for protesting and trying to march towards the Raj Bhavan. Now, earlier we spoke to Congress leaders who said that they wanted to submit a memorandum to Karnataka Governor Thawarchand Gehlot, saying that talking about the situation in the state and the country. However, since they don't have permission to protest, Congress leaders have been stopped and have been detained today. And there you see Mr. D.K. Shivkumar as well being pushed into a bus and being taken into custody here.
Gosh, this looks, the Congress clearly has as much energy. One never imagined that they would come out in such large numbers, unifying like never before. They've come together as a united opposition, but for the cause of their Neta, who's been grilled in a corruption allegation, instead of investing their energies and their priorities in real public issues that affect the common man of India, here is an issue that D.K. Shivkumar has taken in Karnataka as
Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಿರುಕುಳ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Remember, D.K. Shivkumar is the same man who's also being probed by the ED, by the IT, several cases that are being pursued against D.K. Shivkumar itself on corruption allegations. D.K. Shivkumar, the Congress president of Karnataka, is leading these protests. He himself, mired in several allegations of corruption, is protesting against Rahul Gandhi at this point. The ED summons that Rahul Gandhi has received, saying Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are being tortured, they are being harassed, and they are being targeted. D.K. Shivkumar clearly possibly speaking with much intensity, because he himself has taken several rounds of the IT, the income tax office, for questioning time and again in the last few years. So far, no allegations have been proven against D.K. Shivkumar, but he is the same man who understands what ED summons really means, what IT summons really means, and he is now leading a massive agitation in Karnataka in support of his leader, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, condemning the ED summons. These are buses full of Congress leaders in Karnataka's Bengaluru. Those buses there where the police have literally detained, pushed in all those Congress leaders who were protesting into one bus, or a couple of buses in fact. We see a couple of state-run buses. These are not even police buses. These are state-run BMTC buses, which the Congress netas have been pushed into because of sheer numbers. Looking at the large crowds, many of them have been pushed into state-run buses, including D.K. Shivkumar, Sidharth, tall leaders of Karnataka Congress who are leading this agitation. At this point, Karnataka goes into elections in barely 11 months' time, and here we're looking at the Congress party in Karnataka prioritizing Rahul Gandhi's ED summons as their real issue. Will this become a poll plank for them? That remains to be seen. But at this point, Congress in Karnataka vehemently objecting to the ED summons Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi has received, saying, in fact, D.K. Shivkumar, we just heard him speak, if we can cut across to his bite yet again, but D.K. Shivkumar saying very curtly that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are being targeted. They are being harassed. They are suffering at the hands of the ED because BJP is doing vendetta politics. I'm cutting across to Karthik, who's tracking those developments live. Karthik, what we see here, the ambulance on our right-hand side of your screens, where an ambulance is stuck in a city like Bengaluru, where traffic is certainly such a pain. I myself, being from the city, it takes a hell lot of a time to actually reach from one road to the other, which is barely 1 kilometer. At least 30 minutes to reach from one spot to the other, which is barely about 1.5 kilometers, takes forever. And now with these protests that have been launched, it's literally brought the entire city to a standstill. Many ambulances we hear, ambulances that have been stuck in the middle of traffic. Is there any way out for commuters and the citizens of Bengaluru there who are really pained with this kind of commotion? Karthik, are you with us? What's the police doing? How are they manning the situation? Is there an advisory given for commuters to take an alternative route?
Well, Nabila, according the traffic police have made some alternative arrangements for Bengalurians. Now, currently, I'm standing on Queens Road. Now, this road reaches to the Raj Bhavan, Vidhan Sauda, and other, main places in the city. And here you can see this road has been completely blocked due to the protest. The police have completely blocked this road. You can see no vehicle on this road. Congress workers and Congress leaders, Mr. Sidharth and DK Shivakumar, were detained just a while ago. Now, last time also, just a few days back, when the Congress protested at Lal Bagh Gate, India Today showed how an ambulance was stuck in the traffic. And here you see, because of the protest, the Bengaluru police and the traffic police have also, had to stop vehicular movement here from going forward. And this has definitely caused a lot of inconvenience to people. And when I asked this question to Mr. Rizwan Ashok, the Congress MLA, he said that, these are momentary difficulties that has to be borne by the people. But how long and how many times should the public bear inconveniences because of the protest? Now, here you can see behind me, there's also still a lot of commotion and mayhem that is still going on. There's a confrontation between Congress workers and the police. Although now the barricades are being cleared because most of the Congress leaders have been detained, it remains to be seen how the police will try and maintain the traffic, because this is one of the main junctions that leads to the main destinations in the city, especially the Vidhan Sauda, Raj Bhavan and other places. It remains to be seen if Bengaluru police will try and clear the crowds as early as possible and ensure that the public aren't inconvenienced any further.
At this point, we saw that DK Shivakumar, Sidharth, these are tall leaders of the Congress who have led this agitation. So clearly it must be difficult for the police also to take cognizance at this point, because they are a very strong opposition, as much as the significance of the Congress party in Karnataka is substantial. And tall leaders like Sidharth, who has a mass following, DK Shivakumar, who has a mass following, they are the ones leading this agitation. One can only imagine how influenced the public could be at this point. Here we heard DK Shivakumar say that the Gandhi family is being targeted and harassed. Karthik, DK Shivakumar is the same man who has IT investigating several corruption allegations against him as well. So clearly he must be speaking with much emotion as he carries out this huge agitation in Bengaluru. Have you been able to speak to him? We're trying to get the reaction of DK Shivakumar soon as he was detained. We're going to play that out for you. But in the meanwhile, Karthik, is there a possibility you can speak to DK? He's also the man himself being interrogated by the ED as well as the IT.
Well, Abhila, just a while ago, when Mr. DK Shivakumar spoke to India Today, he said that, this is, witch hunt that is going on. It's a political witch hunt, and that Congress leaders are being targeted. He was just detained a while ago and taken off in a bus. And now you can see other Congress leaders also who are currently...
All right, stay with us. I'm going to cut across Chidambaram as well. Chidambaram also facing similar summons from the central agencies speaking on this.
Parliament about the arrest of any MP. If they have arrested any MP, they should produce him before the magistrate within 24 hours. They have not arrested and taken any MP to the magistrate. So it's absolutely clear. It's clear as daylight that they detained the honorable MPs for 8 hours to 12 hours without a written order, without a legal order. It's a clear violation of liberty. The honorable MPs, apart from the privileges as members of parliament, have a fundamental right under Article 19 and Article 21. Every fundamental right has been violated. Every privilege has been violated. We have appealed to the Honorable Chairman to take action for breach of privilege as well as breach of liberty, and let the process of law take its course. Let the matter be referred to the Privileges Committee, and let the Privileges Committee hold an inquiry. They cannot treat any citizen, much less an elected member of parliament, in the manner they treated us.
अभी हम सभी राज्यसभा के मेंबर वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जी से मिले और हम उनको ये बताया कि हमारे पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स को गलत तरीके से उनको डिटेन किया गया है और हर पुलिस स्टेशन में जहां पर भी उनको रखा गया है या तो केस रजिस्टर नहीं किया या उनको जो स्पीकर को और चेयरमैन को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए। अगर किसी एमपी को अरेस्ट करते हैं या किसी को आप पुलिस स्टेशन पे रख लेते हैं तो आपका फर्ज होता है उसको या 1 घंटे 2 घंटे के अंदर छोड़ना तो चाहिए या नहीं तो केस रजिस्टर करके मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने पेश करना चाहिए। लेकिन ये उन्होंने इसलिए नहीं किया कि उनका नियत ये था कि हमारे पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स को हरास करना, मेंटली टॉर्चर करना, ये उनका इरादा रहने की वजह से हम लोगों का जो हक है, प्रिविलेज है, उसका वायलेशन हुआ है। और जो संविधान में हमको खासकर स्वतंत्रता और हमारा जो फ्रीडम है इसके ऊपर हनन हुआ है। इसीलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि चेयर में इसका संज्ञान में ले और प्रिविलेज के जो हम बनता है उस प्रिविलेज को वो नोटिस देकर उनको बुलाए और हमारे हकों की रक्षा करें। क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी में हमको प्रोटेस्ट करने का अधिकार नहीं है, वो भी शांतिपूर्ण प्रोटेस्ट, हमने कोई धक्का मुक्की नहीं की, किसी को मारा नहीं या किसी जगह हमने रुकावट करने की कोशिश नहीं की। उल्टा हमारे जितने भी नेता हैं, चिदम्बरम जी हो, वेणुगोपाल जी हो, शक्ति सिंह जी हो और जेबी मेहता हो और हमारे दूसरे लोग जितने भी एमपीज को उनके मार कर ढकेल के किसी की फसली टूट गई है, किसी के पैर पे चोट लगी है, ये जो हुआ है ये इनह्यूमन है। एक तरफ तो हमारा ह्यूमन राइट्स वायलेशन हो रहा है, दूसरे तरफ लोकतंत्र का हरण हो रहा है, तीसरे तरफ संविधान के तहत भी वो नहीं काम कर रहे। इसीलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये एक प्रिविलेज मोशन को वो लोग तरीके से देखें और हमारी रक्षा करें। इसलिए आज हम हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति के पास आए थे, हमारे चेयरमैन हैं और हमारी रक्षा करना उनका धर्म है और वो बुला के पूछना चाहिए क्यों उनको डिटेन किया गया, ये गलत है। तो इसका हम खंडन भी करते हैं। साथ ही साथ अगले कार्रवाई के लिए जब पार्लियामेंट शुरू होगी उस वक्त तो हम करेंगे ही, लेकिन उससे पहले हम चेयरमैन साहब को अपने तरफ से एक पिटीशन दिए हैं। वो उन्होंने कहा मैं इसको एग्जामिन करता हूँ, बुलाता हूँ सेक्रेटरी को, बुलाकर डिटेल सारी चीज़ें उनसे लेकर मैं आगे की कार्रवाई आपको बताऊंगा, ऐसा उन्होंने कहा। धन्यवाद।
I have one quick question. The way ED is, the information is coming from ED. Yesterday also, Mr. Vivek Tabla has sent a notice to finance
Mallikarshan Kharge, senior leader from the Congress party, MP, he in fact right now is trying to, of course, justify this nationwide agitation at this point in the country, launched by the Congress party, saying that this is an attempt to trample democracy by the BJP government. They're using ED to muscle the opposition. Let's cut across Chidambaram as well, speaking.
Yes, leaked selective parts of the interrogation according to their understanding,
clearly establishes bias and prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, he's one man who himself has had IT and ED summons in the past. He's dealt with several allegations of corruption, but remember, none of it has been given any kind of finality as yet. All those ED summons and IT summons to people like Chidambaram, DK Shivkumar by the Enforcement Directorate or the Income Tax so far have not ended with a final decision. Cases have been probed for close to a decade, but so far ED neither the IT have been able to come down to a conclusion on their cases. Many of those cases are still open. Probe still is on. Every now and then summons are issued and these leaders are called in, but no finality to many of these cases against most of these opposition leaders who are also mired in corruption allegations. Cases are left open, but so far no conclusion to those cases. Now these opposition leaders, many of whom, like I said, have ED-IT summons on them, are now accusing that this is now an attempt to harass Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi the way they themselves have been harassed. Let me cut across to many of our reporters, all our reporters joining us from different cities at this point. We have Fronia, Amit Bharadwaj, Karthik, Akshayanath, Surilji Bhatt, all joining us from different parts of the country where Congress has launched a nationwide protest which they call Satyagraha. Unfortunately, a very skewed understanding of what Satyagraha really means. These are visuals coming in from Karnataka, Bengaluru. There you have it. Leaders who have been detained. All right, Sidharth, who has now been detained there, former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Unfortunately, almost looks like a campaign pitch at this point. Sidharth, they're waving to the crowds as if a hero at this point for stalling the entire city, holding the city at ransom with this large-scale protest. He waves at the crowds as he's been detained and taken away in a bus. Former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sidharth, remember I did mention he has a mass following, huge following that he has and can boast of in the state of Karnataka. A man of his caliber, unfortunately, is now detained by the police because he is carrying out an agitation of this nature where the entire city has now come to a standstill. Such commotion, a large-scale chaos in different parts of the country, including in Karnataka. We saw Sidharth now being detained in Bengaluru. He's been put in a bus and taken away. Before that, a little earlier, DK Shivkumar, you see on your visuals there again, DK also waving a flag. You know, it's unfortunate how the leaders here are waving at the crowds, waving away flags, shouting slogans, almost like a campaign pitch in Karnataka, in the Bengaluru capital city, Bengaluru, where we see the Congress, which has huge significance in the state, almost coming out with a campaign pitch of sorts. And that's what it looks like. At least the optics of it looks like the Congress now will use this as their poll plank in the upcoming elections in Karnataka. Barely 11 months away, and Karnataka is already getting up for polls, and now you see the Congress party launching a massive protest in Karnataka, Bengaluru. All the tall leaders, Sidharth, DK Shivkumar, who've attended these protests and led these protests and now been detained by the police. Very likely that they will use this as their poll pitch for the upcoming elections. But, you know, questions being raised time and again on the priorities of the Congress. While you have real issues burning in the country, you have issues like inflation, price rise, a lot of talk about jobs, lack of jobs in the country. You have real issues that we're staring at. Post-COVID recovery, the country is barely limping back to normalcy, and you have several other issues that could be taken up with this vigor. But here the Congress party channelizing all their energies into protesting and condemning the ED summons on Rahul Gandhi, which they're investigating over money laundering allegations over a company that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi owns. This is a corruption allegation which ideally should be dealt with as per law. The central agency is bereft of any kind of political influence. So we believe that's what it's supposed to be like. But unfortunately here we see that the opposition and the ruling for that matter, even the BJP, accusing one another of trying to put pressure on the enforcement directorate. Here is Sidharth, remember a former Chief Minister of Karnataka who's literally been picked up. He was carried by the police and placed in the police vehicle. Literally carried and placed in the police vehicle. There you have it. Sidharth, the former chief minister, it doesn't look like he could hide a smile. The police there also not able to hide their smile. This is hilarious. At one point, one can only imagine if this is just mere optics or if they really believe in the cause that they're protesting against. Amit Bharadwaj now cutting across to Delhi, also showing us visuals of great violence. When we say violence, we're talking about arson that the Congress workers have indulged in. Clearly, nothing less than violence. You know, Amit, when we see tires and bikes burning of the way they are, one can only imagine the kind of risk it's putting commuters to. This is hazardous, it could be dangerous, but yet, you know, it doesn't look like the Congress workers who are protesting care least for the actual citizens on ground. This issue has nothing to do with the common man, but yet they call this satyagraha and are camping outside different offices which has prohibitory orders in Delhi.
Well, Nabila, that is the situation. Yesterday we had seen that Congress workers had allegedly indulged in burning tires in front of a very important road, in front of the Enforcement Directorate. And when they were asked as to why they are doing this, what kind of satyagraha is this, they had no answers. And even today, on the 4th day of the protest, you know, these are the visuals coming from the national capital. You have the Delhi police and paramilitary force on one side putting up barricades, and on the other side of the barricades are the Vajra Vahans, basically water cannons, and these water cannons have been used on Congress workers a couple of times, and it has in fact hit Anil Chaudhary, who is the president of DPCC. He has been hurt in one of the shoulders, and despite that he moved away, and then after that again he came towards the barricades. That's when the Delhi police once again had to use water cannons. We'll also try to cut across to the Congress workers who have been hit by the water cannons. Right here you see one of the Congress workers who have been injured. Elderly Congress workers who has been a Congress worker who has been injured by the hit of the water cannon. He's showing us his hand that he has been hit by the water cannon. Right here on his palm there are, you know, injuries that he has sustained. He is unable to get up. But the question is, you know, the way Congress and Congress workers are aggressive about this entire protest. It is all about the Gandhi family, and there are questions being asked that why they do not hit the streets in similar manner when it comes to the issues of common man. We have seen time and again the opposition parties holding, you know, Congress party themselves holding several press conferences, but they have never been so aggressive in the past when it comes to the common man's issue. Several Congress workers are alleging that they have gotten injured today because of the way water cannons were used against them. आप लोग को खिलाफ वाटर कैनन यूज हो रहा है, देश भर में अलग अलग जगह पे आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। सवाल ये है कि आम आदमी के मुद्दे पे आप लोग इस तरह से अग्रेसिव नहीं होते। देखिए, हर मुद्दा उठाया है, कौन सा मुद्दा नहीं उठाया? महंगाई का मुद्दा उठाया, किसानों का मुद्दा उठाया, CAA। पिछली बार कब आपने इस तरह से वाटर कैनन? सारे प्रदर्शन भाई साहब यही होते हैं सर। कब वाटर कैनन के सामने आप खड़े हुए थे पिछली बार, किस मुद्दे पे बताइए भैया? पिछली बार भी हम लोग देश की जनता के लिए खड़े होते पे, देश की जनता की आवाज महंगाई के लिए थे। जब 1000 रुपए का कब इस तरह से आप लोग खड़े हुए? जब इन्होंने 1000 रुपए का सिलेंडर कर दिया है, उसके बाद हम लोग के में भी आके इन्होंने कमजोर है। मीडिया की याद तारीख याद दिलाइए, तारीख याद रखता है, उसे पता क्यों बताना? ये एक और सवाल उठ रहा है, एक करके ये भी सवाल उठ रहा है कि किस तरह का सत्याग्रह है। कल आप लोगों ने ईडी ऑफिस के बाहर टायर जलाया, किस तरह का सत्याग्रह? सर, टायर हमने नहीं जलाया, भाजपा जाके पूछिए टायर किसने जलाए हैं। हम लोगों ने चलाना होता कब तक नहीं कर रहे होते क्या? ये देखिए, ये पुलिस की हालत है, ऐसे मारते हैं पुलिस। आप धक्का मुक्की क्यों कर रहे हैं मेरे साथ? श्रीनिवास जी को लात किसने मारी है? इस तरह का सत्याग्रह, आप लोकतंत्र को खत्म करने So, as I said, this is the situation on the ground.
मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, अभी आप पूछ रहे थे टायर किसने जलाए। आपको याद होगा दिल्ली का पिछला 1-1.5 साल पुराना वाकया, जब दिल्ली में पुलिस वाले वर्दी पहन के आरएसएस के लोग बसें जला रहे थे, आपको याद दिलाना चाहते हैं।
सवाल कल को लेके है। So, okay. Again, I'm showing you the visuals on the ground. On the ground, this is the situation. There are barricades which have been put by. There are barricades that have been put by Delhi police, and right behind these barricades are the water cannons which has been placed by the Delhi police in order to stop these Congress workers. And we are showing you the visuals. You know, several of the Congress workers have been injured in the water cannons that were used by the Delhi police, and this anger that you are seeing spilling over the roads of the national capital, that is happening because yesterday the Congress party's headquarters was breached in by the Delhi police officials. So yesterday that action happened, and we had seen, you know, for Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, saying it on record that the central government should apologize for that action. And today in the morning, several Congress leaders, MPs, gathered together and reached out to the speaker saying that the action that has been taken by Delhi police is very serious in the nature, and the way the Congress leaders have been manhandled, that needs to be taken seriously. And today, even on the ground, the anger of the Congress party workers are spilling over on the streets of the Delhi. And clearly, you know, they are also not staying away from manhandling the media, from pushing the media personnel. And these are the visuals, you know, Congress workers who were pushing us away. Sir, क्या मैसेज लेके आए हैं?
कल जिस तरीके से हमारे राष्ट्रीय कार्यालय पर भाजपा और पुलिस द्वारा जो भेजे गए और वहां पर हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को दबाया गया, उनकी आवाज के द्वारा उन्हें बाहर निकाला गया, हम पूछने गए लोकतंत्र के लिए सही है। आज इसीलिए हम
पुलिस की वर्दी में आए हैं। क्या नाम है आपका?
दिल्ली पुलिस की पहचान त्याग, तपस्या और बलिदान है। लेकिन कल जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हमारे साथियों को हमारे हेडक्वार्टर में जाके गलत हरकत किया, हम उनको बताने आए आपका ये काम नहीं है। हम कहना चाहते हैं राजू, हमने
सर आपका
नाम विपिन अमरोल काकी है।
विपिन
जी हाँ।
You know, you have one worker from the Congress party dressed up like a Delhi police personnel, and he is saying that yesterday's action which happened outside the Congress office, and you know, the way the Delhi police tried to barge into the headquarters of the Congress party, the Congress workers are not going to take that lightly, and they will continue to protest, register their protest against the Delhi police's action. So the anger of the Congress workers is spilling over on the streets of the national capital, and they were trying to march towards the Delhi LG house. However, this entire road has been blocked by the Delhi police. The barricades have been put by Delhi police, and water cannons are also waiting for the Congress workers. Nabila, the fact is that these water cannons have been used against the Congress workers as well. In this particular action, Delhi Congress President Anil Chaudhary have gotten injured. Several of the Congress workers have been gotten injured. And you know, the anger is such that they are not even staying away from hooting the media, pushing away the media. So that is, all this action is happening in the national capital, near the LG house in Delhi. Over to you, Nabila.
Amit, you know, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to different parts of the country where protests of similar nature has erupted. We're looking at Sidharth there, who's been carried, literally carried in the arms of the police, dumped him inside that police van as he was detained. And we saw the police could not hide their smile, neither could Sidharth hide his smile when this happened. So really the optics of it has now become a joke, because we're looking at the Congress calling this protest a satyagraha, which is far away from what satyagraha really means. Here we're looking at bikes being burned, tires being torched, Hyderabad, Delhi, similar situations. By what means can the Congress really call this a protest satyagraha? The question here that the Congress should answer, clearly that's what they're evading, but getting into all allegations of ED trying to muscle down opposition, etc. The BJP using the ED to muscle down opposition, that's the narrative that the Congress is building while they launch this nationwide protest. Karthik joining us from Bengaluru. Karthik, what's behind you? Show us. Akshay Nath also joining us from Chennai. But over to you, Karthik. What do we see right behind you? Has the protest stalled after the leaders were detained?
Well, yes, definitely, Nabila. After the leaders Sidharth and DK Shiv were detained by the police on their way to Raj Bhavan, other Congress leaders have also dispersed, and Congress workers have also gone back. And here you can see the Queen's Road, which was
so as we know, Karthik, stay with us. Then I'm going to cut across to Akshay, who's joining us from where we still see a large number of protesters. Akshay, what's behind you? Take us through what's happening in Chennai.
Well, Nabila, from today around 11 a.m. onwards, the Congress has been conducting a protest just 500 meters away from the Raj Bhavan, and after this protest, they were to march towards the Raj Bhavan. At present, we can see how the Congress leaders are raising slogans against the central government, Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, and they've been saying that from here, they will be peacefully marching towards the Raj Bhavan. But now, we're being told by the police officials that there is no permission that has been provided for this, and hence the police officials have already come here with ropes and vehicles to detain these protesters. We can see in the entrance of this protest arena itself, there is a vehicle which has been kept by the police on standby to take in all these protesters who are here, and you can see that the situation is only getting tense by the minute. We heard the Congress leader talking, and he had even said that the government here is of the DMK, who is an ally of the Congress, and they will be giving us leeway to do a silent march towards the Raj Bhavan, is what K. Zalagiri had announced during his speech. But now we're seeing how police officials have gathered here, and it is a very law and order situation that we're seeing here, Nabila, because across the country we're seeing how rockets have broke out because of the Congress protest, and at least in Chennai, so far it has been peaceful, and police officials here are very confident of the fact that they will not allow any untoward incidents. And if the camera will have out towards the area of the protest itself, there are police officials who are on standby, and as these slogans are being raised, police officials are trying to keep all the steps ready to take these leaders who are heading the protest out of here without any untoward incidents. But we have to wait and watch what will happen, Nabila. The situation is getting tense. People here are raising slogans against the Modi Sarkar and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and state justice. Vendetta politics is something that they will not accept, and the kind of ED investigation that is going on against Rahul Gandhi is an injustice, is what they're saying, and it's only complete political vendetta that we are seeing in the country, is what the Congress supporters and the Congress leaders have been saying, and they have been demanding that these kind of petty politics should not be brought into place in the country where there are much more serious issues. But for the last several days, we've been seeing that despite all the major issues that are going on in the country, the Congress is ED raid against Rahul Gandhi has been taking center stage. And if my camera person can hand it, you can see how all these protesters are already for the march towards Raj Bhavan. There is a barricading which is being done by the police officials.
All right, Akshay, I'm going to cut you short. I'm going to quickly cut across to a breaking news coming in right this moment. There's a big breaking news that we bring to you. Supreme Court now refuses to put brakes on bulldozers in Uttar Pradesh. Huge development coming in on the Supreme Court refusing to put the brakes on the UP government's demolition drive. Supreme Court asked UP government to file a response on the Jamiat Plea, while the Supreme Court says that they will not interfere with the process. Jamiat sought stay on demolitions in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, remember, Uttar Pradesh government has been rolling out bulldozers over those areas where communal riots broke out. Anisha Mathur joins us for further details. In fact, Supreme Court, Anisha, has refused to put brakes on bulldozers in Uttar Pradesh. They say that law must be followed, meanwhile asking UP to file a response on the Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind's plea. Give us an understanding on what the Supreme Court has really said while staying away from this process at the moment.
Well, Nabila, we need to remember the Supreme Court has very clearly said that the due process that is required for demolitions must be followed. If there is any violation of due process, if somebody feels that they are being unfairly targeted, they can approach the court. But at the moment, the court has said we can't per se stop demolitions as long as they are being done in a valid legal manner. Remember, the Jamiat petition had clearly argued that the demolitions that have happened in Prayagraj and in Kanpur are in fact illegal, that they violate the municipal law, that they violate the UP Urban Development Act, which specifically says that notice must be given, and minimum 15 days notice and maximum 40 days notice has to be given before any demolition activity, even for an illegal construction, can take place. Now, the Jamiat is claiming that the UP government, instead of issuing notice, is simply sending bulldozers overnight on to the houses and shops owned by persons who have been protesting against the government. The UP government, through Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and Senior Advocate Harish Salve, on the other hand, has argued that process was followed, that notices have been issued in the Prayagraj and Kanpur instances. Notices have been issued at least 10 to 15 days before the demolition took place. And the UP government is denying that there is any political vendetta being played out in this situation. They are saying that what we are doing is removing illegal construction. Now, the court has asked for a detailed reply from the UP government and the administrations of Prayagraj and Kanpur on the specific demolitions that have taken place, to show what kind of procedure was followed. The court has also said that the UP government must ensure that no untoward incident takes place. That the court is also looking at the reports that are coming out from various sides regarding allegations of political vendetta. So the court also said that we are also looking at what is happening. Please make sure that no untoward incident happens. But as long as you're following the process, we will not stop the demolition.
Anisha, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Supreme Court now, for the moment, staying away from this process of demolition drive UP government is carrying out, which it's received a lot of criticism. Jamiat Ulama, who's filed a petition asking for the demolition to stop. Supreme Court refusing to intervene at the moment, while also directing the UP government now to file a response on the Jamiat Ulama's plea. Coming up on the other side of a short break, we continue our relentless coverage on the Congress stepping up its agitation nationwide. Rahul Gandhi, though, maintains a stoic silence. Stay with us.
Garden City bruised, battered and broken.
I'm out at the Bengaluru-Mysore road, and here you can see this road that is ridden with potholes.
Hellscape roads exposed by our reporters.
Road is almost been filled with water.
I can show you some of the worst potholes in Bangalore.
Chutney politics rages on in Karnataka. Bengaluru-Mysore road faced the biggest hassle.
We went to this road and forced the government to take notice and effect change.
India Today hits the road, forces change.
Congress is raising all these issues.
Where has the Congress raised it?
See that the roads are fixed properly, deadlines have been given.
Just after India Today reported, GCP and also road roller had just used to level this road.
India Today came, saw, reported and fixed. Impact journalism for beautiful Bengaluru. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج، كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نظبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
You are watching.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Continued coverage on Congress protests as they launch a nationwide agitation. Rahul Gandhi, on the other hand, remains silent. Taking you through that news, first the headlines. Congress launches a violent protest march across several states against Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Vehicles burnt in Hyderabad, ambulance stuck in Bengaluru, tires burning in Delhi. This is what they call Satyagraha. Massive twist in Rahul's herald grilling, facing marathon grilling by the Enforcement Directorate. Rahul puts the onus on late Congress treasurer Motilal Vora, says all herald deals were handled by him. Meanwhile, protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. Train torched, vehicles damaged, tires burned, sloganeering erupts in Bihar as youth worried that their career options will be scuttled. Supreme Court refuses to put brakes on bulldozers in Uttar Pradesh, asks the Yogi government to file a response on the Jamiat Plea, alleging illegal demolitions and injustice. And India Today accesses exclusive details of Gangster Bishnoi's 11-hour marathon grilling by Punjab cops. The suspended Musewala murder mastermind mostly mum on the killing plot. An airline clamor off as much as 15% hike in airfares. Cite rise in aviation fuel and plunging rupee. SpiceJet already issuing a statement. Now we're looking at violent protests in Bihar over centre's Agnipath scheme. Students have resorted to stone pelting at several railway stations. Roads have been blocked. Transportation has been crippled. Public properties have been vandalized. A large number of army aspirants there vented out their anger by placing burning tires on the streets and torching many train bogies. Baton-wielding protesters smashed glass windows of the intercity express train at Babua Road railway station and set one coach on fire as well. At the railway station in Ara, police had to resort to tear gas shelling to disperse huge crowds of protesters who pelted stones at the police. This comes just 2 days after the centre announced the Agnipath scheme, through which soldiers would be recruited into the Indian Army on a 4-year contract basis. Defence job seekers voiced their concerns over the job security and pension. They're demanding the centre to roll back this decision. Let me cut across to Rohit Singh joining us live for more on that. Rohit, please break down to us, while on one hand the Agnipath scheme has received a warm welcome, here you have aspirants, the actual true youngsters who have been wanting to enter the Indian Army, who've been waiting for 2 years, but because of COVID, selection process was stalled, now are very upset with this new process where youth between 17 to 21 will be invited into the Indian Army only for a contract period of 4 years. They will not be eligible for pension. Only those with who are deserving or those on merit will be retained to the army. What happens to the large number of the youth, particularly in Bihar, who are preparing for these examinations? What are the fears they have?
Well, that's the exact reason why massive protest is being witnessed at several places across Bihar. And right now we are at the Ara railway station. This railway station has in fact for the last couple of days emerged as the epicenter of the entire protest which is going on in Bihar over the new army recruitment policy of the government. And pictures we are showing you live here from Ara railway station. This is the railway track. You can see at the platform number 4 how vehicles have been torched here. You can see 2 vehicles, 2-wheelers, a scooty and a motorcycle. They were thrown on the track. On the track it was thrown and it was put on fire, and now the administration has removed these vehicles which are completely damaged here from the railway track, so that to ensure that vehicular, in fact the train movement could be started. And violence scenes also witnessed on the platform number 4. Pictures we are showing you here at the platform number 4 at Ara. You can see here how this entire platform has been vandalized here. Broken window panes. You can see here broken window panes here all across. And since morning here again, thousands of angry youth, they barged into the railway station at platform number 4 and went on a rampage. This side you can see, this is the booking center. This is the ticket booking counter here, and you can see how everywhere broken window panes can be seen here. And this is huge. This is huge. You can see this is the railway booking center, and the window completely smashed here. The window of this railway booking center completely smashed, and now the railway staff coming here trying to clear this entire debris and mess here. You can see how the thousands of youth who went on a rampage at Ara railway station, they have damaged this station completely, especially at the railway station platform number 4, and also half a dozen small shops and stalls which we find at the platforms. Those have also been damaged here, and students have looted all the things that were present there. So this is the kind of protest which is being witnessed, and Ara is not alone. Almost a dozen of districts in Bihar right now witnessing massive protest over the Agnipath policy, which is the new army recruitment policy. And here we can show you. Again, we will take you to the railway track here. And again, we will try to show how small stalls which are put at the platforms. The stalls have been picked up from this place and thrown on the railway track. You can see this is the kind of violence that has been witnessed. The administration was trying to contain the situation, to control the damage, but they were completely outnumbered by the number of angry youth who were protesting the Agnipath policy and several trains since morning. All the train movement have been completely stalled here at the Ara railway station. No train movement happening here, and passengers facing a harrowing time. So this is the kind of violence and violent protest which is being witnessed across Bihar, be it Buxar, Jahanabad, Nawada, Munger, Vaishali, Muzaffarpur, all these districts. And what we also know in Chhapra, a coach of a train has also been put on fire. So this is what really is happening in Bihar. Couple of months back, we saw in the railway recruitment, when the railway recruitment, the entire Bihar faced massive protests, and now over the army recruitment policy, we see that huge and widespread violence is being witnessed. And see, after almost 4 to 5 hours, a train is now reaching the platform here at Ara, because this railway station was completely, in a sense we can say, was under siege by the protesting youth, and now the situation is getting back to normal. However, this is only the second day, and it is likely that tomorrow also such violent scenes could be witnessed, and youth in Bihar especially very angry with the new policy of the government. Nabila.
You know, Rohit, at this point, has the government stepped in to respond to these protesters? We know that there's large-scale unemployment as well in Bihar, and that's possibly another reason that's added to this kind of anger among the youth at large. Many of them were at least aspiring to join the army, but this is certainly for them come as a setback. They certainly do feel insecure, and we understand their insecurities at this point, but is anyone trying to quell that kind of agitation that prevails in the state?
Well, you are right, Nabila. See, the Shahabad area of Bihar, which includes the areas like Ara, Buxar, Kaibu, these are the areas from where large number of youth get recruited in the army. So that is why we are seeing most of the violence also and protests also happening in these districts where the candidates here are extremely upset with the new policy, and they are not very clear also as to what will happen to the future. They are very insecure about the future. The students are saying, what happens to those who have already appeared for the medical, who have already appeared for the physical? What will happen to them? Will their written examination be conducted or not? Secondly, also there is insecurity about what will happen after 4 years. After 4 years of completion in the army, job in the army, what will happen to those students or those candidates? So all these things are making the students extremely insecure, and the government till now hasn't stepped in. Yesterday we saw how the Haryana government or maybe the Uttar Pradesh government has stepped in to contain the situation. They are offering jobs on priority once these candidates complete 4 years in army. So they have come up with an alternative. But till now the Bihar government has not made any kind of offer as such, and that is why we are seeing for the second day today that violence, widespread violence in fact taking place across a dozen districts in Bihar, and Ara railway station, where we are at this point of time, has emerged as the epicenter of these entire violent protests. Nabila.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you on this, but we have some big news that we're currently tracking. Reaction from the opposition on the Agnipath scheme. All right, as we see large-scale protests in Bihar over the Agnipath scheme, we're seeing a political showdown and reaction from the opposition on Agnipath. Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge says, and I quote, "Tour of duty is yet another bizarre experiment which has been forced upon unemployed youth to protest across the country, but the BJP government remains unconcerned by their plight and desperation. Youth and the opposition will ensure the Modi government does a U-turn on this scheme as well." Mallikarjun Kharge almost indicating that they're going to put pressure on the government to take a U-turn on this Agnipath scheme, as this it does not favor the youth of India. The tour of duty is yet another bizarre experiment which has forced unemployed youth to protest across the country. These are words of Mallikarjun Kharge, but he says The BJP government remains unconcerned of their plight and desperation. Youth and the opposition together will ensure the Modi government does a U-turn on this scheme as well. Supriya Bhardwaj tracking that story. Supriya, what did the Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge say? We know that he said that he's condemned the Agnipath scheme, and he's also cautioned that he's going to ensure the youth and the Congress collectively will make sure the BJP takes a U-turn on this too. What does he mean?
Well, Navila, Congress party is up in arms, and they are saying that the scheme which has come out has to be taken back by the government. We are already witnessing the protests across the country. It was Rahul Gandhi yesterday who fired the first salvo on the scheme, and I quote him when he tweeted, "When India faces threats on two fronts, the uncalled for Agnipath scheme reduces the operational effectiveness of our armed forces. BJP government must stop compromising the dignity, tradition, valor and discipline of our forces." And today, leader of the opposition, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, has put out the tweet in which he says that the Congress party, along with other opposition parties and youth of the country, will go all out and ensure that a U-turn is taken by the government, which means that the opposition is gearing up for a protest, as well as they will be raising this matter in the upcoming parliament session also, is what our sources are telling us. They are saying that this is a bizarre scheme. This is what Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge has mentioned in his tweet, and opposition certainly is up in arms, and especially Congress party. They are saying that how can this scheme be brought when there is threat from two fronts, that is, one is from the Pakistan side and another being from the China side. This is what the Rahul Gandhi's tweet was mentioning. Certainly, yes, another showdown on an issue is expected as far as the government and opposition is concerned.
Right, Supriya, at this point, we see large-scale protests that have occurred in Bihar. Very scary to see that train bogies were burnt down. In different districts of Bihar, you have aspirants who are waiting to apply for these army exams. 2 years of COVID lull, no recruitments happened. And right after it opens up, the government decides to roll out the Agnipath scheme, where they're going to be hiring or employing, recruiting youth between age group of 17 to 21 for a contract period of 4 years. Now, many of these aspirants who are protesting in Bihar believe that their chances for a long-term career in the army will be scuttled and they will be ignored, while now the government has an option to carry out recruitment for just a period of 4 years and cut expenditure, no pension to be paid. So it's easy for the government, therefore they will go with a larger, they will prioritize this 4-year contract be a much more than a long-term career period in the army. So the protest is quite violent, what we see in Bihar. Now with the Congress jumping in on this, saying that we will make sure the government takes a U-turn. What does he indicate? Is this going to be the priority for the Congress to protest on after Rahul Gandhi's ED summon ends?
Well, Navila, Congress party has already been raising this issue time and again, and Rahul Gandhi already has protested on the issue of unemployment, as well as that of as to why this job creation is not happening in the country despite growth going up. We already know one thing is for sure, that Congress party is saying that they will be going all out, and the way they had protested on the 3 farm laws issue, they will be protesting on this very issue also, this very bill. They will be going out and asking as to why the scheme was brought into the first place. The issue of unemployment is really big. It's huge. We have seen in the past also as to how there has been the people coming out giving exams for various government jobs also, and now this being the latest one. Congress party has been maintaining. Yesterday also they were asking as to where are the 2 crore jobs per year promise that was made by the Modi government. And now this scheme coming in, the Congress is once again going to up the ante against the government as far as the issue of unemployment is concerned. And also in this very particular scheme, it is the issue of the national security also. This is what Rahul Gandhi's tweet was mentioning, that there are 2 particular borders, 2 particular fronts, one India border with that of Pakistan, another India's border with China, where we face serious threats. And in that frame of mind, that frame of schemes, this very scheme which is brought in, according to the opposition, will lower down the effectiveness, will actually have a huge impact on the Indian army, and that's that's why the opposition, in particularly Congress, is saying that this scheme needs to be taken back. And already we are witnessing these very stormy scenes as well as the violent protests which are taking place in the state of Bihar.
So is this going to be the next focus? That remains to be seen. Supriya, thank you very much for those details on that. Now, this comes just a day after Congress's India Will Burn threat. The Grand Old Party and its workers have staged a nationwide aggressive agitation against Rahul Gandhi's ED summons. In Hyderabad, Congress workers set vehicles ablaze. In Bengaluru, Congress took out a protest march until the Raj Bhavan and raised slogans against the BJP government. Many of them were detained, including leaders of Sidharth, DK Shivkumar, while they were on their way to Raj Bhavan. An ambulance also was stuck in traffic due to protest in Bengaluru. In Thiruvananthapuram, another South State district, Congress protested outside Raj Bhavan. Congress also staged a protest in Jammu and Kashmir's Jammu against the ED summons on Rahul Gandhi. Protesters jumped over police barricades in Chandigarh. Water cannons were used by those cops to disperse them from Chandigarh. Several leaders and protesters were detained by the cops. Similar situations that we saw unfolding in places like Chennai, in Hyderabad, and other cities of the country where the protests itself, which turned violent, literally held the city at ransom. Let's have a listen.
It's clear as daylight that they detained the honorable MPs for 8 hours to 12 hours without a written order, without a legal order. It's a clear violation of liberty. Every fundamental right has been violated. Every privilege has been violated. We have appealed to the Honorable Chairman to take action for breach of privilege as well as breach of liberty, and let the process of law take its course.
As far as the inquiry and the questioning and the due process of law is unbiased, based on facts and evidence-based, there's no problem. We're open to all investigations. Mr. Gandhi's been there for 3 days answering all questions. So there's no question of avoiding answering questions. But we want to question the intent behind the actions taken against the leadership of the Congress party. And we are within our rights to ask those questions. We get no answers. We are just bundled in a bus and taken to police stations, or we are put under house arrest, etc. So this sort of action of the government, I think, is attracting a lot of questions by the people at large, not just the Congress party.
He's not a scaring personality. Everybody knows that. But the question is that whether this agency having credibility. He's sitting there whatever time they want, answering their question, but answer may not be the type which they want to be answered. This is all politically motivated, biased investigation.
हिंदुस्तान में कभी क्या कोई आंदोलन नहीं होते? हम क्या किसी को कहीं रास्ता रुके, कहीं दफ्तर तोड़ने की तो आंदोलन नहीं किए? हम लोग गांधी जी की दिखाए हुए मार्ग पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारा बात रखने की कोशिश किए. ये क्या गुनाह है? मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहते हैं.
ಇನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅವನು ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಅವರು ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Now, politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate peaks. According to sources, Rahul Gandhi has told the Enforcement Directorate that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian. In fact, earlier the Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge in their statement had also told the Enforcement Directorate that the decision of the deal wasn't taken by one single person. Vora was essentially responsible for all financial transactions. Vora, as we know, was 12% shareholder in Young Indian. Meanwhile, Congress has locked horns with the Delhi cops. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Delhi police and demanded action against those police who entered Congress's party headquarters in Delhi without being welcomed. Congress Lok Sabha MPs will shortly hold a meeting at the party office in the Parliament House. According to sources, the MPs will also be discussing the treatment given to fellow MPs by the Delhi police and the delegation led by the Congress floor the leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is all set to speak to the speaker and complain to him about the way Congress MPs were manhandled and harassed, according to him.
ईडी दफ्तर को किले में तब्दील किया गया तो हुआ कि अंदर की खबर इन लोगों को बस कैसे पता चलते? ये तो प्लान स्टोरी है। ईडी का प्लान तो प्लान स्टोरी है। हमें वहाँ एक अंदर ना जाने नहीं देते, बात नहीं करने देते, ये परिंदा को घुसने नहीं देते, तो वहाँ के अंदर की बात बाहर कैसे आता है? क्योंकि ये सारे जो हो रहे हैं हमारे मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के निर्देश पे हो रहे हैं। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ सुविधा होगी कांग्रेस को और तोड़ो, कांग्रेस के बीच और खाई बढ़ा दो, कांग्रेस के भीतर अंदरूनी लफड़ा को बढ़ा कैसे दिया जाए, इसके सारे साजिश हो रहे हैं। हमें तो पता नहीं, उनके नजदीक नेता है पता नहीं, हमारे एमपीज को पता नहीं, उनको पता चल गया।
Persons who own 76% share are not accountable, but those who own 12% share are to be blamed for everything. This is the typical behavior of those who are caught in any criminal activities. Usually, a person who's caught with his hand in the cookie jar shifts the blame on somebody else, says मैंने नहीं किया, or says मेरी याददाश्त कमजोर है, मैं सारा कुछ भूल गया. And this seems to be the approach taken by all those people who are being brought to justice by various agencies.
Now, as we know, Congress's Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi both are major shareholders in Young Indian, the company that bought over AJL. Let's look at the dynamics here on what's the involvement when it comes to ownership of the Gandhi family in this company that's being probed for money laundering allegations. Akshata Nandagopal explains.
Let's break down for you what's the shareholding of Young Indian. Interestingly, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, so between the two of them, they own 76% of the stake. Sonia Gandhi has 38%, Rahul has 38%. Now, there are two other leaders who also have a stake in the company. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Oscar Fernandez had a 12% stake. Motilal Vora unfortunately passed away in 2020. The next year, Oscar Fernandez passed away. Now, Rahul Gandhi, despite having a 38% stake in this company, says that Motilal Vora, who has, let me remind you again, a 12% stake in this company, was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and between Young Indian. So he's told the Enforcement Directorate that, look, I can't give you any details. My mother can't give you any details. She has a 38% stake, but none of us can give you any details about the financial transactions because all of that was taken care of by Motilal Vora, and he's unfortunately no more. So this has been, in fact, Rahul Gandhi's response to all of those questions about the transfer of shares, about the loan transfer from AGL to Young Indian.
All right, coming up next on the other side of a short break, Sidhu Moosewala's murder plot unravels. We're looking at Delhi Tihar Jail, Lawrence Bishnoi, where he's plotted Moosewala's murder while seated in prison. This is the startling details we have. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think that 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
You are watching
Here's a big breaking news coming in on Sidhu Moosewala's murder plot that now unravels. Sensational gangster revelation. Killer Moosewala murder plot now revealed. From Delhi Tihar jail, Bishnoi plotted Sidhu Moosewala's murder. Lawrence Bishnoi plotted with Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar. Bishnoi's close aide Goldie Brar helped the murder of Moosewala. In fact, he arranged for arms and shooters. Since Bishnoi was inside prison, gangster Goldie Brar was the man who carried out the entire execution. 2-month-long planning went behind killing Sidhu Moosewala. Punjab drug mafia Jaggu Bhagwanpuria, who was also jailed in Tihar, was also in constant touch with Goldie Brar, also communicating and hatching this grand plan to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The drug mafia revealed that Bishnoi once got 50 Pakistani pistols for his shooters. But gang's arms consignment from Pakistan has been seized by the police. Bishnoi was shifted to jail number 8 after his use of phone came to light in March 2022. But by then, the plot of that murder was already hatched. This is a big revelation coming in on Sidhu Moosewala's murder. A massive details that has been revealed right here on India Today. Arvind Oja, who's tracking those developments, joins us live on this. अरविंद, यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर बैठते हुए उन्होंने पूरा प्लान हैच किया है मर्डर का. गोल्डी ब्रार जो कनाडा में है, उन्होंने वहां से यहाँ का मर्डर प्लान हैच किया है और शूटर्स को अरेंज किया है, गन्स को अरेंज किया है और ये सब पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर बैठते हुए, जेल के अंदर बैठते हुए इन्हें ऐसा किया है. आप सीधा प्लान बताइए, क्या हुआ था?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए नबीला, मैं आपको बताऊं कि ये जो गैंग है वो इस तरह से ऑपरेट कर रहा है कि फिलहाल पंजाब पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस और महाराष्ट्र पुलिस भी लगी हुई है. 29 मई को सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ तब से, लेकिन एक भी शूटर अरेस्ट नहीं हो पाया. इसका मतलब प्लानिंग जो है फुल प्रूफ हुई है. इंडिया टुडे को जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक मार्च 2022 यानी सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर के 2 महीने पहले तक लॉरेंस बिश्नोई लगातार कांटेक्ट में था गोल्डी बरार के. जानकारी ये भी मिली है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले का जो मर्डर है वो तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर ही लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने गोल्डी बरार जो कनाडा में मौजूद है उससे फोन पर बातचीत करके ये प्लान बना लिया था. सेकंड प्लान उसने ये बनाया कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर की प्लानिंग के पहले उसने अपने भाई अनमोल बिश्नोई को यूरोप भारत से फरार करवाया, गोल्डी बरार की मदद से यूरोप भिजवाया, जबकि उसका एक भांजा है सचिन बिश्नोई, उसको भी इंडिया से बाहर भिजवाया और उसके बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाला की मर्डर को अंजाम दिया गया। इसमें जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा निकल करके यही आ रहा है कि लॉरेंस किस तरीके से तिहाड़ जेल में बैठकर जो कनाडा में उसका एसोसिएट है गोल्डी बरार, उससे लगातार कांटेक्ट में था, फोन पर बातचीत हो रही थी और लगातार लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जेल से ही इंस्ट्रक्ट दे रहा था कि तुम्हें क्या क्या करना है। तो ये फुल प्रूफ प्लानिंग है और अभी अभी पंजाब पुलिस ने एक प्रेस रिलीज जारी की है सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर्डर में और उसमें पंजाब पुलिस ने खुलासा किया है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को सिद्धू मूसेवाला मर्डर केस में अरेस्ट किया गया है। साथ ही साथ कुल 10 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। लेकिन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और कनाडा में बैठा गोल्डी बरार, इन दोनों ने इस तरह की सिद्धू मूसेवाला की प्लानिंग की है कि 3 स्टेट की पुलिस पिछले कई दिनों से लगातार ये कोशिश में है कि शूटर पकड़े जाएं। अभी तक कोई शूटर नहीं पकड़ा गया है। मर्डर का मास्टरमाइंड लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है, उसको पंजाब पुलिस ने सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर केस में अरेस्ट किया है। साथ ही साथ कुल 10 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है। लेकिन कैसे जेल से ये पूरी प्लानिंग ये गैंगस्टर बनाते हैं और जेल के बाहर वारदातों को अंजाम दिलाते हैं, ये इस मर्डर मिस्ट्री में इस बात का खुलासा हुआ है, जो काफी चौंकाने वाली बात है।
जी, यहाँ पर अरविंद, गोल्डी बरार ने कनाडा बैठते हुए यहाँ शूटर्स को और गन्स को अरेंज किया है, मगर आप जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ। वी हैव सम मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज ऑन दिस। In fact, more information coming in on the way Sidhu Moosewala was murdered. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi plotted a filmy style murder after his aide Vicky Midukera's murder in 2021. Bishnoi had been plotting to kill Moosewala as he wanted to avenge the murder of Vikram Midukera. In fact, this murder was so perfectly planned. Bishnoi thought that through his songs, which portrayed guns, Moosewala had basically been challenging his right. In fact, Moosewala first wanted to kill, Bishnoi wanted to first kill Moosewala inside his home itself, but abandoned the plan after seeing security cover on Moosewala. Right after that, he decides to abandon the plan. And then as part of the plot, Bishnoi made his brother and nephew flee India so that they can escape the rival gang fury and police action after Moosewala's murder. Let me get some clarity from Arvind Oja himself. Clearly, Arvind, यहाँ पर हमें थोड़ा बहुत डिटेल्स मिला है, मगर आप साफ बताइए कि बिश्नोई ने सोचा कि वो मूसेवाला को घर के अंदर जाके मारेंगे, मगर उनका सिक्योरिटी कवर जो है इतना पक्का था कि उनको वो एग्जीक्यूट कर नहीं पाए उस वक्त। मगर जब आप गवर्नमेंट ने उसकी सिक्योरिटी कम कर दी तो उन्होंने तुरंत मार दिया। एक प्लानिंग जो 2 महीने चला, कैसे किया उन्होंने?
देखिए, अब आपको बताऊं कि ये क्लियर कट हो चुका है। इंडिया टुडे ने इस बात का पहले ही खुलासा किया था कि 7 अगस्त 2021 को पंजाब के मोहाली में विक्की मिडू खेड़ा नाम के एक शख्स का मर्डर हुआ था, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का काफ़ी क्लोज था। उसी के बाद जैसे ही लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग को पता चला कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जो मैनेजर है वो इसमें शामिल है और कहीं ना कहीं सिद्धू मूसेवाला भी जो राइवल गैंग है उससे एसोसिएट है, उसके बाद से ही ये गैंग लगातार सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मारने की प्लानिंग कर रहा था। लगातार मानसा में रेकिंग हो रही थी सिद्धू मूसेवाला की। जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने डिस्क्लोज किया है पुलिस से पूछताछ में कि न सिर्फ सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मारने के लिए रेकी की जा रही थी, बल्कि एक वक्त ऐसा आया कि ये कोशिश की गई कि सिद्धू मूसेवाले को घर में घुसकर मारा जाए, लेकिन सिक्योरिटी टाइट थी। उसके अलावा लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने यह भी बोला कि दरअसल सिद्धू मूसेवाला को मारने के पीछे 2 मकसद थे। एक तो विक्की मिडू खेड़ा की हत्या में सिद्धू मूसेवाला का नाम आ रहा था, साथ ही साथ सिद्धू मूसेवाला जिस तरह के गाने बना रहा था और उसमें लगातार जो आर्म्स, बड़े बड़े हथियार का उसके एल्बम में इस्तेमाल हो रहा था, वो कहीं ना कहीं लॉरेंस बिश्नोई और उसके गैंग को चैलेंज करने की बात हो रही थी। तो ये एक मोटिव अभी तक निकल करके आया है। इस वजह से हर हाल में सिद्धू मूसेवाले को मारने की प्लानिंग कर रहे थे और पिछले 3 से 4 महीने से ये प्लानिंग हो रही थी, रेकी हो रही थी। उसके अलावा एक फिल्मी स्टाइल में बाकायदे इस प्लानिंग को अंजाम दिया गया। मर्डर के पहले लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने जेल में बैठकर ही अपने भाई अनमोल को कनाडा में बैठे गोल्डी बरार की मदद से इंडिया से बाहर भिजवाया। फिलहाल जो इंडिया टुडे को सोर्सेस से जानकारी मिली है, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो भाई है अनमोल, वो यूरोप में बैठा हुआ है, जबकि एक और एसोसिएट है सचिन बिश्नोई, जिसको इंडिया से फरार करवाया, वो भी दूसरी कंट्री में बैठा हुआ है। जिसके बाद ये पूरी प्लानिंग को ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया। उसमें जो गोल्डी बरार है उसने ही हथियार तमाम शूटर्स को मुहैया कराए हैं, जिसके बाद इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया गया। तो देखिए किस तरीके से इसमें जेल में बैठकर जो गैंगस्टर है वो प्लानिंग करते हैं, उसके बाद उनके जो एसोसिएट है इंडिया से बाहर बैठे हैं वो शूटर अरेंज करते हैं, उसके बाद पंजाब में मर्डर हो जाता है। तो ये एक इंटरनेशनल सिंडिकेट है, एक इंटरनेशनल गैंग बन चुका है, जिसकी कमर तोड़ने के लिए न सिर्फ पंजाब पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस, बल्कि महाराष्ट्र पुलिस भी अब सामने आ गई है। लेकिन अभी भी जो एक्चुअल शूटर है जिन्होंने लॉरेंस बिश्नोई पर माफ करिएगा सिद्धू मूसेवाले पर गोली चलाई, वो अरेस्ट नहीं हो पाए हैं। तो इस तरीके की इनकी प्लानिंग होती है कि जो एजेंसीज हैं वो भी कहीं ना कहीं गुमराह हो जाएं, अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाएं एक्चुअल शूटर कौन है।
Right. Arvind, thank you very much. Arvind, in fact, is the man who's been constantly tracking these developments and bringing us those exclusive details of the way Lawrence Bishnoi has plotted this entire murder while he was seated in Tihar jail. He's executed it with perfection, full filmy style. Punjab police has now finally got custody of Lawrence Bishnoi for 7 days. The gangster has been given top-notch security as he cites threat to his life. He fears that Punjab police will kill him in an encounter, also appealed to court on that. Now the question is, the plot of the murder is out. What action will the police take? Let's have a listen.
A bulletproof car, 100 policemen standing guard, and heavily armed commandos. This is the top-notch level of security for the grilling of dreaded gangster and suspected mastermind of the Sidhu Moosewala murder. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi being grilled by Special Investigation Team and Anti-Gangster Task Force personnel after the Punjab police got his custody for 7 days.
This gangster who was brought on 1-day transit remand, he was produced in the Mansa court which remanded him to police custody. Though the gangster during the Delhi police questioning has not confessed that he is behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder conspiracy.
किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या कमांडोज
आप देख सकते हैं, बिल्कुल सिक्योरिटी की इसके लिए जो है सफिशिएंट सिक्योरिटी हम कर रहे हैं। उसमें कमांडो भी है, उसमें लोकल है, उसमें हमारी जो पैरामिलिट्री है वो भी है।
India Today had earlier tracked the gangsters' high security convoy.
ये सारी चीजें जल्दी जल्दी पंजाब पुलिस ने इसलिए की क्योंकि एक तो ये गाड़ियों का काफिला काफी लंबा है। पंजाब पुलिस की अपनी 12 से 15 गाड़ियां हैं, इसके अलावा लोकल जिस जगह से ये गुजर रहे हैं वहां की लोकल एस्कॉर्ट इन्हें मिल रहा है और 50 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा कर्मी है।
The Punjab police are trying to unravel the Moosewala murder plot and trace the Lawrence Bishnoi gang's sharpshooters who actually pulled the trigger in Mansa, Punjab. The death threat letter to Salman Khan may also come up for probe.
बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई? हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
India Today's Arvind Ojha is the only crime reporter to confront Lawrence Bishnoi, asking him about his crimes. Lawrence Bishnoi is being grilled over gang rivalry and the weapon used by the killers of Moosewala. The Punjab police have revealed to India Today that the gangster, so far, is not cooperating. With Manjeet Sehgal, Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra in Mohali, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, to solve Sidhu Moosewala's murder, investigators from 3 different states are probing into this case: Delhi, Punjab, Maharashtra police. Now, with the arrest of the one shooter, Santosh Yadav, by the Pune crime branch, revealed some shocking modus operandi of this case. These gangsters used to communicate through Instagram. They had several different Instagram accounts. They had popular social media profiles, Guns, Ghana, Gangsters. In this special report, let's have a look at how they operated brazenly.
हम है जेल से भागे हुए सारे मोस्ट वांटेड मैंने ढूंढती फिर रही है
की पूरी ठोक ठोक रखदा डेंजर ते जान लेवा शौक रखदा।
पहले हमारे पूर्वज पीतल में पानी भरते थे और अब बात हमारी है, हम पीतल ही भर देते हैं।
करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए, करनी है बदमाशी ता दिल शेर दा चाहिए। ओ एवें बस हंस के डर देईदा कोई पिट
These are no ordinary Instagram videos. These multiple reels are to interact between dreaded criminal groups, to boast about their kills and captures. Startling revelations in Sidhu Moosewala murder case, interconnecting gangs across the state. Arrest of sharpshooter Santosh Jadhav has blown the lid off this gang's operations. Pune Crime Branch reveals that Lawrence Bishnoi gang's mode of communication is the popular social media platform Instagram. Instagram is being used to communicate orders, to even flaunt news reports of extortion and intimidation against this gang. Interestingly, some uploaded videos have the music of Sidhu Moosewala, the Punjabi singer shot dead allegedly by the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. And Jadhav is accused to be one of the shooters. Santosh Jadhav was arrested by Pune police on Monday and has multiple Instagram accounts, some of them flaunting friends and weapons. So how do the gang members here identify? They pen initials using guns and bullets, and their code is Jai Balkari. The police are investigating further accounts to identify these gang members, that whether on Instagram or even YouTube. Mumbai Police Crime Branch, which is investigating Bishnoi gang's alleged threats to Salman Khan, are now also trying to trace previous attempted attacks against the Bollywood superstar. So today's dreaded gangs are operational not just on the streets, but also across the virtual space to target people and spread the word. That is, till the time law of the land catches up with them. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, the man with a 700-member gang, a dreaded gangster with connections even in Canada, Lawrence Bishnoi. Here's a report that gives you a glimpse of the gang that terrorized the entire north of India. Only on India Today, you get the exact details. Have a look.
A gang that has terrorized much of North India, operating stealthily even from top central jails. A gang that has claimed the brazen daylight murder of Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala. And now for the first time, the dreaded Lawrence Bishnoi gang is on television. Exclusive images of the Bishnoi gang being paraded by the Delhi Police Special Cell in 2021 after taking them into police remand under the Maharashtra Control of Organised Crime Act, Makoka. Bishnoi is seen wearing a black t-shirt, green shoes and close-cropped hair. Rajasthan gangster Sampath Nehra, who once carried out a reconnaissance of actor Salman Khan's house, can also be seen in these images accessed exclusively by India Today. The other gangster in these images are Jaggu Bhagwanpuria and Haryana's Kali Rajput and Raju Basodi. 30-year-old Lawrence Bishnoi, the son of a former police officer, is a law graduate. He met Goldie Brar in 2009 during his stint in Punjab University. The two rapidly rose in the world of crime after fighting for supremacy in university politics and a series of ruthless murders. When Goldie Brar fled to Canada, Bishnoi kept running the crime empire from Tihar Central Jail. Anybody who owed allegiance to rival gangs or stood against the Bishnoi gang was neutralized, like pop star Sidhu Moosewala. The Bishnoi gang allegedly wanted to avenge the murder of Akali Dal leader Vicky Middukheda in August 2021. Since Shaganpreet Singh, the manager of Moosewala, was named as a key plotter in the murder case, Moosewala came on the radar of the Bishnoi gang. Moosewala was also close to slain gangster Vicky Gounder, a bitter rival of the Bishnoi gang. While Shaganpreet fled to Australia, Moosewala couldn't escape the wrath of the Bishnoi gang. With Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Sidhu Moosewala's murder has put the spotlight on the gangs of Punjab. Moosewala's family and friends have confirmed that the singer was receiving death threats by gangsters. At the center of this gang war is Lawrence Bishnoi, currently lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail. He's the prime suspect in Moosewala's murder, but he's not the only one. We now decode for you the gang rivalry that killed Moosewala. Clearly, Lawrence Bishnoi seems to be the main culprit.
May, Jawar ke village, Mansa, Punjab. While glorifying the guns and gangster culture in his songs, Sidhu Moosewala would have never imagined that one day he would fall prey to gangsters himself. Sources say before Sidhu Moosewala was killed, he'd received a call from the gangsters advising him to mend his ways. But Moosewala had ignored the threats, saying he too was equipped with weapons.
इनके जो एक मैनेजर हैं शगनप्रीत, इनका नाम आया था जो विक्की मिड्डू खेड़ा वाले मर्डर केस में। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का इसमें हाथ है और इसकी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो लकी उन्होंने ले ली है उनकी गैंग के।
A gang war that spread across Punjab, Delhi's Tihar jail, and across 7 seas to Canada. At the center of this gang war is this group of men led by Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi, prime suspect. Lawrence Bishnoi is currently lodged in the high security ward of Tihar Central Jail. A resident of Firozpur, his gang is active in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Professional shooters are also a part of Bishnoi's gang. Kala Jathedi, Bishnoi's crime partner. Lawrence Bishnoi's partner in crime is Sandeep alias Kala Jathedi, Delhi's most wanted gangster who carried a reward of 7 lakh rupees when he was arrested in July last year. Apart from Delhi police, Jathedi was wanted by Haryana, Rajasthan and Punjab police for his alleged involvement in several cases of murder, extortion and other heinous crimes. Jathedi's name also came up following the Chhatrasal Stadium assault and murder in which two-time Olympic medalist and world champion wrestler Sushil Kumar was arrested. Sushil Kumar was associated with Jathedi, but the two fell out. Vicky Midhu Kheda, Bishnoi aide, shot dead in August 2021. The trigger for Sidhu Moosewala's killing was allegedly the murder of Vicky Midhu Kheda. Vicky was also a big name in the Punjabi music industry and was shot dead in August last year. Moosewala's manager, Shaganpreet's name had figured in that murder. Goldie Brar, gangster, currently in Canada. Goldie Brar, a close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi, currently in Canada, has also claimed responsibility for Moosewala's murder. Goldie has also claimed that apart from Vicky Midhu Kheda's killing, Sidhu Moosewala was also behind the murder of his brother Gurlal Brar, but has survived on the strength of his contacts and influence. The Bishnoi gang has taken responsibility for murdering Sidhu Moosewala, claiming that Vicky Midukheda was their brother and they have now avenged his death. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. For the news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Kanwal. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To The Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel State of War 2021 elections. And many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. First, the headlines. Congress launches violent protest marches across several cities against Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Vehicles burnt in Hyderabad. Ambulance stuck in Bengaluru. Massive twist in Rahul Gandhi's Herald grilling case. Facing marathon grilling by the Enforcement Directorate, Rahul puts the onus on late Congress Treasurer Motilal Vora, says all Herald deals were handled by him. Protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. Trains torched, vehicles damaged, tires burnt, sloganeering erupts. Now, Supreme Court refuses to put brakes on bulldozers in Uttar Pradesh, asks Yogi government to file a response on Jamiat Plea alleging illegal demolitions and injustice. Sensational revelation in Sidhu Moosewala's murder probe. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Punjab drug lord Lawrence Bishnoi, both of them helped eliminate the singer Sidhu Moosewala while seated in prison. Airlines clamor off as much as 15% hike in airfares, cite rise in aviation fuel and plunging rupee. SpiceJet issues a statement. Here's some big news coming in. Violent escalation in Agnipath protests. Protesters pelted stones at cops in Bihar. Cops injured after protesters pelted stones. We see different districts of Bihar, large-scale agitation as the state is now boiling over many aspirants who were writing examinations to enter the army are very upset and angry over the new Agnipath scheme that's been rolled out by the government. In fact, the Indian Army had rolled out a new Agnipath scheme where they're going to be recruiting youngsters between the age of 17 to 21 on a 4-year contract basis. The ones on merit will be retained. The others could be let off with help for their next career option. Now, this has not gone down well with aspirants who've been preparing for the last 2 years to enter the army for a full-fledged career in the army. Here, protests have turned so violent that police officers who were trying to man the situation have been injured. Kaimur in Bihar, we see a police officer literally struggling to aid his injuries. In fact, right now, we see visuals of bogies and trains that were burnt. Many of those protesters who have torched vehicles, vandalized public property, they're angry, they're upset and insecure over this Agnipath scheme rolled out by the Indian Army. Protesters pelting stones at the cops in Bihar. Cops trying really hard to settle the situation, to try and calm those protesters, but seem to have failed so long. Cops have been injured after protesters have pelted stones. In fact, this escalation now turns violent over Agnipath scheme that's been rolled out by the government. Protesters pelting stones at the cops in Bihar. Cops have been injured after protesters pelted stones. And these are the visuals coming in. Very sad to see the police who are trying so hard to calm those protesters are finally themselves bearing the brunt. They're the ones who are injured. Here you see a cop really trying hard. The paramilitary forces that have also been deployed there to man the situation. One of those officers who's trying to aid this law and order police after he's been hurt by stone pelters. Very, very violent protests. Train bogies were burnt. Stones were pelted, public property was damaged. The state of Bihar right now come to a standstill because of these large-scale protests. Gaurav Bhatia joining us on the phone line for more on that. BJP spokesperson. Gaurav, here is protests in Bihar where we see has taken a violent turn. Many of them condemning, in fact, all of them were protesting, condemning the Agnipath scheme that's been rolled out. They seem to have been getting some kind of support from the opposition as well. Your take, would you want to calm them by saying a thing or two on the Agnipath scheme? Would you want to console them at all?
See, first of all, the Agnipath scheme is a historic decision by the government. It would be beneficial for the country. It would ensure a younger combat-ready force. It would also give opportunities of employment to the youth. However, this seems to be a protest that is fueled by irresponsible leaders like Rahul Gandhi, who has also tweeted on this scheme without even studying the nitty-gritties and the advantages of the Agnipath Yojana. And one thing for sure, that this is a government that is always open to suggestions, constructive suggestions. But political leaders who are trying to add fuel to fire will not be spared, and resorting to violence against uniformed personnel is also unacceptable.
Right. At this point, we believe that the protesters are very insecure about their job security. Many of them are aspirants who have been waiting for 2 years for recruitment. They've been preparing for the army examinations. Now they feel that this will scuttle their chances for a career within the army. They fear that there will be no more job security and pension for them, and the army will make do with a contract of 4 years and get them ready, possibly. Many of them who are trying hard to get a long-term career will be sidelined.
See, whenever a new scheme is introduced, it could happen that certain youth of the country have doubts, insecurities, and that is why I said it is our responsibility to assuage the feelings of the youth. They are our youth. But other political parties in the opposition also first need to exhaustively examine the Agnipath scheme and then comment, rather than making tweets and comments which are insightful in nature, that are more of a propaganda than any other thing. And that is why we are open to suggestions, to dialogue, but using of force for protest is unacceptable, and political parties in the opposition also need to be more responsible.
Mr. Bhatia, here what the grouse is that they worry, well, there are large numbers of the youth in Bihar particularly wanting to apply for the army. They fear that only 25%, as per the new Agnipath scheme, only 25% will be brought down and will be retained as per merit. Many of the others who are aspiring for a long-term career may just be pushed out.
No, let us understand that, first of all, you raised that there would be no pension and, after the tenure is over, there would be no security. There is a Seva Nidhi, around 11 lakh rupees that would be given. There would be skill training of the person. There would be, a feeling of the security, discipline, patriotism in the youth that will serve the armed forces for 4 years. And most importantly, maximum number of recruitments have been done in the last 5 years, barring the COVID period, by this very government. And these numbers range from 50,000 to 75,000. So therefore, we should only be making allegations after we have studied the facts and the Agnipath scheme, which is in the interest of the nation and the youth.
Well, the protesters are, of course, accusing the government of doing this for the benefit.
No, that's fine. I've answered all your questions.
This is an attempt to try and cut costs, but at the cost of many of the youth who are possibly looking for a career.
Their future will be protected by the government. They are our youth. We understand our responsibility, and the youth of the country, I would say a very sizable population, is very enthusiastic and is encouraged by the announcement of this scheme.
Mr. Bhatia, any second thoughts over relooking the scheme at all?
I am not in a position to make any such comment. As I said, a majority of the youth have welcomed this historic scheme that is being launched, and people will benefit, youth will benefit, country will benefit, and of course the armed forces will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gaurav Bhatia, there joining us of the BJP. Here, as much as the government says that this has been welcomed wholeheartedly, we're seeing a different scene altogether in Bihar. A huge protest that have broken out, where angry youth have burned down train bogies, burned down buses, vehicles, literally disrupted law and order in the entire state and different districts. Here, so far, so long, no intervention coming in from the government on how their insecurities can be settled at the moment. All right, more angry protests over the Agnipath scheme. It rages on now in Haryana. Dramatic shots coming in from the Palwal area in Haryana. Protesters have burned down police vehicle in Palwal. Police resort to lathi charge as well. Here's some more visual coming in. Let's cut across to those dramatic shots coming in from Palwal in Haryana, where protesters are now condemning the Agnipath scheme. Even in Haryana, similar protests have now erupted. This is Haryana's Palwal, where we see a police vehicle that's been burned down as protesters are angry with the Agnipath scheme that the government has rolled out. Remember, the BJP, of course, endorsing this as a welcome move, as historic. Yes, indeed, a similar formula has been adopted by a few other countries in the world. But does this suit India at this point? India is looking at large-scale unemployment as well. A large number of youths at the same time also apply for the army, considering job security. And many of those youth, largely hailing from Bihar, Haryana and these areas, many of them are very upset that now, because of a 4-year contract and no pension, their future will remain insecure. They're fearing insecurity in their job. Ankur joining us live for more on this. Dev, Ankur, what is the grouse of those youth in Haryana, Palwal, who are protesting violently? They've burned down a police vehicle there. Dev, Ankur, if you can hear me.
Nabila, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please go on. What's the grouse of those
Nabila,
youth in Haryana?
Rajasthan, well, right now there are widespread protests which have been happening in various parts of the country. I'm in Jaipur right now, and even in Jaipur there have been strident voices against the government bringing in Agnipath scheme. Firstly, they say that, you know, if 75% of those people who would be taken in, they will be asked to leave after 4 years, then what will happen to those skilled youth? They also say that once you attain skills over a period of certain, let's say 3 to 4 years, then you are expecting to get promoted, or you expect to get a higher pay grade. But out here, the government is saying that 75% of the people will be made redundant or will be asked to leave the army. So what will happen to them? Will they be serving as peons, drivers, house staff, or in other jobs which they feel that they are much more equipped than that? So I have several people with me right now. He's an ex-serviceman. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम एक्स-सर्विसमैन हवलदार ओपी चौधरी है।
चौधरी जी, ये बताएं कि जो सरकार अग्निपथ की जो स्कीम लाने की बात कर रही है, 4 साल की सर्विस, वो कह रहे हैं कि इससे रोजगार मिलेगा। क्या आप सहमत हैं?
मैं बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूँ, और 4 साल में कोई सैनिक नहीं बनेगा, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, वो जो ट्रेनिंग करेगा, उस ट्रेनिंग से हम हमारे विरोधी देश जो बॉर्डर लाइन है उसको कवर नहीं कर पाएंगे। मैंने आर्मी की सेवा करके बिल्कुल बॉर्डर लाइन को देखा है, और मैंने करीबी से इस युद्ध को देखा, 99 कारगिल को भी देखा है, और मैं इस योजना का बिल्कुल खंडन करता हूं, और ये सैनिकों के बिल्कुल खिलाफ है।
आपको मालूम है कि इसके बारे में कि ये बिल्कुल किसान का बच्चा फौज में जाता है, किसी नेता का बच्चा, कोई आज तक फौज में हो या नेता का बच्चा, ओनली फॉर 1 किलोमीटर दौड़ के दिखा दे, हम बिल्कुल।
आप कह रहे थे आप डिफेंस एकेडमी चलाते हैं, आप सर्व भी कर चुके हैं पहले?
नहीं, सर्व नहीं कर
जी। तो ये बताएं कि जो स्कीम है उसके तहत अगर सरकार कह रही है कि एक व्यापक स्तर पर लोगों को सेना में भर्ती करने का मौका मिलेगा, ट्रेनिंग करने का मौका मिलेगा, देश को सर्व करने का मौका मिलेगा, तो आपको डिसएग्रीमेंट कहाँ पे है?
सर, कहाँ से ये सर्व कहाँ से करेंगे? मुझे ये बताइए, 4 साल की सर्विस है जिसमें ट्रेनिंग भी इंक्लूड है, ठीक है। 4 साल बाद में वो बच्चा ओनली फॉर हथियार चलाना सीखेगा, और बाहर आके उसके पास में कोई रोजगार तो रहेगा नहीं, फिर वो क्या करेगा? कोई ना कोई गलत कदम उठाएगा, ठीक है। या बीजेपी सरकार ये कहती है कि हम इस चीज में उसको रोजगार दे रहे हैं, नौकरी दे रहे हैं, कहाँ से देंगे? 75% लोग, 75% बच्चे बाहर जाएंगे, 75% ऐसे डिपार्टमेंट को कहाँ देंगे वो?
इसके अलावा जो आप एक बात कर रहे थे कि पिछले 2 साल में पैंडेमिक के दौरान जो भर्तियां होनी थी, जो नहीं हुई, रुकी हुई थी, कि कहकर के कोविड पैंडेमिक चल रहा है, आप उन सभी भर्तियों पे आप कह रहे थे रोक लग गई है, उसको लेकर काफी आक्रोश है।
सर, कोविड का तो अभी भी यही कोविड डला हुआ है कि कोविड, सरकार ने ये कहा कि अभी कोविड है, कोविड के बाद में एग्जाम रिटर्न की डेट भी दी जाएगी, फिजिकल भी कराया जाएगा, मगर अचानक ये प्रस्ताव सरकार लेके आती है कि सभी एग्जाम रद्द किए जा रहे हैं, टीओडी लागू की जा रही है, टीओडी के माध्यम से ही ये भर्ती की जाएगी, तो ये बच्चा कहाँ जाएगा? ये एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो तानाशाह, बिल्कुल तानाशाह बन चुकी है बीजेपी सरकार। पहले किसान अड़े रहे, किसानों ने कम से कम 1 साल तक वहाँ पे धरना दिया, उसके बाद में बीजेपी सरकार ने वापस वो नियम वापस लिए, और आज बीजेपी सरकार इन बच्चों पे अत्याचार कर रही है, तानाशाह कर रही है। ये कहाँ ये चीजें करेगी, किन किन को मारेगी ये। और 42 लड़के सुसाइड कर चुके हैं। बीजेपी सरकार आगे भी सुसाइड और देखने को मिलेंगे। क्यों ये इनको बच्चों को इतना मारना चाह रही है?
सर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ बीजेपी सरकार को कि आप जो इन बच्चों का एग्जाम नहीं करा रहे हो, आप ये बताइए 21 साल आपने एज रखी है, ये बच्चे तो ऑलरेडी और एज हो गए, इनको कहाँ से रोजगार
बताइए। जो टीओडी का कॉन्सेप्ट लेकर आई है अग्निपथ के तहत, उसमें एज रिलैक्सेशन दे दी जाती है, तो फिर क्या आप उससे सहमत हो जाएंगे?
अगर एज रिलैक्सेशन दे दिया जाए तो भी हमें कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा, लेकिन जो 4 ईयर के बाद रिटायर्ड होने के बाद कोई रोजगार उनको नहीं मिलेगा और ना हमको मिला है। हम भी एक्सर्विसमैन हैं, आज यहाँ दर की ठोकरें खा रहे हैं।
Well, so clearly there are several problematic areas in this Agnipath concept. Firstly, Nabila, the point is that why were these youth, not just hundreds of them, thousands or lakhs, there are lakhs of such youths who are today out on streets, why were they not taken into confidence? Why was the plan to float such a scheme not brought into public sphere and asked for opinions? They claim that the government is acting in a dictatorial manner, that they are imposing this Agnipath scheme on them, and there are several insinuations that are being levelled on the Modi government, where several of the youth are claiming that to reduce the budget, not to give pension, and that is what the main focus of the Modi government is behind bringing in this scheme. And they claim that those students who had been preparing for the last 3 or 4 years during the COVID pandemic, when the recruitments were not happening in the army, what will happen to several of them, in fact thousands of them who have already gone over age and who were expecting that the recruitments will allow them to pursue their passion of serving the country and being a part of the army. Nabila?
News coming in right this moment. Let's cut across. All right, now Rahul Gandhi tears into the government over Agnipath scheme. Rahul Gandhi says, and I quote, no stable future after 4 years. Rahul to the government says, listen to the unemployed. Kejriwal also wades into the Agnipath debate. Delhi Chief Minister asked the centre to let youth serve the forces for life instead of for just 4 years. This is the opposition now, including Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. Both of them storm into this debate on the Agnipath scheme that the government has rolled out, where it allows for recruitment of youngsters between 17 to 21 to join the armed forces for a contractual period of 4 years. Many of them protesting against this move. Opposition now wading into this controversy. Rahul Gandhi tearing into the government over the Agnipath scheme. He says, no stable future after 4 years. Listen to the unemployed. Kejriwal also now jumps in, says the centre must let the youth serve the armed forces for a lifetime instead of just 4 years. Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal, both of them wading into the Agnipath scheme that's been rolled out, which has now received much criticism. Protests erupting in places like Bihar, Haryana. Mustafa Sheikh joining us live from Mumbai as well. Mustafa, what's the situation there? Are we looking at any kind of resentment in Mumbai? The youth, we believe, in Bihar and Haryana are angry, and the protests are quite violent there. Mustafa, can you hear me? I'm going to try and cut across to Mustafa on that. But let me quickly cut across to some more breaking news coming in. In fact, a government's clarification on this. Government sources clarify on the Agnipath scheme. The sources say future of Agniveers is secure since they will get priority in the CAPFs as well as the state police. The government sources say further, recruitment will be triple of the current recruitment. No change in regimental system. Scheme will bring 50-50 mix of youngsters and experienced ranks. Serving armed officers have been consulted. Proposal has been framed by the Department of Military Officers itself. Many ex-officers have recognized the scheme's advantages. This is a government source who's trying to clarify and justify the Agnipath scheme. Remember, even as protests erupt, large-scale protests across the country over Agnipath scheme announced by the government sources now clarifying on the scheme. Sources say that the future of Agniveers is secure since they will be getting priority in the CAPFs and the state police. They also further say recruitment will be triple of the current recruitment. No change in the regimental system. Scheme will bring 50-50 mix of youngsters and experienced ranks. Serving armed officers have been consulted. Proposal was framed by the Department of Military Officers. Many ex-officers have been have recognized the scheme to be advantageous. This is the government's response. Sources from the government, of course, speaking on the merits of the Agnipath scheme. The government wanting to try and counter those myths on the Agnipath scheme. Many of them who are condemning the government for ignoring the future of many of the youth who've been preparing for examinations to enter the army. All right, here's some more big news coming in. Congress Neta Renuka Chaudhary crosses the line, brazen attack on khaki on camera by the Congress Neta. Renuka grabs the collar of a police. Let's have a quick look at this visual where Congress Neta Renuka Chaudhary loses cool, literally attacks a police officer, holds the police officer's collar. This comes amid the Congress carrying out protests against the police, saying that the police is trying to manhandle them. On camera, you have Renuka Chaudhary, who's literally held the collar of a police official. Congress Neta Renuka Chaudhary who's now caught in the eye of the storm after being caught on camera for assaulting, almost, it's not a literal assault, but holding a cop is an absolute violation of the law, could be booked for fighting the police, for attacking the police. In fact, grave charges could be slapped against her. There you have it, that visual there, very, very shocking. Renuka Acharya, in fact, holding a collar of a police official. So shameful. Renuka Chaudhary, Congress Neta, who crosses the line, literally pulls up a police officer by holding his collar. A brazen attack on the khaki, caught on camera by the Congress Neta. Renuka grabs the collar of a cop, heckles him, tries to heckle him, while the cop only trying to do their duty to try and stop these protesters from creating mayhem on the streets. Here is Renuka Chaudhary, who holds the collar of a police officer, and now she's been detained. Let's take a look what really happened. I mean, this is the visual that's now been caught on cameras, which you see on your screens. So shameful. A lady, Renuka Chaudhary, who was detained for carrying out protests and disrupting public order in Hyderabad. When she was detained, or rather when the police was asking her to stop those large-scale violent agitations, she pulls up the cop and holds his collar, literally pulls him through his collar. And then she was quickly held on by the lady cops and taken to a police jeep and detained. Renuka there in Hyderabad pulls up the police, holds his collar, heckles him in full public view. This has been caught on camera. This, according to the Congress, is Satyagraha. Clearly, absolute characterless behavior of a Congress Neta. Renuka Chaudhary, who is a leader of the Congress in Hyderabad, holds the collar of a police, heckles him while the police was only merely doing his duty, asking her to stop those violent protests. If one sees the kind of visuals coming in from Hyderabad, you'd be shocked to understand that this is what the Congress calls Satyagraha. Burning of tires, damaging public property, goons and hooligans who pose as Congress members, mounting on public buses and stopping traffic, literally stalling the entire city, holding the city to ransom. That's what the protest did. And when the police only trying to do their duty, this is the second image, in fact, coming in from Hyderabad, where the police was heckled. We saw previous visuals as well, where the police were pushed around because they were only doing their duty. And this is the same party who's launched a protest today, saying that their protest is against the police officers. In Delhi, Congress Netas has filed a complaint against police officers for allegedly manhandling them. Then how does this video explain itself? Should not the Congress be explaining this video? What really went wrong that Renuka Acharya pulled up a police, and this is an absolute crime. She can be jailed without bail for this. BJP spokesperson joining us on the phone line, Anila Singh. Anila, here is Renuka Chaudhary, who holds a policeman by his collar, heckles him before she was escorted to a police jeep and detained. The behavior is appalling. That's caught on camera. Your take on this?
This act is very disgraceful, very unfortunate as well. Congress party workers, they do not have any control on their actions. And this lady is a senior Indian National Confused Party's leader, and she should know that what she is doing. But I always mention that this party has become totally confused party. She can't even understand simple things. That if we talk about police force is there to control law and order situation. Tomorrow, if there is a stampede, if she gets hurt, then she is going to say, where was the police force? But what we can see, she is, catching hold of this man by collar. What is the explanation Congress leadership is going to give about it? So definitely, she has to come forward and she has to be sorry about her act. Otherwise, she must understand one thing: it's a very bad message which is going to go forward because of her action from Congress party.
This is very embarrassing for the Congress party at this point, because they're launching a nationwide protest. Anila, thank you very much for joining us. Congress has launched a nationwide protest against the police, saying that the police manhandled and heckled them. But how does one really explain this video that you see on your screens here? Renuka Chaudhary, who's a Congress neta in Hyderabad, pulls up a police officer with his collar, heckles him, pushes him back before she was escorted by the lady police to the jeep. Shiv Arur joining us on the same from the newsroom. Shiv, here Renuka Acharya showing very distasteful body language. She pulls up the collar of a police officer only for merely doing his duty. The protest visuals that's coming from Hyderabad is very disturbing. Anything but satyagraha. She could be jailed for this.
Anything but satyagraha, and also, given that the Congress, apart from this being a protest in support of Rahul Gandhi, it's also supposed to be one about, sympathy for the Gandhi, sympathy for, against vendetta politics, BJP that they're accusing of. Images like this are going to become the face of the protests. We've seen violence in other parts of the country. We've seen tire burning. We've seen traffic being disrupted in Bengaluru. But the Congress has gained quite a bit of legitimate traction by projecting that the police, has been acting out of line by barging into their party office yesterday. But images like these of prominent leaders like Renuka Chaudhary holding and pulling the collar of a policeman, who is, after all, just doing his duty, following political orders on the ground there, is something that rapidly unravels the kind of message that the Congress is trying to send out. And I'm afraid, in this age of social media cells that are hungry to viral images of this kind, it completely negates what the Congress is trying to do. They are going to lose any sympathy that they've gained so far.
Right. At this point, Shiv, in Delhi, Congress netas have filed a complaint against police officers for allegedly heckling and manhandling them. A bunch of the MPs have also gone to meet with Om Birla. They'll be formally lodging a complaint to him, saying that this is not the way to treat MPs within the Congress. But what option are the police left with? If they have this kind of overwhelming crowds indulging in violence, the least the police can do is literally lathi charge and detain them, and that's what they were doing.
That's a very important point that you're making, Nabila. The fact that the police has a job on the ground, which is crowd control. They have to work in a preemptive manner. Moving people away from areas where they refuse to move away from always looks dramatic on camera. But that's the kind of thing that the Congress is actually going for. They want to make it look like it is a brutal crackdown on them. There may have been some crossings of the line with the police actually barging into the All India Congress Committee headquarters. But you're right when you say that the police is, after all, just doing its job to clear crowds where they're not allowed to assemble, where people are becoming violent. They lit a fire, they burnt tires outside the enforcement directorate. But, any sympathy that the Congress is able to sort of distill out of this entire agitation is going to be completely, upturned, negated, and, lost the result of small acts like the one that Renuka Chaudhary has indulged in. She's been famous for doing this kind of, imperious, arrogant behavior in the past. And usually she has a
she has a predilection for saying things or doing things that tend to go viral because she's a popular, prominent face, television friendly as well. Everybody knows who she is. She's a former union minister. So for her to actually indulge in an act like this, in order, for the BJP, for the Modi government, for the social media cells to latch onto it and make this viral, watch the Congress protests are given. Look at these entitled loyalists and these pulling the collars of policemen who are merely doing their jobs. And I'm afraid that's precisely what has actually happened. Nobody even needs to spin this as something else. This is someone acting imperiously and pulling the collar of a policeman who, as you rightly said, Nabil, is doing his job.
Like you said, Shiv, it's very difficult for the Congress party members to gain any sympathy at this point, because just yesterday I spoke to Jyotimani, Congress MP, who put out a video saying that the police had manhandled her. She had shown her clothes that were slightly torn. She's lodging a formal complaint to Om Birla, the speaker. While that said, images like this are counterproductive for the Congress who are launching this protest against the police. They're doing their duty. Renuka Chaudhary literally heckles him, pulling his collar. Ideally, should be arrested with immediate effect for assaulting a police, and that is non-bailable.
The point you made about Jyotimani and the other MPs yesterday is very, very correct, Nabila, because, if police action was excessive against people like Jyotimani, and she put out a very emotional video, yes, those are totally legitimate. Action must be taken. There needs to be an investigation about whether excessive force was used. But like you're also rightly saying, the sympathy, the legitimate sympathy and attention that the Congress may have drawn by, any actions or alleged actions by the police yesterday are simply washed away thanks to, thoughtless acts of arrogance and idiocy of the kind that Renuka Chaudhary has often been caught on camera indulging. And that's the kind of negative effect these thoughtless acts can actually do. And Congress unite for this Samarthan across the country. I think it's these things that are going to more than.
Shiv, thank you very much for joining us with those details. The visual that you see here, very appalling and shameful. The Congress certainly has a lot to answer on. While they've launched a nationwide protest against the police and, of course, against the ED summons on Rahul Gandhi, this kind of the visual that surfaces from Hyderabad of Renuka Chaudhary clearly shows another picture altogether. Now, a day after the Congress's India will burn threat, the grand old party now, the workers have staged a nationwide aggression against Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Congress workers who burnt tires during the protest yesterday up the ante, set vehicles on fire in Hyderabad. Congress has protested outside the Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram. Similar scenes were also witnessed in Chennai. Protesters have jumped over police barricades in Chandigarh. Water cannons were used by cops to disperse them. Several leaders and protesters were detained by the cops as well. This is a show of strength by the Congress, which they unfortunately call as Satyagraha.
It's clear as daylight that they detained the honorable MPs for 8 hours to 12 hours without a written order, without a legal order. It's a clear violation of liberty. Every fundamental right has been violated. Every privilege has been violated. We have appealed to the honorable chairman to take action for breach of privilege as well as breach of liberty, and let the process of law take its course.
As far as the inquiry and the questioning and the due process of law is unbiased, based on facts and evidence-based, there's no problem. We're open to all investigations. Mr. Gandhi's been there for 3 days answering all questions. So there's no question of avoiding answering questions. But we want to question the intent behind the actions taken against the leadership of the Congress party. And we are within our rights to ask those questions. We get no answers. We are just bundled in a bus and taken to police stations, or we are put under house arrest, etc. So this sort of action of the government, I think, is attracting a lot of questions by the people at large, not just the Congress party.
He's not a scaring personality. Everybody knows that. But the question is that whether this agency having credibility. He's sitting there whatever time they want, answering their question, but answer may not be the type which they want to be answered. This is all politically motivated, biased investigation.
हिंदुस्तान में कभी क्या कोई आंदोलन नहीं होते? हम क्या किसी को कहीं रास्ता रुके, कहीं दफ्तर तोड़ने की तो आंदोलन नहीं किए। हम लोग गांधी जी की दिखाए हुए मार्ग पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारा बात रखने की कोशिश किए। ये क्या गुनाह है? मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहते हैं।
ಇನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅವನು ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಅವರು ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡೋದು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
I'm cutting across to our reporters joining us from different cities where protests have erupted. Mustafa Sheikh joining us live from Mumbai. We also have Ritik Mandal joining us from Kolkata, where we see protests have erupted. Mustafa, if you can hear me, over to you. What's behind you? How has Mumbai launched its protest? Basically, the Congress party in Mumbai, have they also agitated with such enthusiasm like we see everywhere else in the country?
Well, we are showing you live visuals of the Congress protest. They are at Hanging Garden area in Mumbai, and from here 500 meters is the Raj Bhavan. The original plan is to walk towards Raj Bhavan as done in other parts of the country. The main protest remains against ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. You will see behind me there are cabinet ministers of Congress who are present here. There is Aslam Sheikh, the Guardian Minister, and there are other people of the Congress party who are present here. So they are sloganeering at this point in time and trying to move towards Raj Bhavan. The police has not allowed them to do so as of now. We'll have to wait and see what happens, and we'll speak with some of the people. आपसे चाहेंगे राज भवन की तरफ कांग्रेस जाना चाह रही है, क्या आप पहुंच पाएंगे राज भवन?
बिल्कुल पहुंच पाएंगे। ये हमारी लड़ाई है, हम मजबूत है, मंजिल तक बिल्कुल पहुंचेंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। हम लोग तमाम बैरिकेड तोड़ते हुए आगे पहुंचेंगे, ये हमें पूरी उम्मीद है हमारे नेताओं के साथ।
So people are gathering here around Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. We'll have to wait and see what happens next. Will be they allowed to go towards Raj Bhavan and meet Bhagat Singh Koshiyari, who is the governor, because they want to hand over a list of demands, especially about the police brutality to them. Back to you.
All right, let me cut across to also Ritik Mandal, who's joining us from Kolkata. Ritik, show us the scenes behind you today.
Exactly. Let me show you what exactly happening here in Kolkata as the protest march have been taken out in many parts of the country. Here in Kolkata, the Pradesh Congress, they are also now taking a march forward to the Raj Bhavan, the governor house. But we are given to understand, we believe in few meters from here, heavy police deployment has been done there. Now they are marching forward, to Raj Bhavan. Let me ask the leader, the organizers of today's rally. Let me ask you, sir, are you? क्या आगे पुलिस जाने देगी? क्योंकि मुझे पता चला है कि वहाँ पर पुलिस के डिप्लॉयमेंट हो चुके हैं। आप कितना दूर पहुँचना चाहते हैं?
राजभवन तक पहुँचेंगे। राजभवन तक ही पहुँचना है। हम लोग कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज में नहीं है, क्योंकि जो ईडी लगा के जो कर रहा है, आप लोग को सब मालूम है। कांग्रेस का सांसदगण को पूरा अंधकार में रख रहे, अरेस्ट करके घुसा रहा है। पूरा एक कंसंट्रेशन कैंप बनाया दिल्ली को। क्या डेमोक्रेसी है? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को खा लिया बैठ के। तो आज हम लोग राजभवन जाएंगे पूछने के लिए कि क्या मकसद है। अधीर जी का निर्देश में आज पश्चिम बंगाल प्रदेश कांग्रेस रास्ता में उतर गया है। पूरा रास्ता तक जाएंगे, जितना पुलिस फोर्स है क्या है हम लोग देखेंगे।
So we did see that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who was also arrested, there in Delhi. But let me show you the contingent of the Congress protesters. They are marching forward to Raj Bhavan, and particularly the women supporter. They are leading this rally, and we just arrived, which is the center of the Kolkata. Now this protest are marching towards Raj Bhavan. A police barricade has been done there, so we believe police gonna stop them reaching at the governor house. But as per Congress is concerned, and now they are moving forward. These are the dramatic visuals of protest emerging from Kolkata, where we can see that protesters, mainly senior leaders and member of parliaments, of course, they also taking this rally, protesting and raising their voice, supporting Rahul Gandhi here in Kolkata. So let me also show you what exactly happening, because the march, they are moving forward, and just behind that, a senior leader and a brigade of senior leader, they are also heading towards. Let me join with some more spokesperson of Congress. जैसे आप लोग राजभवन तक बढ़ रहे हैं, लग तो रहा है पुलिस आपको वहाँ पर गिरफ्त कर लेगा।
नहीं, गिरफ्तार कर सकता है, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन we need to lodge our protest. We are here with our senior leaders, Mr. Shubhankar Sarkar, Janab Kamruzzaman Kamar, and all senior leaders. We are here to lodge our protest.
Yes, and the scuffle started. Let me show you what exactly happening. A heavy police deployment has been done there. Cops are here to stop the protester, to reaching at the Raj Bhavan, the Governor House here in Kolkata. We know the protest erupted across the country over the Rahul Gandhi issue. Now the protesters, they sit in demonstration at the doorstep of Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata. So this is what exactly happening, and we know we did spoke with several Congress leader. Now I believe that a heavy police deployment has been done here, and now protests are going. So this is what this is another flashpoint we are bringing live from here. That another flashpoint where police are stopping them, moving forward towards the Raj Bhavan. This is the senior political leaders of Congress. They are marching forward. Let me ask प्रदीप जी, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि जिस तरीके की विरोध का आवाज पूरे देश में उठ रहा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, अभी तो विरोध क्या होगा नहीं होगा अलग बात है, लेकिन हम लोग का लड़ाई है बीजेपी का अगेंस्ट में, उनका खिलाफ के लिए हम लोग लड़ाई चालू रहेंगे, हम लोग का चालू।
So these are the slogans are being raised by the supporters, and we spoke with the senior leader of Congress, Pradeep Bhattacharya. Now police arresting them. See what exactly happening here. Several women supporters of Pradesh Congress are being arrested by police at a time when they arrived at the Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata. They started this rally from central Kolkata, which is 500 meters away from Raj Bhavan. Now the demonstration are going on here. Several supporters and political leaders of Congress, they sit in demonstration at the entry point at the doorstep of Governor House, and now a clash, a scuffle broke out between the protesters and Kolkata police. Several senior cops have been deployed. Additional forces have been called in. Now we can see and bringing this visuals of scuffle erupted between two groups. Police, arresting them. We know Section 144 has been imposed, around the area of Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata, which is why they protested. They barricaded the Congress protester arriving at the Raj Bhavan. Now they have been arrested. I believe over 100 supporters, and including several state leaders, were staging demonstration, were protesting on the streets of Kolkata. Now they have been arrested as police, police prevented them, barricaded them. Scuffle broke out between two groups. Even after that, several top leaders, they're also here, and they are not ready to, go out from the street. So these are the live visuals we are bringing, that police arresting Congress protester, and here several other Congress wing supporters, they also arrived and a massive scuffle broke out between Congress protesters and police here in Kolkata.
And what we see here is absolutely shocking because
what's exactly happening here in Kolkata, as you can see, protesters and Congress supporters particularly, they have been arrested by police as they were marching forward to the Raj Bhavan, the Governor House. Remember, Congress called a nationwide protest on Rahul Gandhi issue as Rahul Gandhi has been summoned by the investigative agency, Enforcement Directorate, and here in Kolkata, protests evaporated, and of course several clashes erupted between the protesters and police in Kolkata, where several protesters are being arrested. So we are bringing this live visual from, in front of Governor House, where you can see that several leaders, they also arrested. So we did see several top leaders also, protesting here. So this is the situation here in Kolkata when, and I believe senior cops have arrived also. I do see that the Deputy Commissioner of Police of Central Kolkata Division, he also arrived here at the protest spot, and as the situation remained unchanged for last 5 or 10 minutes, several people have been arrested as of now who are protesting and marching towards the Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata.
Detentions taking place right this minute. Many of them, of course, who are protesting from a certain spot all the way to Raj Bhavan, they were stopped off right in the middle with the cops detaining them. Remember, this is the same state where the TMC has not approved of this kind of large-scale protest by the Congress. Clearly, the opposition on this stands divided. Congress protests has caused immense inconvenience to people. In Bengaluru, Congress took out a huge protest march until the Raj Bhavan, raised slogans against the BJP government. The protest resulted in massive traffic jams across the city, with an ambulance getting stuck as well. Congress leaders D.K. Shivkumar, Sidharth led the protests, were later detained by the cops on their way to Raj Bhavan. All right, here's a big news coming in on the Rahul Gandhi ED summons. As Rahul Gandhi, we believe, as per ED sources, has blamed, or rather shifted the onus on Motilal Vora for knowing all the details of the transactions between AJL as well as Young Indian. Now, the son of Motilal Vora speaks exclusively to India Today and says that Rahul has blamed Vora for the Herald deal. He says all allegations are baseless. ED details can't come out in the open. This is what the son of Motilal Vora says, saying that whatever allegations are now floating are baseless. He says that ED details are not out yet. It should not come out in the open. It can't come out in the open. And whatever is out is all baseless and false. He, in fact, raising those questions about whether Rahul Gandhi has blamed Vora for all the mistransactions. He says all of those allegations are baseless. Listen in.
ये बात बाहर आ नहीं सकती, तथ्यहीन बातें हैं, इसका जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है।
क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
मैंने कह दिया ना, ईडी की बात बाहर आ नहीं सकती और तथ्यहीन बातों का मेरे पास कोई जवाब नहीं है।
Politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by Enforcement Directorate peaks. Today we saw a fourth day of massive protests. According to sources, Rahul Gandhi has told the Enforcement Directorate that Motilal Vora, a former Congress, in fact, he's a late Congress leader. He was a Congress loyalist, a Congress treasurer. He, in fact, according to Rahul Gandhi, was authorized the signatory for all the financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian. And Rahul Gandhi shifted the onus on Motilal Vora for knowing all the transactions with those companies, as he spoke to the ED yesterday. Earlier, Congress leaders Pawan Bansal, Mallikarjun Kharge, in their statement had said that ED, while they were giving the statement, also told ED that the decision of the deal wasn't taken by one single person. Vora was essentially responsible for all financial transactions. Vora was 12% shareholder in Young Indian. Meanwhile, the Congress has locked horns with the Delhi police. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Delhi police for taking action against them or detaining them, accusing that they have been manhandled, and many of the police officers allegedly entered the AICC headquarters in Delhi. Congress Lok Sabha members, Lok Sabha MPs will shortly be holding a meeting at the party office in the Parliament House. They're going to be placing their complaint about the ill treatment of fellow MPs by the Delhi police to the Speaker Om Birla. This delegation is being led by floor leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
ईडी दफ्तर को किले में तब्दील किया गया तो हुआ कि अंदर की खबर इन लोगों को कैसे पता चलते? ये तो प्लांट स्टोरी है। ईडी का प्लांट तो प्लांट स्टोरी है। हमें वहाँ एक अंदर ना जाने नहीं देते, बात नहीं करने देते, ये परिंदा को घुसने नहीं देते, तो वहाँ के अंदर की बात बाहर कैसे आते हैं? क्योंकि ये सारे जो हो रहे हैं हमारे मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के निर्देश पे हो रहे हैं। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ सुविधा होगी कांग्रेस को और तोड़ो, कांग्रेस के बीच और खाई बढ़ा दो, कांग्रेस के भीतर अंदरूनी लफड़ा को बढ़ा कैसे दिया जाए, इसके सारे साजिश हो रहे हैं। हमें तो पता नहीं, उनकी नजदीक नेता है पता नहीं, हमारे एमपीज को पता नहीं, उनको पता चल गया।
Persons who own 76% share are not accountable, but those who own 12% share are to be blamed for everything. This is the typical behavior of those who are caught in any criminal activities. Usually, a person who's caught with his hand in the cookie jar shifts the blame on somebody else, says मैंने नहीं किया, or says मेरी याददाश्त कमजोर है, मैं सारा कुछ भूल गया. And this seems to be the approach taken by all those people who are being brought to justice by various agencies.
Here's a big news break on India Today Impact. Undoubtedly, the NCW has now summoned the DGP of Maharashtra for hearing in a case where a Marathi actor was arrested for allegedly sharing a post against NCP Sharad Pawar on social media. And India Today Impact, as a women's panel, summons the DGP of Maharashtra to question on why Marathi actor Ketki Chitale was arrested over the social media post, and she's been in prison for over 30 days. Ketki has been in jail for 30 days and more while she's put out a post on NCP chief Sharad Pawar, a post that was perceived as derogatory. She was arrested and she's now been in prison for over 30 days. She's facing jail for a month and more, and so far no relief for her despite several appeals. And now we hear that the NCW, the Women's Commission, the Women's Panel, has summoned Maharashtra DGP to understand what the case is all about. Remember, India Today was the first and the only channel to have picked up this issue, have highlighted the kind of intolerance that is rampant in a state like Maharashtra, where on one hand there's much condemnation against Nupur Sharma's remarks that she made on Prophet Mohammed. On the other, here is a woman's a panel pulling up the DGP of Maharashtra because Ketki Chitale is in prison for at least over a month for a post that she's made. All right, we're going to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme that turns violent in Bihar. Details ahead. Stay with us.
Garden City bruised, battered and broken.
I'm out at the Bengaluru-Mysore road, and here you can see this road that is ridden with potholes.
Hellscape roads exposed by our reporters.
Road is always been filled with water.
I can show you some of the worst potholes in Bangalore.
Chutney politics rages on in Karnataka. Bengaluru-Mysore road faced the biggest hassle.
We went to this road and forced the government to take notice and effect change.
India Today hits the road, forces change.
Congress is raising all these issues.
Where has the Congress raised it? See that the roads are fixed properly, deadlines have been given.
Just after India Today reported, JCP and also road roller had just used to level this road.
India Today came, saw, reported and fixed. Impact journalism for beautiful Bengaluru. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج، كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نظبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
You are watching
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba. Only beautiful walls.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories this afternoon. Let's begin with the headlines first. Congress launches violent protest marches across several cities against Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Vehicle burnt in Hyderabad, ambulance stuck in Bengaluru. Massive twist in Rahul's Herald grilling. Facing marathon grilling by the ED, Rahul puts onus on late Congress treasurer Motilal Vora, says all Herald deals were handled by him. Protests against government's new Agniveer Army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. Train torch, vehicles damaged, tires burned, sloganeering erupts. Supreme Court refuses to put brakes on bulldozers in UP. Asks Yogi government to file response on Jamiat Plea, alleging illegal demolitions and injustice. Sensational revelation in Moosewala murder probe. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar in Punjab drug lord helped gangster Bishnoi to eliminate the singer. Mega India Today exclusive. Airlines clamor as much as 15% hike in airfares, cite rise in aviation fuel and plunging rupee. SpiceJet issues a statement. It's a big mega India Today news break impact. NCW has now summoned DGP Maharashtra for hearing in a case where a Marathi actor was arrested, for allegedly sharing a post against NCP chief Sharad Pawar on social media. It is an India Today impact that we're bringing to you at the moment. Pallavi is now joining us. Pallavi, just if you could tell our viewers a little bit of a background of this story. And how the NCW has now summoned DGP Maharashtra for a hearing in the case where the actor was arrested for sharing a post against NCP chief Sharad Pawar.
Well, this is the case of Marathi actor Ketki Chitare, who was in fact arrested over a month ago by the police in Maharashtra over a post that she'd shared on social media, on Facebook to be specific, which was perpetually against NCP chief Sharad Pawar, taking, pot shots at him. It was a post which was in a verse form where she had not specifically named him as well, but she was arrested for the same. Currently, there are at least 22 FIRs and 4 non-cognizable offences which have been lodged against Ketki Chitare. She is in fact in jail for over a month now. Now, in view the same, NCW had already, in fact, written to the DGP of Maharashtra and sought an explanation from the DGP of Maharashtra within 7 days' time as to why defamatory provisions have been leveled against Ketki Chitale, especially because her social media post doesn't name anyone. But they did not receive a response, because of which now NCW Chief Rekha Sharma has written to DGP Maharashtra and summoned him to appear before the commission in person on the 17th of June, which is tomorrow at 2:30 p.m.
Right. And Pallavi, what are you picking up from the opposition in Maharashtra, which is the BJP, on the state's misuse of power as far as this case is concerned and many other cases as well?
Well, yes, the BJP has been protesting against this, because this is not the only case that has come forth from the state of Maharashtra. So while, of course, the opposition's charge has been for long that it is the BJP which is intolerant in the way that it acts against individuals who they believe to attack their leaders or their party or its ideology, it appears now that the same is being done by opposition parties as well. The fact, a lot of people, of course, there's been a lot of outrage on social media. We've been reporting about it consistently as well. A lot of people are absolutely outraged about the fact that, Ketki Chitale wrote a social media post and she's been arrested and hasn't been granted bail, and she's been in jail for over a month now for the same, and 22 FIRs have been lodged against her for non-cognizable offences, and that when her social media post doesn't even specifically name Sharad Pawar.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details. Pallavi Saha with our top story. Marathi actor Ketki Chitale was arrested over social media post on Sharad Pawar about a month ago. She has been in jail since then. The Bombay High Court on Tuesday came down heavily on the Uddhav Thackeray government in a separate case and asked if people are going to be jailed over social media posts. Will the Maharashtra government heed the court's advice? Take a look.
It's been a month since Marathi actress Ketki Chitale landed in jail for posting alleged derogatory content on social media against NCP chief Sharad Pawar. Chitale had posted a Marathi poem that had references to the NCP chief. Over 20 FIRs have been filed against Ketki. Her lawyers allege she was beaten up and harassed in police custody.
This is a misuse of power and misuse of government machinery by some powerful politicians in the Maharashtra. What is about her liberty or fundamental rights? She was abused, she was beaten in the police custody. She have filed a complaint in the Kalamboli police station, but no single FIR registered.
Ketki's lawyer also claims that charges against her are bailable.
Some power is there in that poem she forwarded. Some power is there. So every NCP leader is going and lodging FIR against her. And police also registering that FIR. This is a clear misuse of power.
The BJP has come out in support of Ketki.
कोई भी विरुद्ध में बोलेगा तो जेल में भेजा जाएगा. ये उद्धव ठाकरे शरद पवार का पुत्र है. अब केतकी चितड़े हो या दूसरा वो नौजवान है, उसको महीना महीना जेल में रखना, ये सिर्फ ड्रग माफिया के ऊपर वाले माफिया की ठाकरे पवार सरकार ही कर सकती है.
Higher courts are taking cognizance of the fact that multiple FIRs are being registered against one social media post against a politician. In the case of Ketki Chitale, she continues to be behind bars for more than a month. Her lawyers say that there is nothing much to investigate in the case.
The day Ketki was arrested, Nikhil Bhamre, a student from Nashik, was also picked up by the police for posting alleged objectionable tweets against Pawar. Bombay High Court on Monday urged the Maharashtra government to release Bhamre voluntarily. The court asked if the state government is aware that multiple FIRs are being registered in one offence. The court said, if you start taking actions like this, you end up damaging the name of the person who has received the second highest civilian, a Padma Vibhushan. Even the towering personality will not like a student being kept in jail.
जब भी मैंने अगेंस्ट ट्रोलिंग के अगेंस्ट या गंदे मैसेज के अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई करने के लिए कहा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता इतनी कार्रवाई कभी हुई है. छोटी है, और अलग अलग राज्यों में एक ही केस के लिए इतने सारे ऑफेंस लगाना, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि पवार साहब ने इसमें इंटरेस्ट लिया होगा, बिकॉज पवार साहब का मन बहुत बड़ा है। जो उनके आजू बाजू के लोग हैं उन्होंने ये सब किया है।
The arrests of Ketaki and Bhamre are proof of rising intolerance of criticism among political leaders. Will the Uddhav Thackeray government now heed the High Court's advice and release the two? With Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Congress leader and former Rajya Sabha MP Renuka Chaudhary holds a policeman by his collar while being taken away by other police personnel during the party's protest in Hyderabad over ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. Chaudhary's political high-handedness comes amidst intense protests in Telangana, where Congress workers set fire to vehicles and flocked the streets, questioning the ED's probe. All right, Fronia, who is our reporter, is joining us for the very latest. Fronia, what happened? What is this high-handedness by Renuka Chaudhary? Walk our viewers through what we're seeing on our screens right now.
So the incident that you see on the screen is where, in the context where Renuka Chaudhary was a part of the protest that was being staged near the Raj Bhavan today in response to the ED and Rahul Gandhi. This incident was a part of that very time where Renuka Chaudhary was marching towards Raj Bhavan Road, where the police were trying to hold the mob from going into the Raj Bhavan building. This is where the incident took place, where Mrs. Renuka Chaudhary held a police by the collar and she was heckling the police. So what we could see in the visuals was, despite Renuka Chaudhary's violent behavior, the policeman remained his calm. There were also lady police personnel, lady constables right there handling Renuka Chaudhary, but this incident that was seen was as a part of the agitation that the Congress leaders were showing as a part of the protest that happened today near Raj Bhavan in Hyderabad. We learned the latest developments that as of now, no police complaint, no official police complaint has been filed in this regard on Renuka Chaudhary, on her heckling the police here.
All right, and what does the Congress party have to say about this high-handedness? Have they issued a comment?
The Congress party has not issued any comment as such, but we see that there are other party leaders, TRS leaders, who have, issued comments on such that they are applauding the policeman's behavior of remaining his calm. They as such have not commented on Renuka Chaudhary, but they are just applauding the policeman's behavior, who happens to stay calm and, remain undeterred by the Congress ladies' behavior towards him.
All right, hold on right there, Fronia. We also spoke to BJP's Anila Singh on this issue. Let's listen into what she had to say on this.
This act is very disgraceful, very unfortunate as well. Congress party workers, they do not have any control on the actions, and this lady is a senior Indian National Confused Party's leader, and she should know that what she is doing. Police force is there to control law and order situation. Tomorrow, if there is a stampede, if she gets hurt, then she is going to say, where was the police force? But what we can see, she is, catching hold of this man by collar. What is the explanation Congress leadership is going to give about it?
All right, Congress leader and former Rajya Sabha MP Renuka Chaudhary on your screens right now. We can show it to you how she's misbehaving with the cops right there. It's on your screens for all to see. Just take a look. Take a look at that. That's the visual. She's caught the cop by his collar. I don't know for what joy. And this is a disgraceful act by a Congress neta who's also been a member of parliament of the Rajya Sabha. She has held a policeman by his collar while being taken away by other police personnel during the party's protest in Hyderabad over ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. Many questions arise on this. One is on the high-handedness of this Congress neta. Second is on this VVIP culture and, you know, thinking that leaders are above the law of the land. Our reporter Fronia is still with us. Fronia, I mean, it is unfathomable. Why would she end up behaving with a cop in this form and fashion? And she's a former Rajya Sabha MP, and what a disgraceful act is this?
So this incident comes as, you know, a huge blow and cry out there because the response of the police trying to hold the personnel was in protection of people, and, you know, because what preceded before Renuka Chaudhary's incident was a huge mob that was protesting right in the middle of the road in Hyderabad, where buses were stopped and there was a lot of traffic commotion, and there was a lot of violence in the middle of the road. So the police were trying to you know, calm down the situation, and they're trying to you know, move around the traffic, and this incident is followed. The Renuka Chaudhary incident is followed, where the incident comes in as a surprising, as a shocking incident, where a senior leader from the Congress happens to hold collar of the police official, and what we see later is that Renuka Chaudhary was handled by the other lady police.
Chaudhary joining us on the phone line. Miss Renuka Chaudhary, what was that all about? We saw you holding the cop by the collar. Why?
Hello.
Yes, Miss Chaudhary.
Yeah, I'm Uzma Shakir, who was with Renuka Chaudhary, ma'am. See what happened. Police started mishandling us. We were going peacefully back to the area. We couldn't reach to Raj Bhavan. In between, police...
I'm sorry, you were accompanying Renuka Chaudhary? Were you accompanying Renuka Chaudhary? Am I speaking to Renuka Chaudhary?
Yes, I was accompanying Renuka Chaudhary.
What is your good name, madam? What is your good name, madam?
My name is Uzma Shakir. I am a State General Secretary.
Okay, Miss Uzma Shakir, you were with Renuka Chaudhary. What happened?
See, all at a sudden when we were...
May I also, before you continue, may I request you to hand the phone over to Renuka Chaudhary? I want to get one reaction from Ms. Chaudhary.
She's already on the phone with the media.
But she can talk to us after she's done, so please make sure that she speaks to us, because she needs to issue a clarification. This is not all right. All right. Until then, Uzma, please continue and tell us what happened.
See what happened. Police told us to go back, and we said okay. Meanwhile, Renuka Chaudhary ji asked for the vehicle, of her vehicle, because she wanted to go back. And police people came and they started misbehaving with the ladies who were accompanying us, okay? And they said, no, you have to sit in the police vehicle. We said, we are going back. Why are you doing this? Why are you arresting us? What have we done? We were just, Renuka Chaudhary ji was just addressing the press. They were asking her the questions. And in between, the police people came and they started mishandling.
Okay, so you're saying your version is that the insinuation came in from the police's side. I believe that Ms. Renuka Chaudhary is not speaking to any other media channel. We are monitoring all the media channels right now. Can I please speak to Ms. Renuka Chaudhary? And I want her to issue this clarification first on India Today, because I just do not understand why would she, being a former member of Rajya Sabha, behave like this. Could you please ask her to speak to us? This is in her interest to speak to us and issue a clarification, because right now, what the entire nation sees is her high-handedness. And it is for everyone to see this disgraceful act. If she has a clarification, please tell her to come on the phone and clarify this for us.
Wait.
Then the police told me that please go back. I said, okay, please send my
See, instead of falling down, she wanted to have her hand on the police's shoulder, but it unfortunately went to the collar of the police. That is it. Otherwise, if she would have fallen on the police, what would have happened?
No, but she has clenched that shoulder. She has clenched that shoulder. She's clenched her palm. If she wanted to just put her arm on the police's shoulder, she would have not clenched her arm like this and, you know, pull the police's shirt by the collar like that. Look, you can say what you want. The visuals are not lying.
You can see all the visuals, which shows how police misbehaved. how police gathered us, how they were mishandling, how they started.
Well, it was their duty. It was their duty. If there was a protest going on, it was their duty.
We were also doing our duty. What were we doing?
What was your duty? To pull the police's shirt by the collar?
No. Having a peaceful protest, answering the media. Can't you see the whole India is burning? And then
okay, you know, Sushma, Sushma.
To raise issue on. Why don't you raise the issue on the subject? What is happening in India?
Sushma, we are raising all those issues. If you watch our channel, you will know every party, every angle is being questioned, and we are being very fair and neutral. But this is something that has shocked us. Pulling the cop's collar like that, who's just doing his job. So, and hence, Sushma, please hand over the phone to Renuka Chaudhary in case she thinks that she has a clarification. Otherwise, you please see the narrative. Everyone can tell that she has misbehaved with the cops. Because the visuals are not lying, Sushma. So Renuka should come on the phone and clarify what happened in case she has a clarification.
Just a moment.
Okay. Viewers, we're waiting. Renuka is about to come on the line. Just spoke to her aide.
I have no hesitation in apologizing to the police if I was wrong. I have no hesitation to apologize. I am the daughter of a uniform, and I know what the answer is. What a pity that our police have been reduced to this by ruling government, where they're nothing but puppets in the hands of the government. And there is so much misrule happening in Telangana, and people don't take any cognizance. PRS men, their ministers, their MLAs and the ministers' offspring, what they're doing in the state. In my own district, Mr. Puwara Ajay, who was a minister, a man dying in the police station, having had poison and dying, he died. He gave a dying declaration, and not even an SI has been suspended. So I don't think Telangana police has any credibility.
Renuka, whether they have credibility or don't have credibility, you are a former member of parliament of the Rajya Sabha, and your visuals of pulling the cop's shirt by the collar is for all to see. Renuka, can you hear me? Miss Chaudhary?
Yeah, who's speaking?
Chaiti Narula of India Today speaking to you.
Tell me.
Ms. Chaudhary, and I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you, we are questioning every angle in this story in the most fair and neutral manner possible. But whatever your problem is, whatever your problem with the cops is, why would you pull the cop's collar like this and pull him by the shirt?
I wasn't pulling, I was saving myself from falling, Baba.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Don't you see the men behind? Don't you see the police around us? Didn't you see them pushing and shoving and pinching us? I was going to lose my balance and fall down. I reached out.
No. Miss Chaudhary, you are also getting into a heated argument with the cop whose shirt collar you have pulled, and all the visuals are on the screen, Miss Chaudhary.
So what am I supposed to lie down and be a crying Sita and wring my hands?
Not at all. I just feel that, this comes across as an act of high-handedness. This comes across as act because that one cop had no role to play in the larger narrative you're talking about. Please raise the issue of the larger narrative if you feel like you want to raise. But that one particular cop, why should you pull that person's collar?
Please do not speak to us without being on the ground. You have no clue.
Our reporters are on the ground. Our reporters are on the ground. I'm happy to patch those reporters.
Why didn't they tell you that we were going back peacefully? That we were going to board our cars?
We have reported all sides of the story. I rest assured we have. Ms. Chaudhary, my question is not about that. Those are questions we are raising. The exact questions you're asking are the questions that we at India Today are raising continuously. Please be rest assured of that. But here, your high-handedness. No. Ms. Chaudhary, your high-handedness is very clear over here. Pulling the cop's collar pulling the cop's shirt, and that high-handedness is visible right there for all to see.
What is so high-handed? Were there any concessions given to me?
But
what are you
forget
talking?
about concessions.
What was the high-handedness in that?
You are a former member of the Parliament of the Rajya Sabha and you're pulling a cop who's there, who's been instructed to do his duty. See that? I'm seeing that on the screens. He's just standing there. He's not even provoked you. The man has not even provoked you. And you have just pulled the man by the collar for what?
Oh, Jesus, you don't even know. You are not even there. How can you talk with such authority?
Because I see the visuals and I can see what is happening.
What is the visual you're seeing, I say? Let me send you some visuals and then you talk.
It's for the entire country to see. There, it is on the screens right now.
That's fine. It's okay. That's fine then. Then don't even ring me up for my comments. You have decided.
Okay, so what is your defense? Okay. I have not passed any judgment. I'm not passing any. Okay, I'm going to let you have. I'm going to let you have the last word. I'm going to let you have the last word because I'm not here to pass judgments. Please go for it. Please tell us again why is this that we're seeing this visual on our screens?
I hate repeating myself, but I'm repeating. I had turned around along with 4 or 5 other ladies. We were heading back to my vehicle. If you look on camera, since you have the visual, you will see that we have turned, we are not facing Raj Bhavan. We are turning away from it and I'm not even near Raj Bhavan. I'm not near Raj Bhavan. I'm in the middle of the road. I'm turning back to head back to my vehicle. When suddenly the police decide that they have to be heroes, they assaulted the women around me. They pushed them, they pinched them, they scratched them, their clothes are torn. None of that is visible. Wow. And they were pushing us and I was shouting at them saying, why are you provoking a situation? Why? Under what section are you arresting me?
And you have a point. And you definitely have a point. But
I will show you garments which are torn, including mine.
But 2 wrongs do not make a right, Ms. Chaudhary.
I almost lost my balance. I would have fallen on that guy. And there I'm struggling to retain my balance. I reached out for his shoulder. He must have moved or I must have moved. Unfortunately, I caught his collar and I restored my balance and I let go.
Well, if that is the narrative you'd like to stick with, great. But I'm going to let the viewers decide what they see on their screens right now, Ms. Chaudhary. Ms. Chaudhary, 2 wrongs really do not make a right. What you said about the provocation earlier, we will be asking questions about that. Here, the question is not about the provocation, about the reaction to that particular alleged provocation. And that reaction from a former Rajya Sabha MP is visible for the viewers to see. Would you please apologize to the cop? All right, she doesn't apologize to the cop. She doesn't want to apologize to the cop. I want to request the producers to get us our reporter because Ms. Renuka Chaudhary was telling us about the provocation as well. Fronia Priscilla is joining us from Hyderabad. Fronia, I just spoke to Renuka. I'm sure you heard the entire conversation with Renuka. One thing is very clear. Renuka does not want to apologize. Yes. No matter what provocation, no matter what happened before, she had no business to pull a uniformed cop by his collar like that. Okay, and she did not apologize. So that is one point which is very clear, Fronia. Fronia, she spoke also about some sort of a provocation where the cops misbehaved and manhandled women. Is that true? What happened there?
I was standing right at the situation and it was very evident that the police were around Ms. Renuka Chaudhary while she was moving towards the Raj Bhavan building. But we did not see any sort of police action close to Mrs. Chaudhary. She was only being escorted by a group of police, that too after those violent incidents that happened at the junction of the road. Most probably the police were trying to avoid any sort of more commotion happening, and which is why they were escorting Mrs. Chaudhary while she was walking towards the Raj Bhavan road. And it is to be noted that along with male police constables, there were also female lady constables who were accompanying Mrs. Renuka Chaudhary as she was walking towards the Raj Bhavan building. So there was no any sort of commotion like Madam mentioned that could be seen at the scene there.
I think, Fronia, there was no provocation because, she repeatedly kept telling me that I am not on ground zero. I don't know what the reality is. I don't know what is happening. But I said, look, Our reporter is there on ground zero who will be able to clarify what really happened. And she continuously kept mentioning about the problem. That's true. That's true. And we can see the visuals and we can see her high-handedness. But Fronia, once again, was there any kind of provocation that could have led her to behave in this manner, which is also wrong? In case there was provocation and she behaved also, that is also wrong. But was there provocation? Point blank question.
If we wouldn't term it provocation, there were a huge number of police surrounding Mrs. Renuka while she was walking towards the Raj Bhavan building. But as we could see the reporters standing there, the police officials were in no way trying to heckle Mrs. Chaudhary or anybody they were there. They were just trying to prevent any sort of commotion from happening around there. But as the visuals go and as we see on ground zero, Mrs. Chaudhary was not heckled in any manner. She was just being accompanied by the police
and I also want to say this.
Yes.
Even if there was a provocation, and whatever the provocation is, of course, say there was a provocation, what business did Renuka Chaudhary have to pull a uniform cop by his collar in that manner? And that visual speaks everything that we're trying to say. It speaks volumes of her high-handedness. I'm going to leave it at that, viewers. You decide. The Congress protest caused immense inconvenience to people. In Bengaluru, the Congress took out a march till Raj Bhavan and raised slogans against the BJP government. The protest has resulted in massive traffic jams across the city, in which an ambulance got stuck as well. Congress leaders DK Shivakumar, Sidharth, they all led the protest, who were later detained by the cops on their way to the Raj Bhavan. Nataka over Rahul's Enforcement Directorate grilling. Congress protest march to Raj Bhavan. Congress workers are now raising slogans. Bengaluru has seen massive traffic pile-ups. All of this is happening in the country right now. Take a look. A day after Congress's India Will Burn thread, the Grand Old Party, which is the Congress Party workers, staged nationwide aggression against Rahul Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate grilling. The Congress workers who burned tires during the protests yesterday upped the ante. They set vehicles on fire too in Hyderabad. The Congress protested outside Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram. Similar scenes were seen in Chennai. Protesters jumped over the police barricades in Chandigarh. Water cannons were used by the cops to disperse them. Several leaders and protesters were detained by the cops.
We are at this point of time near Raj Bhavan. You can see youth Congress workers progressing towards Raj Bhavan. After ED summons to Rahul Gandhi for last 3 days, there have been continuous protests in various parts of the country. And now it's being also seen in Mumbai. We can see MLA Nishant Siddiqui, who is present here, is leading this march. Behind us is the hanging garden towards here, 500 meters. It's where Raj Bhavan is, and the police deployment is present here. We'll have to wait and see whether they are allowed to reach till Raj Bhavan. With camera person Samir Shantak, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Congress party workers, leaders, MLAs and MPs are today protesting in Bengaluru outside the Congress office, headed by DK Shivakumar and Sidharth. Here you can see behind me Karnataka Congress President Mr. DK Shivakumar heading the protest and the march towards the Raj Bhavan or the governor's office here in Bengaluru, which is just a stone's throw away from the Congress office. And today you can see hundreds of Congress workers who've gathered here to protest against the ED summons and questioning that's currently going on of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders. And you can see Congress workers who have gathered here to protest this ED grilling.
It's clear as daylight that they detained the honorable MPs for 8 hours to 12 hours without a written order, without a legal order. It's a clear violation of liberty. Every fundamental right has been violated. Every privilege has been violated. We have appealed to the Honourable Chairman to take action for breach of privilege as well as breach of liberty, and let the process of law take its course.
As far as the inquiry and the questioning and the due process of law is unbiased, based on facts and evidence-based, there's no problem. We're open to all investigations. Mr. Gandhi's been there for 3 days answering all questions. So there's no question of avoiding answering questions. But we want to question the intent behind the actions taken against the leadership of the Congress party. And we are within our rights to ask those questions. We get no answers. We are just bundled in a bus and taken to police stations, or we are put under house arrest, etc. So this sort of action of the government, I think, is attracting a lot of questions by the people at large, not just the Congress party.
He's not a scaring personality. Everybody knows that. But the question is that whether this agency having credibility. He's sitting there whatever time they want, answering their question, but answer may not be the type which they want to be answered. This is all politically motivated, biased investigation.
हिंदुस्तान में कभी क्या कोई आंदोलन नहीं होते? हम क्या किसी को कहीं रास्ता रुके, कहीं दफ्तर तोड़ने की तो आंदोलन नहीं किए? हम लोग गांधी जी की दिखाए हुए मार्ग पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारा बात रखने की कोशिश किए. ये क्या गुनाह है? मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहते हैं.
ಇನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅವನ ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಅವರು ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate peaks. According to sources, Rahul has told Enforcement Directorate that Motilal Bora was the authorized signatory for all the financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian. Earlier, the Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge in their statement had told Enforcement Directorate that the decision of the deal was not taken by one single person. Bora was essentially responsible for all the financial transactions. Bora was 12% shareholder in Young Indian. Meanwhile, Congress has locked horns with Delhi cops. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Delhi police and has demanded action against the cops who entered party headquarters in Delhi.
आ नहीं सकती, तथ्यहीन बातें हैं, इसका जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है.
क्या कहना है इस कार्य में?
मैंने कह दिया ना, ईडी की बात बाहर आ नहीं सकती और तथ्यहीन बातों का मेरे पास कोई जवाब नहीं है.
ईडी दफ्तर को किले में तब्दील किया गया, तो हुआ कि अंदर की खबर इन लोगों को कैसे पता चलते? ये तो प्लान टेस्ट स्टोरी है. ईडी का प्लान ये तो प्लान टेस्ट स्टोरी है. हमें वहाँ एक अंदर ना जाने नहीं देते, बात नहीं करने देते, ये परिंदा को घुसने नहीं देते, तो वहाँ के अंदर की बात बाहर कैसे आता है? क्योंकि ये सारे जो हो रहे हैं हमारे मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के निर्देश पे हो रहे हैं. इसलिए जहां जहां सुविधा होगी कांग्रेस को और तोड़ो, कांग्रेस के बीच और खाई बढ़ा दो, कांग्रेस के भीतर अंदरूनी लफड़ा को बढ़ा कैसे दिया जाए, इसके सारे साजिश हो रहे हैं. हमें तो पता नहीं, उनकी नजदीक नेता है पता नहीं, हमारे एमपी को पता नहीं, उनको पता चल गया.
The persons who own 76% share are not accountable, but those who own 12% share are to be blamed for everything. This is the typical behavior of those who are caught in any criminal activities. Usually, a person who's caught with his hand in the cookie jar shifts the blame on somebody else, says मैंने नहीं किया, or says मेरी याददाश्त कमजोर है, मैं सारा कुछ भूल गया. And this seems to be the approach taken by all those people who are being brought to justice by various agencies.
My colleague Akshita Nandagopal is joining us with some information on Young Indian shareholding. Listen in.
Let's break down for you what's the shareholding of Young Indian. Interestingly, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, so between the two of them, they own 76% of the stake. Sonia Gandhi has 38%, Rahul has 38%. Now, there are two other leaders who also have a stake in the company. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Oscar Fernandez had a 12% stake. Motilal Vora unfortunately passed away in 2020. The next year, Oscar Fernandez passed away. Now, Rahul Gandhi, despite having a 38% stake in this company, says that Motilal Vora, who has, let me remind you again, a 12% stake in this company, was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and between Young Indians. So he's told the Enforcement Directorate that, look, I can't give you any details. My mother can't give you any details. She has a 38% stake, but none of us can give you any details about the financial transactions because all of that was taken care of by Motilal Vora, and he's unfortunately no more. So this has been, in fact, Rahul Gandhi's response to all of those questions about the transfer of shares, about the loan transfer from AGL to Young Indian.
Slipping into a break, when we return, protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme has turned violent in Bihar. This and more in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Violent protests in Bihar over centre's Agnipath scheme. Students resorted to stone pelting at several railway stations. Roads have been blocked. Transportation has been crippled. Public properties have been vandalized. A large number of army aspirants vented their ire by placing burning tires on the roads. Baton welding protesters smashed glass windows of the Intercity Express train at Bhabua Road railway station and set one coach on fire. At the railway station in Arra, police had to resort to tear gas shelling to disperse a huge crowd of protesters who pelted stones at the police. This comes 2 days after the centre announced the Agnipath scheme, through which soldiers would be recruited into the army on a 4-year contract basis. Demonstrations taking place in several other parts of the country, including Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, amongst others. Meanwhile, the Congress has blamed Modi government for the unrest and claimed that the centre forced unemployed youth to protest.
अग्निपथ जो स्कीम है सरकार ने लाया तो है, लेकिन अभी इस अग्निपथ स्कीम का जो है उसकी अग्नि परीक्षा चल रही है। और आप देखिए इस वक्त हम आरा रेलवे स्टेशन पर मौजूद हैं और कहीं न कहीं पिछले 2 दिनों से जो बिहार के तमाम जिलों में जो हंगामा देखने को मिल रहा है, आरा उसका केंद्र बिंदु बना हुआ है। आरा रेलवे स्टेशन के प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 4 पे आज सुबह से ही जो है सैकड़ों की संख्या में जो नाराज और उग्र नौजवान है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके थे। और उसके बाद आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से, आप ये देखिए 2 जली हुई गाड़ियां, यहाँ पे 2 व्हीलर है, एक स्कूटी एक मोटरसाइकिल, यहाँ जो प्लेटफॉर्म के बाहर लगी थी ये गाड़ियां, उनको बकायदा उठाकर लाया गया और फिर पटरी पर जो है उसको जला दिया गया। आप देखिए पटरी पर जो है आपको निशान दिख रहे होंगे किस तरीके से पटरी के बीचों बीच ये गाड़ियों को जला दिया गया। उसके बाद जब प्रशासन ने हालात पे काबू पाया तो फिर जली हुई गाड़ियों को जो है यहाँ पटरी पर से जो है वो हटाया गया है। उसके बाद ये देखिए मेरे पीछे प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 2 और 3 है, इस पर जो है तकरीबन आधा दर्जन दुकानें थी, जो स्टॉल्स होते हैं जहाँ खाने पीने की चीजें मिलती हैं। उन दुकानों में जो है भयंकर तरीके से लूटपाट की है, शीशे तोड़ दिए हैं, दुकान को पूरी तरीके से तहस नहस कर दिया है। और अब देखिए ये मेरे सामने ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो ये छोटे स्टॉल्स होते हैं, स्टॉल्स को सीधा प्लेटफॉर्म से उठा के पटरियों पर फेंक दिया गया है। ये आप तस्वीरें देखिए, ये तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि किस तरीके से हिंसा आज आरा रेलवे स्टेशन पर देखने को मिली है। ये देखिए ऐसी तस्वीरें आपने बहुत कम ही देखी होंगी कि पूरा का पूरा जो ये स्टॉल है वो प्लेटफॉर्म से उठाकर पटरियों पर फेंक दिया जाए। तो इस तरीके की भीड़ थी यहाँ पर और जो प्रशासन था, रेलवे के जो लोग यहाँ मौजूद थे वो पूरी तरीके से असफल थे भीड़ पर काबू पाने में।
हम लोग पुलिस इसको डील कर रही है और हम लोग पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सब जगह हमारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन रहे और छात्रों को समझाया भी जा रहा है। कुछ जगह पुलिस ने बल प्रयोग भी किया है और छात्रों से मेरा यही अनुरोध है कि जो अपनी बात है या कहना चाहते हैं उसको एक मांग पत्र के माध्यम से सामने रखें और तोड़ फोड़ और इस तरह से सरकारी संपत्ति को क्षति अगर पहुँचाएंगे तो बाई नेम FIR भी होगा। हमने कहा है कि वीडियोग्राफी भी कराएं और जो लोग इसमें उपद्रवी तत्व शामिल है उनके खिलाफ FIR होगी, बाई नेम FIR होगी। तो ऐसी स्थिति में तो फिर उनका भविष्य और दिक्कत में पड़ जाएगा।
Let's bring you details about the Agnipath scheme. Firstly, the myth. The future of Agniveers is not secure. The fact is, will get priority in CAPFs and state police. Will get financial package and bank loan scheme as well. Will be given class 12 equivalent certification. Avenues open up in other sectors too. And the myth again now, which is making rounds, is opportunities for youth will decrease because of this. But the fact is, the opportunities to serve in armed forces will increase. The recruitment will be triple of current recruitment. The myth here is, which is making rounds, regimental bonding will get affected. But the fact is, there's no change in regimental system at all. The best of Agniveers will be selected to boost unit cohesiveness. The myth which is doing round, the other one, is that effectiveness of armed forces will be harmed. But the fact is, short-term enlistment system exists in most countries. Agniveers in the first year will make up 3% of the armed forces. Agniveer performance is going to be tested after 4 years for re-induction. The myth that is doing rounds. 21-year-olds immature and unreliable for army. The fact is, most armies across the world depend on youth. Scheme will bring 50-50 mix of youngsters and experienced ranks. The other myth is, Agniveers will be a danger to society and join terrorists. The fact is, ethos and values of Indian Armed Forces strong. Youngsters will remain committed to country. Many retire from forces with skills as well. So it's a skill development initiative also at many levels, as you can see it from that perspective. No instances of them joining any anti-national forces. The myth is no consultation with former officers. Serving armed officers consulted. Proposal has been framed by the Department of Military Officers as well. Many former officers have recognized the scheme's advantages. Bulldozers that have targeted illegal properties of rioters will not stop yet. The Supreme Court has refused an interim stay on the rolling bulldozers as sought by a plea by Jamiat. The Supreme Court said that it was not asking all bulldozer actions to stop, but they should be within ambit of the law. The apex court has sought an affidavit in 3 days from the government on the demolitions carried out by using bulldozers. It will again hear the matter next Tuesday. The government said that no legal building has been demolished till now and only those with illegal constructions have been targeted. The government further added that no law was broken during the demolition drives and refuted the allegation of not serving notices before running the bulldozers. The petitioner called the bulldozer action shocking and appalling and claimed that some houses were standing for more than 20 years and did not even belong to the accused. The government's affidavit will have to contain details of the notices sent and action taken by it. The matter will be heard again on 21st of June.
The court has issued notice and the court has said that we hope that this kind of retaliatory measures, and it is also important for us to protect society. If you want to know, has the court issued an order of stay? It has not. If you want to know, has the court refused an order of stay? It has not.
Okay.
But the court has expressed the clear intent that this form of retaliatory demolitions is against the rule of the law. And they have said that the state should be sensitive to it, just as the court is sensitive to it.
The Sidhu Moosewala murder probe gets murkier by the day. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill the singer began in 2021 itself, just in different states but different countries, by gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi has been named as the prime accused and the mastermind of the Moosewala murder. It is known that Bishnoi had also enlisted his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin for the job. Anmol was sent to Europe to evade securities and get in touch with gangster Goldie Brar. The final signal of the Moosewala murder on 29th of May was given via a video call. The plan to eliminate Moosewala was hatched immediately after Bishnoi's aide Vicky's death. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has told the investigators that the motive to kill Moosewala was clear. Not only did he belong to a rival gang, but Moosewala also provoked and challenged his gang with songs about weapons. Well, heels, it's something that women just love. And in fact, many men do too. While brands have been making gender-fluid, gender-neutral footwear lines for a while now, the latest by Billy Porter for Jimmy Choo is now making news in celebration of the Pride Month. This is my report, and happy Pride Month to all. Take a look. The celebration of Pride Month is on in full swing across the world.
I have learned that the only shoes I need to be stepping in are my own.
And Billy Porter's incredibly high heels have a poignant message behind them. The brand new campaign for Jimmy Choo's Pride Capsule collection is screaming inclusivity.
Now watch me run this.
gender neutral, size inclusive, iconic silhouettes, bold colors, metallic accents, bold prints, and a reiteration of gender neutrality message.
I have learned that the only shoes I need to be stepping in are my own. They are big shoes to fill, and I have been learning how to fill them. I'm grateful to have lived long enough to grow and to heal so that I can wear those shoes that I have been called to wear.
Not just that, a hefty donation of $100,000 by Jimmy Choo to Trevor Foundation, all for the prevention of LGBTQ suicides. Billy Porter is showing the world the power of advocacy in the Pride Month. Fashion is sure not just about what you wear to look stylish. The recent instances of woke fashion lines simply roar how transformative fashion can be. The collection includes pumps, boots, and loafers in jewel tones. Rich suede, statement animal prints, oversized clutches offered in croc embossed leather and patchwork metallic leather. In fact, brands like Kira Goody and Lydia Talavera have been helping high heels shed their feminine connotations for a while now. This trend is now picking pace with the creation of a more gender-inclusive and gender-fluid lines. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. And let's celebrate inclusivity, gender fluidity, gender neutrality once again. Wishing everyone a very happy Pride Month. We're slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, protests against government's new Agniveer army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. This is more on Just About It.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Kanwal. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To the Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel, State of War 2021 elections, and many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded.
이번에 경남의 총리소원께서는 장기간에 이제 8기 어차전에서 인민들의 생활상용을 기준으로 내세우고 생산투쟁을 돌릴 수 있는 가업도 있었습니다. 그래서 우리 공장에서는 인민들이 좋아하는 이런 샴푸, 그다음에
체레비 사망 체계에 맞게 소독 사업을 제일 순위에 놓고 진행하고 있습니다. 특히 인민소비품을 생산하는 공장으로서 바닥 소독과 기대들에 대한 소독 사업을 그 어느 때보다 더 강화하고 있습니다.
You are watching India Today.
By Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. The Congress launches violent protest marches across the country, across several cities against Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling. Vehicles burnt in Hyderabad, ambulances stuck in Bengaluru. Massive twist in Rahul's herald grilling, facing marathon grilling by the ED. Rahul puts onus on the late Congress treasurer Motilal Vora, says all herald deals were handled by him. Mega India Today impact as Marathi actor Ketki Chitale languishes in jail. NCW summons Maharashtra DGP for hearing in the arrest of the actor for alleged post against Sharad Pawar. Protests against government's new Agniveer Army recruitment scheme turns violent in Bihar. Train torch, vehicles damaged. Congress and up, guns for the Modi government. The Supreme Court refuses to put brakes on the bulldozers in UP. Asked the Yogi government to file response on Jamiat Plea, alleging illegal demolitions and injustice. Sensational revelation in Moosewala murder probe. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Punjab drug lord helped gangster Bishnoi to eliminate singer. Mega India Today exclusive news break. Violent protests in Bihar over centre's Agnipath scheme. That's our top story. Students have resorted to stone pelting at several railway stations. Roads have been blocked. Transportation has been crippled. Public properties have been vandalized. A large number of army aspirants vented their ire by placing burning tires on the roads. Baton-wielding protesters smashed glass windows of the intercity express train at Bhabua Road railway station and set one coach on fire. At the railway station in Ara, police had to resort to tear gas shelling to disperse a huge crowd of protesters who pelted stones at the police. This comes 2 days after the centre announced the Agnipath scheme, through which soldiers would be recruited into the army on a 4-year contract basis. Demonstrations are also now taking place in several other parts of the country, including Rajasthan, Haryana, UP, amongst many others. Meanwhile, the Congress has blamed the Modi government for the unrest that claimed that centre forced unemployed youth to protest.
अग्निपथ जो स्कीम है सरकार ने लाया तो है, लेकिन अभी इस अग्निपथ स्कीम का जो है उसकी अग्नि परीक्षा चल रही है। और आप देखिए इस वक्त हम आरा रेलवे स्टेशन पर मौजूद हैं और कहीं न कहीं पिछले 2 दिनों से जो बिहार के तमाम जिलों में जो हंगामा देखने को मिल रहा है, आरा उसका केंद्र बिंदु बना हुआ है। आरा रेलवे स्टेशन के प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 4 पे आज सुबह से ही जो है सैकड़ों की संख्या में जो नाराज और उग्र नौजवान है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके थे। और उसके बाद आपको हम तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से, आप ये देखिए 2 जली हुई गाड़ियां, यहाँ पे 2 व्हीलर है, एक स्कूटी एक मोटरसाइकिल। यहाँ जो प्लेटफॉर्म के बाहर लगी थी ये गाड़ियां, उनको बकायदा उठाकर लाया गया और फिर पटरी पर जो है उसको जला दिया गया। आप देखिए पटरी पर जो है आपको निशान दिख रहे होंगे किस तरीके से पटरी के बीचों बीच ये गाड़ियों को जला दिया गया। उसके बाद जब प्रशासन ने हालात पे काबू पाया तो फिर जली हुई गाड़ियों को जो है यहाँ पटरी पर से जो है वो हटाया गया है। उसके बाद ये देखिए मेरे पीछे प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 2 और 3 है, इस पर जो है तकरीबन आधा दर्जन दुकानें थी, जो स्टॉल्स होते हैं जहाँ खाने पीने की चीजें मिलती हैं। उन दुकानों में जो है भयंकर तरीके से लूटपाट की है, शीशे तोड़ दिए हैं, दुकान को पूरी तरीके से तहस नहस कर दिया है। और अब देखिए ये मेरे सामने ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो ये छोटे स्टॉल्स होते हैं, स्टॉल्स को सीधा प्लेटफॉर्म से उठा के पटरियों पर फेंक दिया गया है। ये आप तस्वीरें देखिए, ये तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि किस तरीके से हिंसा आज आरा रेलवे स्टेशन पर देखने को मिली है। ये देखिए ऐसी तस्वीरें आपने बहुत कम ही देखी होंगी कि पूरा का पूरा जो ये स्टॉल है वो प्लेटफॉर्म से उठाकर पटरियों पर फेंक दिया जाए। तो इस तरीके की भीड़ थी यहाँ पर, और जो प्रशासन था, रेलवे के जो लोग यहाँ मौजूद थे, वो पूरी तरीके से असफल थे भीड़ पर काबू पाने में।
हम लोग पुलिस इसको डील कर रही है और हम लोग पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सब जगह हमारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन रहे और छात्रों को समझाया भी जा रहा है। कुछ जगह पुलिस ने बल प्रयोग भी किया है और छात्रों से मेरा यही अनुरोध है कि जो अपनी बात है या कहना चाहते हैं उसको एक मांग पत्र के माध्यम से सामने रखें और तोड़ फोड़ और इस तरह से सरकारी संपत्ति को क्षति अगर पहुँचाएंगे तो बाय नेम FIR भी होगा। हमने कहा है कि वीडियोग्राफी भी कराएं और जो लोग इसमें उपद्रवी तत्व शामिल हैं उनके खिलाफ FIR होगी, बाय नेम FIR होगी। तो ऐसी स्थिति में तो फिर उनका भविष्य और दिक्कत में पड़ जाएगा।
All right, let's bring you the Agnipath scheme now and what it entails, some myths and facts so that you get a clearer picture. The myth number 1, the future of Agniveer is not secure. But the fact is, will get priority in the state police and will get financial packages, bank loan schemes, will be given class 12 equivalent certification as well. Avenues open in other sectors as well. The other myth is there are opportunities for youth that will decrease. That is a myth. But the fact is, opportunities to serve in the armed forces will increase. The recruitment will be triple of current recruitment. There is another myth that regimental bonding will be affected. But the fact here is there will be no change in the regimental system. Best of the Agniveers are going to be selected to boost the unit cohesiveness. There is a myth that effectiveness of armed forces will be harmed, but the fact is short-term enlistment system exists in most countries. Agniveers in the first year will make up 3% of the armed forces. Agniveer performance is going to be tested after 4 years for re-induction as well. You can debate about this, but we're just bringing you what the myth and the facts are according to the scheme and what the scheme says. There is also another myth going around which says 21-year-olds immature and unreliable for the army, and that is absolutely debatable. But here, according to the scheme, they've said that most armies across the world depend on youth. The scheme will bring 50-50 mix of youngsters and experienced ranks. Agniveers will be a danger to society. There is that talk going around about how they will end up also probably joining terrorists. And please understand, open to discussion on all these myths, but according to the scheme, the ethos and values of the Indian Armed Forces are strong. The youngsters will remain committed to the country, and many retired from forces with skill. So it's a very interesting one for skill development of the youth as well. No instances of them joining anti-national forces. A myth is that no consultation with former ex-officers. But actually, the serving armed officers were consulted before making this proposal. The proposal was framed by a Department of Military Officers, and many former officers were have recognized the advantages of this scheme. Rohit is now joining us live from Patna on this story. Rohit, there are protests in Bihar, and we can see how protest fire has spread to many parts of the country as well on the back of this particular development. What are the protesters demanding at this point? If I could just throw straight across to you to bring us the version of the protesters.
Well, Chaiti, Bihar has emerged as the epicenter of the ongoing protest as far as the Agnipath policy is concerned. And basically what these candidates, these aspirants, the army aspirants are basically, they're insecure about their future. There is not much clarity also, which is, they say, in this Agnipath policy, and that is what they are feeling, that after the 4 years of service, what will happen to them, what will be their future. So there are a lot of doubts which are there in the minds of these army aspirants, and that is why we are seeing that there is no one to clear those doubts. As of now, you see in Haryana, in Uttar Pradesh, in Madhya Pradesh, you saw that the chief ministers came out and they cleared some sort of a doubts, and they also offered reservation in jobs once they are done with the 4 years of service in the army. But as far as Bihar is concerned, as today, there is no such offer being made by the government, and that is why we saw throughout the day at least in half a dozen, in fact, a dozen of districts in Bihar was burning today. Streets were on the streets, tires were being burned by hundreds and thousands of army aspirants in districts like Gopalganj, in Kaimur, in Chhapra. Trains were set on fire, and Ara continued to remain the epicenter as far as Bihar is concerned. Since morning, for about 4 to 5 hours, we saw thousands of army aspirants. They barged inside the Ara railway station, vandalized the railway station, the booking center. The glasses were smashed, stone pelting was done. The shops, the small stalls which are there on the platform, they were also looted. It was also attacked. So there is massive violence that took place as far as this Agnipath policy is concerned. Today in Bihar, widespread violence was witnessed, and it remains to be seen how these army aspirants are going to move from here on, because this violence is continuing unabated. Yesterday also we saw violence. Today was the second day of widespread violence that was taking place as far as the new army recruitment policy is concerned. Chaiti.
All right, thank you, Rohit, for bringing us those details. Now to the other top story that is defining the news agenda. The Congress leader and former Rajya Sabha MP Renuka Chaudhary holds a policeman by his collar while being taken away by other police personnel during the party's protest in Hyderabad over the ED summons to Rahul Gandhi. Renuka Chaudhary's political high-handedness comes amidst intense protests in Telangana, where the Congress party workers set fire to vehicles and flocked the streets, questioning the probe by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, just a while back, I spoke to Renuka Chaudhary. Here is her version, and here is what Anila Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party also had to say. But I also must say, whatever the provocation be, there was no business for Renuka Chaudhary to behave with a policeman like that. And when I asked her to apologize on camera, the call got disconnected. Whether she cut the call or it got disconnected, you make it out for yourself. But this is what she had to say.
I have no hesitation in apologizing to the police if I was wrong. I have no hesitation to apologize. I am the daughter of a uniform, and I know what the answer is. What a pity that our police have been reduced to this by ruling government, where they're nothing but puppets in the hands of the government. And there is so much misrule happening in Telangana, and people don't take any cognizance. PRS men, their ministers, their MLAs and the ministers' offspring, what they're doing in the state. In my own district, Mr. Puwara Ajay, who was the minister, a man dying in the police station, having had poison and dying, he died.
This act is very disgraceful, very unfortunate as well. Congress party workers, they do not have any control on the actions, and this lady is a senior Indian National Confused Party's leader, and she should know that what she is doing. Police force is there to control law and order situation. Tomorrow, if there is a stampede, if she gets hurt, then she is going to say, where was the police force? But what we can see, she is, catching hold of this man by collar. What is the explanation Congress leadership is going to give about it?
The Congress protest caused immense inconvenience to the people. In Bengaluru, Congress took out a march to Raj Bhavan and raised slogans against the BJP government. The protests resulted in massive traffic jams across the city, in which an ambulance got stuck. Congress leaders D.K. Shivakumar and Sidharth led the protests, who were later detained by the cops on their way to Raj Bhavan.
We are at this point of time near Raj Bhavan. You can see youth Congress workers progressing towards Raj Bhavan. After ED summons to Rahul Gandhi for last 3 days, there have been continuous protests in various parts of the country. And now it's being also seen in Mumbai. You can see MLA Nishant Siddiqui, who is present here, is leading this march. Behind us is the hanging garden towards here, 500 meters. It's where Raj Bhavan is, and the police deployment is present here. We'll have to wait and see whether they're allowed to reach till Raj Bhavan. With camera person Samir Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
A day after Congress's India Will Burn threat, the grand old party workers staged nationwide aggression against Rahul Gandhi's ED dwelling. Congress workers who burned tires during the protests yesterday upped the ante and set vehicles on fire in Hyderabad. Congress protested outside Raj Bhavan in Thiruvananthapuram. Similar scenes were seen in Chennai too. Protesters jumped over the police barricades in Chandigarh. Water cannons were used by the cops to disperse them. Several leaders and protesters were detained by the cops.
We are at this point of time near Raj Bhavan. You can see youth Congress workers progressing towards Raj Bhavan. After ED summons to Rahul Gandhi for last 3 days, there have been continuous protests in various parts of the country. And now it's being also seen in Mumbai. You can see MLA Nishant Siddiqui, who is present here, is leading this march. Behind us is the hanging garden towards here, 500 meters. It's where Raj Bhavan is, and the police deployment is present here. We'll have to wait and see whether they're allowed to reach till Raj Bhavan. With camera person Samir Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today. Congress party workers, leaders, MLAs and MPs are today protesting in Bengaluru outside the Congress office, headed by D.K. Shivakumar and Sidharth. Here you can see behind me Karnataka Congress President Mr. D.K. Shivakumar heading the protests and the march towards the Raj Bhavan or the governor's office here in Bengaluru, which is just a stone's throw away from the Congress office. And today you can see hundreds of Congress workers who've gathered here to protest against the ED summons and questioning that's currently going on of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders. And you can see Congress workers who have gathered here to protest this ED drilling. We are given to understand, we believe in few meters from here, heavy police deployment has been done there. Now they are marching moving forward, to Raj Bhavan. Now they are moving forward. These are the dramatic visuals of protest emerging from Kolkata, where we can see that protesters, mainly senior leaders and member of parliaments, of course, they also taking this rally, protesting and raising their voice, supporting Rahul Gandhi. Several women supporters of Pradesh Congress are being arrested by police at a time when they arrive at the Raj Bhavan here in Kolkata. They started this rally from central Kolkata, which is 500 meters away from Raj Bhavan. Now the demonstration are going on here. Several supporters and political leaders of Congress, they sit in demonstration at the entry point at the doorstep of Governor House, and now a clash, a scuffle broke out between the protesters and Kolkata police. Several senior cops have been deployed. Additional forces have been called in. Now we can see and bringing these visuals of scuffle.
It's clear as daylight that they detained the honorable MPs for 8 hours to 12 hours without a written order, without a legal order. It's a clear violation of liberty. Every fundamental right has been violated. Every privilege has been violated. We have appealed to the Honorable Chairman to take action for breach of privilege as well as breach of liberty, and let the process of law take its course.
As far as the inquiry and the questioning and the due process of law is unbiased, based on facts and evidence-based, there's no problem. We're open to all investigations. Mr. Gandhi's been there for 3 days answering all questions. So there's no question of avoiding answering questions. But we want to question the intent behind the actions taken against the leadership of the Congress party. And we are within our rights to ask those questions. We get no answers. We are just bundled in a bus and taken to police stations, or we are put under house arrest, etc. So this sort of action of the government, I think, is attracting a lot of questions by the people at large, not just the Congress party.
He is not a scaring personality. Everybody knows that. But the question is that whether this agency having credibility. He is sitting there whatever time they want, answering their question, but answer may not be the type which they want to be answered. This is all politically motivated, biased investigation.
हिंदुस्तान में कभी क्या कोई आंदोलन नहीं होते? हम क्या किसी को कहीं रास्ता रुके, कहीं दफ्तर तोड़ने की तो आंदोलन नहीं किए? हम लोग गांधी जी की दिखाए हुए मार्ग पे शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हमारा बात रखने की कोशिश किए. ये क्या गुनाह है? मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहते हैं.
इन्ना याके ಅವನ ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಇದು ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ವಚನ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by ED peaks. According to sources, Rahul told ED that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all the financial transactions between AJL and Young Indian. Earlier, Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge in their statement also told ED that the decision of the deal was not taken by one single person. Motilal was essentially responsible for all the financial transactions. Vora was 12% shareholder in Young India. Meanwhile, Congress has locked horns with Delhi cops. Congress has lodged a complaint against the Delhi police and has demanded action against the cops who entered the party headquarters in Delhi.
ये बात बाहर आ नहीं सकती. तथ्यहीन बातें हैं, इसका जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है.
क्या कहना है इस कार्य में?
मैंने कह दिया ना, ईडी की बात बाहर आ नहीं सकती और तथ्यहीन बातों का मेरे पास कोई जवाब नहीं है।
ईडी दफ्तर को किले में तब्दील किया गया तो हुआ कि अंदर की खबर इन लोगों को कैसे पता चलते? ये तो प्लान टेस्ट स्टोरी है। ईडी का प्लान ये तो प्लान टेस्ट स्टोरी है। हमें वहाँ एक अंदर ना जाने नहीं देते, बात नहीं करने देते, ये परिंदा को घुसने नहीं देते, तो वहाँ के अंदर की बात बाहर कैसे आता है? क्योंकि ये सारे जो हो रहे हैं हमारे मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी के निर्देश पे हो रहे हैं। इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ सुविधा होगी कांग्रेस को और तोड़ो, कांग्रेस के बीच और खाई बढ़ा दो, कांग्रेस के भीतर अंदरूनी लफड़ा को बढ़ा कैसे दिया जाए, इसके सारे साजिश हो रहे हैं। हमें तो पता नहीं, उनकी नजदीक नेता है पता नहीं, हमारे एमपी को पता नहीं, उनको पता चल गया।
The persons who own 76% share are not accountable, but those who own 12% share are to be blamed for everything. This is the typical behavior of those who are caught in any criminal activities. Usually, a person who's caught with his hand in the cookie jar shifts the blame on somebody else, says मैंने नहीं किया, और says मेरी याददाश्त कमजोर है, मैं सारा कुछ भूल गया. And this seems to be the approach taken by all those people who are being brought to justice by various agencies.
Let's get you the breakdown now of shareholders in Young Indian. Over to Akshita for that.
Let's break down for you what's the shareholding of Young Indian. Interestingly, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, so between the two of them, they own 76% of the stake. Sonia Gandhi has 38%, Rahul has 38%. Now, there are two other leaders who also have a stake in the company. Motilal Vora had a 12% stake. Oscar Fernandez had a 12% stake. Motilal Vora unfortunately passed away in 2020. The next year, Oscar Fernandez passed away. Now, Rahul Gandhi, despite having a 38% stake in this company, says that Motilal Vora, who has, let me remind you again, a 12% stake in this company, was the authorized signatory for all financial transactions between AGL and between Young Indian. So he's told the Enforcement Directorate that, look, I can't give you any details. My mother can't give you any details. She has a 38% stake, but none of us can give you any details about the financial transactions because all of that was taken care of by Motilal Vora, and he's unfortunately no more. So this has been, in fact, Rahul Gandhi's response to all of those questions about the transfer of shares, about the loan transfer from AGL to Young Indian.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed.
My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Marathi actor Ketki Chitle was arrested over a social media post on Sharad Pawar about a month ago. Meanwhile, NCW has summoned DGP Maharashtra. Ketki has been in jail since then. The Bombay High Court on Tuesday came down heavily on Uddhav Thackeray government in a separate case and asked if people are going to be jailed over social media posts. Will the Maharashtra government heed the court's advice? That's the big question. Take a look.
It's been a month since Marathi actress Ketki Chitle landed in jail for posting alleged derogatory content on social media against NCP chief Sharad Pawar. Chitle had posted a Marathi poem that had references to the NCP chief. Over 20 FIRs have been filed against Ketki. Her lawyers allege she was beaten up and harassed in police custody.
This is a misuse of power and misuse of government machinery by some powerful politicians in the Maharashtra. What is about her liberty or fundamental rights? She was abused, she was beaten in the police custody. She have filed a complaint in the Kalamboli police station, but no single FIR registered.
Ketki's lawyer also claims that charges against her are bailable.
Some power is there in that poem she forwarded. Some power is there. So every NCP leader is going and lodging FIR against her. And police also registering that FIR. This is a clear misuse of power.
The BJP has come out in support of Ketki.
कोई भी विरुद्ध में बोलेगा तो जेल में भेजा जाएगा. ये उद्धव ठाकरे शरद पवार का पुत्र है. अब केतकी चितड़े हो या दूसरा वो नौजवान है, उसको महीना महीना जेल में रखना, ये सिर्फ ड्रग माफिया के ऊपर वाले माफिया की ठाकरे पवार सरकार ही कर सकती है.
Higher courts are taking cognizance of the fact that multiple FIRs are being registered against one social media post against a politician. In the case of Ketki Chitle, she continues to be behind bars for more than a month. Her lawyers say that there is nothing much to investigate in the case.
The day Ketki was arrested, Nikhil Bhamre, a student from Nashik, was also picked up by the police for posting alleged objectionable tweets against Pawar. Bombay High Court on Monday urged the Maharashtra government to release Bhamre voluntarily. The court asked if the state government is aware that multiple FIRs are being registered in one offence. The court said, if you start taking actions like this, you end up damaging the name of the person who has received the second highest civilian, a Padma Vibhushan. Even the towering personality will not like a student being kept in jail.
जब भी मैंने अगेंस्ट ट्रोलिंग के अगेंस्ट या गंदे मैसेज के अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई करने के लिए कहा, तो मुझे नहीं लगता इतनी कार्रवाई कभी हुई है. छोटी है और अलग अलग राज्यों में एक ही केस के लिए इतने सारे ऑफेंस लगाना, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि पवार साहब ने इसमें इंटरेस्ट लिया होगा, बिकॉज पवार साहब का मन बहुत बड़ा है. जो उनके आजू बाजू के लोग हैं, उन्होंने ये सब किया है.
The arrests of Ketki and Bhamre are proof of rising intolerance of criticism among political leaders. Will the Uddhav Thackeray government now heed the High Court's advice and release the two? With Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Swapna Suresh has leveled some serious charges against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. She has alleged that Chief Minister and his family are directly involved in negotiations with ruler of Sharjah ruler. Swapna in her statement alleged that Chief Minister sought help from the ruler for his daughter to set up an IT firm in Sharjah. The incident, she says, occurred in September 2017 when the Sharjah ruler visited Kerala. She said she had revealed these details to the investigative agencies, but no action was taken on that line. The opposition alleged that there is some understanding between the centre and the state to weaken this particular case. So that's the latest coming in. Swapna going on to allege that Pinarayi Vijayan and his family are directly involved in negotiations with Sharjah ruler. Swapna has said in her statement, that is the affidavit, that the Chief Minister sought help from the Sharjah ruler for his daughter to set up an IT firm in Sharjah. Let me get Shibi, our reporter, for more on this story. Shibi, I'm going to throw straight across to you in terms of all the allegations by Swapna Suresh against the Chief Minister and how they link to this particular case at the moment. Over to you.
Hello?
Yes, Shibi, go ahead. Hi, Shibi, can you hear me?
Audible?
Yes, you're absolutely audible, and I would request you to continue to bring us more on this breaking news that is coming in, Shibi. Go for it.
Okay. Yes, Swapna Suresh has submitted an affidavit before she recorded a 164 statement in which she has leveled serious allegations against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and his family, as well as many CPIM leaders and former Minister K.T. Jalil, as well as former Speaker Sri Ramakrishnan. So the main allegation in the affidavit is that the Chief Minister and his family sought help from the Sharjah ruler when he visited Kerala in September 2017 for his daughter Veena to start an IT firm in Sharjah. So Veena is an IT professional. She runs a startup IT firm in Bangalore called Exalogic. So the Chief Minister and his wife Kamala requested Sharjah ruler and had a meeting with Sharjah's IT minister. This is what Swapna Suresh is alleging, that to take over the IT sector of Sharjah. This is what Swapna Suresh is alleging in her affidavit. She also says that she had confirmed all these to the central agencies while they were investigating the case last year, but no action was taken against any of this, where the opposition says that there is a understanding between the CPM as well as the centre that all these agencies visiting Kerala last year and doing the investigation was just for namesake, is what the opposition is alleging. She also says that K.T. Jalil, the former minister, also did illegal importing of dates and Quran, not only using the UAE consulate, not only to Kerala but also to other states. That's what her another allegation is. And she also says that former Speaker Sri Ramakrishnan has wanted to meet Sharjah ruler in Sharjah, where he wanted land to start a new college. So these are the main allegations that Swapna Suresh had put forward in her affidavit that she recorded before she submitted before she recorded a 164 statement.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us right there. We're getting some breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to it. Breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has requested the ED to postpone his questioning for Monday. On Wednesday, he was asked by the officials to appear for questioning on Friday, which is tomorrow. But now he has asked for postponing the questioning to Monday. The reason why he's asked for this delay, we'll check with our reporters and confirm that bit. But the news that is just trickling in at the moment is that, all right, Munish Pandey is joining us on the phone line for all the very latest. Munish, is there a specific reason why he wants his questioning to postpone for Monday? Why is it that he cannot appear on Friday?
Yeah, well, Chaiti, what we are picking up from our sources within the enforcement directorate is that there is a request which has come from Rahul Gandhi, and he has requested through a letter saying that he wants the questioning to take place on Monday. We are still not sure that what reasons he has given before the enforcement directorate for not appearing tomorrow, because remember, on Wednesday when his questioning got over, then he was asked to appear on Friday for questioning. But Rahul Gandhi has now placed a request before the enforcement directorate that he want the questioning to take place on Monday, and Friday he won't be able to join the questioning. As of now, it is still not clear whether the Enforcement Directorate has accepted the request of Rahul Gandhi or not. But on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, in these 3 days, Rahul Gandhi was questioned for almost 30 hours. And what ED is saying that so far they have been only able to cover 40 to 50 questions. There are many questions which are still unanswered, and they want to question Rahul Gandhi once again, and that is why he was summoned from Friday, but now he wants the question to take place on Monday. Kathy.
All right, and for the moment, Munish, if you could just encapsulate all that happened in the questioning, what you're picking up from the ED sources and the line of questioning for the next round, which is going to now perhaps take place on Monday.
Yeah, well, Chatty, remember, Rahul Gandhi appeared for the first time on Monday. He was questioned for almost 8.5 hours, and for the next 2 days, he was questioned for 10 hours each. Now, what we do understand, what we have got from our sources within the agency is that in all 3 days, what ED wanted to know about his association with Young Indian Private Limited, his association with AJL, and there were specific questions about the financial transactions.
Apologies about the interruption, Munish, but there's breaking news coming in. Renuka Chaudhary has broken her silence after the video of her holding a cop by the collar and triggering outrage. Renuka is defiant. Says cops must learn to respect women. Had no intention of hitting the policeman. I was being manhandled and losing balance. Listen in to Renuka Chaudhary.
Police also have to learn to respect women. I have no intentions of hitting policemen. That is not my intention at all. But I was being manhandled. I was losing my balance. I was falling on that man. You can see in the visuals very clearly that they're suddenly trying to push me. And that is the reason my hand slipped from where I was reaching for his shoulder. He moved and I caught his collar. It is not my intention to humiliate him or anything like that. Unnecessarily, this is being the real issue is being diverted, unfortunately. Central government misuses their agencies to take revenge on individuals and collectively of political parties. Police also have to learn to respect women. I have no intentions of hitting policemen. That is not my intention at all. But I was being manhandled. I was losing my balance. I was falling on that man. You can see in the visuals very clearly that they're suddenly trying to push me. And that is the reason my hand slipped from where I was reaching for his shoulder. He moved and I caught his collar. It is not my intention to humiliate him or anything like that. Unnecessarily, this is being the real issue is being diverted, unfortunately. Central government misuses their agencies to take revenge on individuals and collectively of political parties.
Bulldozers that have targeted illegal properties of rioters will not stop yet. The Supreme Court has refused an interim stay on rolling bulldozers as sought by the plea by the Jamiat. The Supreme Court has said that it was not asking for all bulldozer actions to stop, but they should be within the ambit of the law. The Apex Court has sought an affidavit in 3 days from the government on the demolitions that are carried out by using bulldozers. It will again hear the matter next Tuesday. The government said that no legal building has been demolished till now, and only those with illegal constructions have been targeted. The government has further added that no law was broken during the demolition drive and refuted the allegation of not serving notices before running the bulldozers. The petitioner called the bulldozer action shocking and appalling and claimed that some houses were standing for more than 20 years and did not even belong to the accused. The government's affidavit will have to contain details of the notices sent and action taken by it. The matter will again be heard on 21st of June.
The court has issued notice, and the court has said that we hope that this kind of retaliatory measures, and it is also important for us to protect society. If you want to know, has the court issued an order of stay? It has not. If you want to know, has the court refused an order of stay? It has not.
Okay.
But the court has expressed the clear intent that this form of retaliatory demolitions is against the rule of the law. And they have said that the state should be sensitive to it, just as the court is sensitive to it.
The Sidhu Moosewala murder probe gets murkier by the day. It has now been revealed that the plot to kill the singer began in 2021 itself, not just in different states, but across different countries by gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Lawrence Bishnoi has been named the prime accused in the mastermind of the Moosewala murder. It is known that Bishnoi had also enlisted his brother Anmol and nephew Sachin for the job. Anmol was sent to Europe to evade securities and get in touch with gangster Goldie Brar. The final signal of the Moosewala murder on 29th of May was given via a video call. The plan to eliminate Moosewala was hatched immediately after Bishnoi's aide Vicky's death. Gangster Bishnoi has told the investigators that the motive to kill Moosewala was clear. Not only did he belong to a rival gang, but Moosewala also provoked and challenged his gang with songs about weapons. Sonam Kapoor, who is expecting her first child with husband Anand Ahuja, hosted a lavish baby shower for the close friends in London. From customized menu, napkins, gifts to aesthetic outdoor setup, here's a glimpse into the celebrations.
Sonam Kapoor, who is expecting her first child with husband Anand Ahuja, celebrated her baby shower in London. The couple hosted a few friends for lunch, and the decoration was nothing less than a fairy tale. From customized menu napkins and gifts to delicious-looking food, the aesthetic outdoor setup was on point for Sonam's baby shower celebration, and several pictures and videos from the affair are going viral on social media. The soon-to-be mom is enjoying her third trimester and has her sister Ria by her side in London. Prior to this, Sonam turned heads with her pictures from her baby moon in Italy. And before that, she took off to Paris for a vacation where she was accompanied by her husband Anand, sister Ria Kapoor and her husband Karan Bulani. Ria had also shared several photos from the trip on social media. It was in March this year that Sonam announced the good news, flaunting her baby bump. She posted these photos and wrote, "4 hands to raise you the very best we can, 2 hearts that will beat in unison with yours every step of the way. 1 family who will shower you with love and support. We can't wait to welcome you. #everydayphenomenal. #coming this fall 2022. After the announcement, the actress has regularly been sharing photos from her maternity shoot. Sonam Kapoor and Anand Ahuja tied the knot in 2018. The duo started dating each other in 2015. Sonam and Anand made their first public appearance together at Akshay Kumar's bash for Will Smith. They also arrived for the party hosted by Akshay Kumar for the success of film Rustom in Mumbai in 2016. These were the first few times that Anand Ahuja caught the attention of the public, with photos of the pair going viral on social media.
गट से शादी, मुसलमान से शादी, बनिहाल.com से शादी. सबका दिमाग एक ही डायरेक्शन में क्यों चलता है?
On work front, Sonam has been away from the silver screen for a while now. She was last seen in Ek Ladki Ko Dekha To Aisa Laga. And now she's all set to star in Blind, which is a remake of the 2011 Korean film by the same name. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Let's talk about heels, something that some women just love and enjoy and love to flaunt. And in fact, many men too, they love their heels. While brands have been making gender-fluid footwear lines for a while now. The latest by Billy Porter for Jimmy Choo is now making news in celebration of the Pride Month. And here is us wishing you a very happy Pride Month. Take a look at my report. The celebration of Pride Month is on in full swing across the world.
I have learned that the only shoes I need to be stepping in are my own.
And Billy Porter's incredibly high heels have a poignant message behind them. The brand new campaign for Jimmy Choo's Pride Capsule collection is screaming inclusivity.
Now watch me run this. Look at how
Gender neutral, size inclusive, iconic silhouettes, bold colors, metallic accents, bold prints, and a reiteration of gender neutrality message.
I have learned that the only shoes I need to be stepping in are my own. They are big shoes to fill, and I have been learning how to fill them. I'm grateful to have lived long enough to grow and to heal so that I can wear those shoes that I have been called to wear.
Not just that, a hefty donation of $100,000 by Jimmy Choo to Trevor Foundation, all for the prevention of LGBTQ suicides. Billy Porter is showing the world the power of advocacy in the Pride Month. Fashion is sure not just about what you wear to look stylish. The recent instances of woke fashion lines simply roar how transformative fashion can be. The collection includes pumps, boots, and loafers in jewel tones. Rich suede, statement animal prints, oversized clutches offered in croc embossed leather and patchwork metallic leather. In fact, brands like Kira Goody and Lydia Talavera have been helping high heels shed their feminine connotations for a while now. This trend is now picking pace with the creation of a more gender-inclusive and gender-fluid lines. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. And here's wishing a very happy Pride Month to all our viewers. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Bulldozer politics reaches the top court, Supreme Court, all set to hear the plea by Jamiat Ulama-I-Hind against the demolitions in Uttar Pradesh following the violent protests over Prophet remark crowd. Politics over Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate peaks. Sources revealed Rahul Gandhi told ED that Motilal Vora was the authorized signatory for all the financial transactions. Earlier, the Congress leaders Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge told Enforcement Directorate that the decision of the deal was not taken by one single person and Vora was essentially responsible for all the transactions. Violent protests in Bihar over centre's Agnipath scheme. Students resorted to stone pelting at several railway stations. Roads blocked, transportation crippled, tires burned, baton-wielding protesters also smashed glass windows of the Intercity Express train at Bhabua Road railway station and set one coach on fire. In yet another revelation in the Sidhu Moosewala murder case, CIA staff, anti-gangster task force team and SIT formed to investigate Moosewala murder grilled Lawrence Bishnoi for almost 11 hours. It is known that gangster Lawrence is not cooperating during the interrogation and kept silent throughout the questioning.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نضبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
So sorry.
राज में तो पक गए, इलेक्शन में इतनी मेहनत की कि थक गए। तुम तो चाय पिलाओ मियाँ, आजमगढ़ से हाय आदमी को जिताओ मियाँ।
जी जी चाय लाया।
चाय पहले यहाँ आएगी मियाँ, क्योंकि यूपी का सीएम हम हैं। मैं कह रहा था बाबा जी, चाय तो आप ही पहले पी लो, लेकिन आजमगढ़ में झंडे हम ही गाड़ेंगे। रामपुर से करेंगे आपकी हार की शुरुआत, फिर धीरे धीरे यूपी से उखाड़ेंगे। चाय भी हम पियेंगे और यूपी में भी हम रहेंगे। जनता की मोहब्बत से हम यहाँ डंडा गाड़ के रहते हैं। साइकिल लेकर हमसे ना टकराओ मुन्ना, बिखर जाओगे। हमें लोग बाबा बुलडोजर कहते हैं। खामोश।
कमल में दम नहीं, हम किसी कम नहीं। साइकिल है तो पॉसिबल है।
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
सूर्या ट्रेन में आग लग गया है।
What the national backlash over the government's Agnipath military recruitment scheme has looked like in at least 3 states of the country. Most prominently in Bihar, but also in Haryana and parts of Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. Young Indians have come out onto the streets, probably fueled by misinformation, but angry nevertheless about Agnipath. And so angry that they've been setting vehicles on fire, setting trains on fire, burning tires, vandalizing property, pelting stones. That is the kind of violence that young defense aspirants feel they have been forced to indulge in to express their anger and frustration over the Agnipath military recruitment scheme, which limits entries to 4 years in the military. It's a tour of duty scheme that has become one of the most contentious reforms, even though it has divided the military and veteran community almost equally. There are many who support it, many who criticize it. But on the streets, this today is what the backlash to Agnipath has looked like. And we don't stoke such fires here on India Today. We will be looking at whether misinformation has fueled these protests and whether there is a prescription where the government can smoothen and address the concerns of youths who want to get into the Indian Army, Air Force and the Indian Navy. What can calm their tensions? What can address their concerns? And what about the misinformation that is being spread by opposition leaders? All of that coming up here on 5 Live. I'm Shivarur. These are the headlines. Congress launches violent, escalating protest marches across several cities against Rahul Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate grilling. Vehicle burnt in Hyderabad, ambulances stuck in Bengaluru. Rahul seeks time till Monday to appear for round 4 of questioning that was originally scheduled for tomorrow. Massive twist in the Rahul Herald grilling. Rahul puts the onus on late Congress treasurer Motilal Vora, says all Herald deals were handled by him. To the outside world, it looks like Motilal Vora has been thrown under the bus post his death. Big India Today impact, and it's our top story coming up at 5:30. National Commission for Women reacts to India Today's report, summons Maharashtra Director General Police over the arrest of actor Ketaki Chitale over a month ago. She's been in jail for over 30 days for a social media post attacking Sharad Pawar. Supreme Court refuses for now to put the brakes on bulldozers in Uttar Pradesh, asks the Yogi government to file its response on a Jamiat Plea alleging illegal demolitions and injustice within 3 days. This is in the wake of the huge protests last Friday. Sensational revelation in the Sidhu Moosewala murder investigation. Canada-based gangster Goldie Brar and Punjab drug lord helped gangster Lawrence Bishnoi to eliminate Sidhu Moosewala. Big India Today news break that everyone is following. The kind of anger and frustration that forces young Indians, defense aspirants to indulge in vandalism, arson, burning vehicles, pelting stones at the police, images of this kind from at least 4 states in the country, is what the backlash to the Agnipath military recruitment scheme looked like today. Image after image, town after town, city after city, this is what it looked like. Most notably in Bihar, but also in UP, Haryana and Rajasthan, groups of youth, sometimes in large numbers, indulged in disturbing acts of violence, including the burning of several trains in different parts of these states. Take a look first at how the backlash to Agnipath looked just 2 days after the scheme was announced by the government. A big backlash over the government's Agnipath scheme for the military. Protesters hitting the streets in different parts of the country. Trains torched, tires burnt, stones pelted. Bihar was the worst hit by multiple violent clashes and arson. Dramatic scenes came in from parts of Bihar where armed forces aspirants set multiple trains on fire in Chhapra, Ara, Gopalganj and resorted to stone pelting at railway stations. Multiple trains were seen in flames, railway property and police stations vandalized, rail services were crippled as protesters squatted on the railway tracks. Protesters even attacked police personnel and fought pitched battles with them.
तोड़फोड़ और इस तरह से सरकारी संपत्ति को क्षति अगर पहुंचाएंगे तो बाय नेम एफआईआर भी होगा। हमने कहा है कि वीडियोग्राफी भी कराएं और जो लोग इसमें उपद्रवी तत्व शामिल हैं उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर होगी, बाय नेम एफआईआर होगी। तो ऐसी स्थिति में तो फिर उनका भविष्य और दिक्कत में पड़ जाएगा।
यहाँ पे 2 व्हीलर है, एक स्कूटी, एक मोटरसाइकिल। यहाँ जो प्लेटफॉर्म के बाहर लगी थी ये गाड़ियाँ, उनको बकायदा उठाकर लाया गया और फिर पटरी पर जो है उसको जला दिया गया। ऐसी तस्वीरें आपने बहुत कम ही देखी होंगी कि पूरा का पूरा जो ये स्टॉल है वो प्लेटफॉर्म से उठाकर पटरियों पर फेंक दिया जाए। तो इस तरीके की भीड़ थी यहाँ पर और जो प्रशासन था, रेलवे के जो लोग यहाँ मौजूद थे वो पूरी तरीके से असफल थे भीड़ पर काबू पाने में।
Violence and fires were also witnessed in Haryana's Palwal, where angry protesters targeted public property. Police vehicles were torched and slogans were raised against the Agnipath scheme. The fury of aspirants is partly fueled by a 2-year break in hiring by the armed forces as a result of the COVID pandemic. The youth preparing to join the army are saying they work hard and prepare for many years to join the military. They're asking, what will they do after a 4-year tenure? Their main concern is that they will not be able to perform well in the limited period of 4 years and that after this period, they will once again become unemployed without pension and other retirement benefits. Army aspirants say the scheme is an eyewash. that offers little to create jobs and opportunities. Will the government be able to convince them on the utility of the tour of duty scheme? Or will there be a forced course correction of the Agnipath scheme? With Rohit Singh in Chhapra, Bihar, Bureau Report, India Today. And there are several opposition politicians who have, of course, attempted to stoke the fire, from Rahul Gandhi, who is still inside his house. He hasn't stepped out, to Jayant Chaudhary, who's announced a list of dharnas across the country in Uttar Pradesh against the Agnipath scheme, to a divided house within the Congress party over whether to support it or not. Opposition netas have seen Agnipath as another opportunity to stoke discontent and anger on the streets. The politics of Agnipath. Take a look.
Massive fire and fury over Forces' new Agniveer scheme. Protesters launching pan-India violence stir. From multiple spots in Bihar to Haryana's Palwal and parts of Rajasthan, UP and Madhya Pradesh. Setting multiple trains on fire. Vandalizing police stations. Setting police vehicles on fire and attacking policemen, leaving them bleeding with grievous injuries. Army aspirants going on massive rampage. Amid the arson, clashes and fierce street fights, politics too raged. Opposition jumped in to target the Modi government. Rahul Gandhi questioned the short-term employment scheme, claiming no rank or pension for armed forces. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav called the scheme negligent and fatal for India's future. Aam Aadmi Party chief and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said youth should not get just 4 years to serve the forces.
मैं आग्रह करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से इस अग्निपथ योजना को वापस लें, क्योंकि सेना के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं होना चाहिए और नौजवानों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं होना चाहिए। कोई कारगर योजना लेकर आए जो स्थायी रूप से लोगों को रोजगार मिले।
The government came out with a clarification, saying the new employment scheme will ensure secured future of service personnel through financial packages, bank loans, higher studies and priority entry into police and paramilitary forces.
मैं हरियाणा सरकार की ओर से ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जो 75% ऐसे वीर सैनिक अगर वापस आने के पर सरकारी नौकरी चाहते होंगे तो उनको वरीयता दी जाएगी या अन्य काम करने के लिए भी उनके लिए वरीयता की योजनाएं बनाई जाएंगी।
Can the government clarification pacify armed forces aspirants angry and apprehensive over what they see as a raw deal? With Rohit Singh in Ara and Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
And it looks like the Congress is a divided house as far as Agnipath scheme is concerned, because just a few hours after Rahul Gandhi criticized the Agnipath scheme, Congress Member of Parliament Manish Tiwari has embarrassed his party by countering Rahul Gandhi in public. Manish Tiwari, Lok Sabha MP from Punjab, says the Agnipath reform is a military reform in the right direction. Manish Tiwari says the army needs to be modernized, going completely against the de facto Congress president. Manish Tiwari counters Rahul Gandhi in public on the Agnipath scheme. Take a look at what Manish Tiwari has just said.
This is a scheme which the government has announced. It should be allowed to play itself out. And if at all there are any glitches, those glitches can be ironed out. I think what the government needs to give clarity on is the transitioning process post 4.5 years. Because I can understand somebody coming out at the age of 21 or 22, he or she would obviously be apprehensive about their future. So a transitioning process which takes you out of the armed forces and into some form of regular employment, whether in the paramilitary forces or the state police forces, is something which the government must build into the scheme. And I think that to a large extent will be able to allay the apprehensions of people.
Now, as a result of this huge widespread protests in at least 3 or 4 states, the government has been forced to firefight. It has issued statements, it has issued information about trying to bust some of the myths that are being spread and that are being amplified by opposition leaders, but are also spreading on WhatsApp groups, perhaps fueling some of these protests. There may be some misapprehensions and misinterpretations as well. One of the biggest myths that has come in so far is that the future of Agniveers under the Agnipath scheme will not be secure. The government is countering this with facts, saying Agniveers will get priority recruitment in central armed police forces and state polices. So their future is far from insecure. The second big myth as part of the they will get a financial package and a bank loan scheme. They will be given class 12 equivalent certificate. Avenues will be open in other sectors as well. So their future is definitely not insecure, is the myth that has been busted. The second myth, that the opportunities for youth will actually decrease as a result of this. The fact is, opportunities to serve in the armed forces will actually increase. The recruitment will be, in terms of numbers, triple the current recruitment because there is a regular turnover. The third big myth is that regimental bonding ethos, the whole Paltan ki Izzat will be affected as a result of this. There won't be any loyalty. The government says there is no change in the regimental system at all. The best of Agniveers will be selected to boost unit cohesiveness, is what the government contends. The fourth big myth is effectiveness of the armed forces will be harmed because you have young persons in the military for only 4 years or a little longer than that. Fact, short-term enlistment system already exists in most countries without affecting the capabilities and potency of the armed forces. Agniveers in the first year will make up 3%, only 3% of the armed forces. Agniveer performance is to be tested after 4 years for reinduction. So about a quarter of them will be reinducted. The next big myth is that 21-year-olds are immature and unreliable for the army. Can you really rely on guys who are just into adulthood? Well, most armies across the world depend on youth. They do depend on youth. The Indian Army is also looking for a younger profile. The scheme will bring in a mix of 50-50 mix of youngsters and experienced ranks as a result of Agnipath. The next big myth is that Agniveers will be a danger to society, could join terrorist groups after they leave because, they've been trained in weaponry and things like that. So it will lead to a militarized society. The government contends the ethos and values of the Indian Armed Forces are very strong. You can't break that spirit so easily. Youngsters will remain committed to the country because Agnipath puts them through the military, which instills a sense of national love, Desh Prem, patriotism. Many retire from the forces with skills. No instances so far of any of these, ex-servicemen joining anti-national forces. There may always be bad apples, but definitely not something to be worried about. Next big myth, no consultation with ex-officers. There has been this view that this has been forced down on the military without any real, legwork, taking everyone on board, briefing ex-servicemen officers and groups. Armed forces officers were consulted, in the consultative process. The proposal was framed by the Department of Military Affairs. Many ex-officers have recognized the scheme's advantages. There are many, let's face it, there are many who question the efficacy, the propriety and the long-term implications of Agnipath. But for every officer who questions it, there are some who say this is a radical reform that is in the right direction. There are certain caveats to each of these. But why are the protesters so angry? Why so much fury against Agnipath? Here's what some of the agitators said when India Today questioned them.
हमारी आखिरी वर्ष हम क्या करेंगे? हमारी जिंदगी के साथ खेला जा रहा है, ठीक है? कि जाना हमें, हम मर गए सब कर रहे हैं, यहाँ बालक मरन लगता है फौज में,
हम गोली
और कोई नौकरी ना किसी चीज का फार्म भरा आज तक हमने, हम बस फौज का आ गए, हम कहाँ जाएंगे? हम
ऐसी कूलर पंखाने में सो के नौकरी 40 साल की कर रहे हैं, हम 4 साल की गोली खाने के लिए।
इनका मेन मकसद था कि आर्मी को ही प्राइवेटेशन कर दिया जाए, लेकिन इन्होंने आर्मी इसलिए प्राइवेटेशन नहीं की क्योंकि आर्मी रोड पे आ गई तो इनको लेने के देने पड़ जाएंगे, इसलिए ये इस कानून के तहत धीरे धीरे बिल्कुल ही आर्मी को प्राइवेटेशन कर देंगे। 4 साल की नौकरी है, 4 साल में 6 महीने ट्रेनिंग करेगा, 8 महीने, उसके बाद कह रहे हैं 10-12 लाख रुपए मिलेगा 4 साल के बाद। 10-12 लाख रुपए आप भी जानते हो, 10-12 लाख रुपए का अलीगढ़ में पिलोट ढूंढो वो भी नहीं मिलेगा, और मकान बना लो 10-12 लाख रुपए बन जाए मकान तो मैं तो अपनी गर्दन काट दूं। 4 साल की क्या सर्विस, क्या देश के लिए वो समर्पण हो पाएगा? नहीं। वो जज्बात आ पाएंगे? नहीं आ पाएगा। ये आर्मी को कमजोर करेगा, देश को गुलाम बनवा देंगे। ये हम चाहते हैं कि जो पुरानी आर्मी की जो रिक्रूटमेंट जिस तरह से होती थी वही होती रहे।
प्रस्ताव हमारे सामने रख दिया है टीओडी वाला, 4 साल वाला, इससे हमारा कुछ नहीं होगा। टीओडी बिल्कुल वापस ले लें अपनी, और हमारी पुरानी भर्ती है उसे क्लियर करा दें।
जो छात्र दौड़ करके आर्मी में जा रहा है और उसको कहा जाता है कि आपको 4 साल का संविदा पर रखा जाएगा, जिसके भविष्य की सुरक्षा का खुद पता नहीं है वह देश की सुरक्षा कर पाएगा।
सरकार ने दिखा दिया अपना औकात कि आज हम युवाओं के साथ क्या गलत किए हैं।
रोड पाने में
ये नहीं चलेगी। अब जब तक अब DTO नहीं वापस लेगी तब तक धरना हम लोग चालू रखेंगे।
17 वर्ष के 18 वर्ष की उम्र में अगर उनको नौकरी हो जाती है, 22 में वो रिटायर हो जाते हैं, 22 साल की उम्र के बाद बाकी जिंदगी वो कैसे खाएंगे, कैसे अपने परिवार का पालन पोषण करेंगे?
And I want to bring in Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. He's one of the most prominent and respected voices on the Indian Army, the Indian military. He's been a commentator for many years. He's served in forward areas and he knows exactly what it means to try and reform the army, because he knows that the goals of Agnipath are noble goals, but the fact that there has been such a fiery backlash, General, and welcome to you, sir, means that there are concerns. There perhaps is a need to smoothen things out. I'd like you to start by telling me, are there some tweaks that are necessary to Agnipath to make it go down a little easier, sir? Because I don't think anybody can argue that the end game, the goals, the intentions of Agnipath are very noble and cannot be compromised.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you for having me on your program. And I start by expressing very deep regret for what is happening on the streets at the moment. This is a result of misinformation, and misinformation coming from where I really can't say. But obviously, something which is changing after 75 years, that is almost 3-4 generations have gone past with this kind of recruiting scheme that we have always had. And suddenly, change comes. Obviously, there will be a lot of consternation, there will be a lot of questioning. There's an information load which is taking place at the moment. The kind of questions that were being put just now and the answers which I was seeing on your program just now is very clear that people are angry. They really are not looking at this with any sense of rationale at all. That is the unfortunate thing. The scheme, as you very correctly said, has got very noble end goals. But it's a question of making people understand it. It's a question of getting the right information into their minds. I think what is really troubling them is the future after 4 years. And bang, after 24 hours, we heard the Honorable Home Minister announcing that the CAPFs will have reserved vacancies for them. We heard the Honorable Chief Minister of Haryana speaking on this. And I'm sure lots and lots of many other political leaders and senior bureaucrats will look into this and speak about it. I would only suggest one thing, Shiv. Perhaps the one way of building confidence about the scheme is that the assurance on jobs post 4 years, some form of legislation could be brought about. Perhaps the believability, the credibility will go very high. No one is doubting the government of India, but what happens is people clearly who are very angry are looking for something to hold on to. I think legislation at this angle, at this time, perhaps may assuage